Good morning, everybody. Just give me 1 second. Good morning, Mouse. Good morning, Bora. And good morning, Chris. Running a little bit early ahead of schedule today, so we will go look at the charts while we wait in the pre-market. $35%. European nat gas futures going crazy right now. Insane. This is not good for emerging markets. Korea pulled back about 2% overnight. It says Dow Futures, Strait of Hormuz is facing a blockade. Dow Futures drops 800 points as, wow. Dow Futures drops 900 points as oil surges again. Fear rises. Iran conflict will drag on. It is insane. I'm going to send that in the WhatsApp group. The Nikkei went down 3% overnight and Korea went down 7%. 7% is crazy. In one day, man. I was very interested on the Korean stock market exchange, the Core U ETF, because it was going up crazy. But here it goes, March 3rd. A very, very bad day, bad month for the stock market, it looks like so far. Dipped into morning and then consolidated. Wow. All right, let's see some videos.
Markets correspondent right away to help set up the action today. All right, KG, yesterday we started under pressure as well, and then throughout the session, at least by the midway point yesterday's session, stocks, bulls started buying the dip much earlier than I expected, but now it seems like, what is typical or par for the course with rising geopolitical tensions is happening. How do you make sense of all this?
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, at the end of the day, we still have high implied volatility in the market. You can see that with the VIX. The VIX actually did cross the 27 level actually earlier on today. And you are seeing maybe some buyers trying to step in here. But if you're looking at the futures contracts, where we are testing right now, pretty much that 6,800 level is the volume weighted average price for the session. So this is actually a key area of potential resistance here. If we're able to get above it, that actually would be a conducive for markets to actually move higher, maybe unlocking some of the bulls to try to step in. But we are actually at an area of resistance right
opening
now.
at 595.
The news flow is obviously commanding this market. It always has been. It's going to carry a lot more weight right now. And the focus has been on the energy markets. We see crude oil moving to the upside. Natural gas, or if you're looking at liquefied natural gas, that's the big concern that we have in the Middle East right now, with Qatar Energy actually halting production of LNG. And then also the concern around the Strait of Hormuz, which will not only have an impact when it comes to the energy flows across the world, but also when you're looking at other products like metals, aluminum, for example. That's one of those areas that's kind of getting a little bit more of a focus today.
And then also the market update video, bro, crazy with it. Fertilizer. Looks like we're opening somewhere here.
Inputs for fertilizer, so nitrogen, phosphate, things of that nature is now also a concern. We have seen fertilizer prices on the upside. So this is really focusing on logistics, and this is kind of par for the course, at least for now, until we start seeing this escalation kind of subside here a tad bit. I would expect that we continue to see this type of action. Now, yesterday's price action, when you were looking at what was actually being purchased in the day, information technology, especially those Mag 7 names, the market's going to start focusing on areas where they're not going to have as much of an impact because of this geopolitical tension. And a lot of times we see a lot of investors going back to the Mag 7, the cash flow positive names, the technology names that might not have direct exposure to this particular conflict. They'll see if that type of rotation or
the video is opening at 177.
I want to go back to the point you mentioned about the VIX and where it sits. Earlier you mentioned 27. We're sitting above 25 right now, so still higher level here. What are the levels to pay attention to in terms of what puts equities on edge?
Well, all right, so if you're looking at the VIX, 26 VIX is actually very interesting. That's usually an inflection point for the markets. That's a two standard deviation move from what we've seen over the last year. So if you're looking at the type of price action here, we are kind of at those levels where the market is obviously a little bit skittish, but also we usually do not stay at these elevated levels for a fairly long time, and any type of crush in volatility would be conducive for equities moving higher. Now, obviously, we're going to focus on the news flow here. But you also need just a little bit more time. You need just time to really kind of crush volatility and have the markets really digest the events that are taking place right now. So this is kind of the key area where you kind of focus on and say,
video, folks.
Is there opportunities in this market? I'm not saying that the
VIX
overall
spiking
market
up crazy
as a whole is going to continue to go up.
We watched the market update video, right? We called out that the weekly MACD and the daily MACD is going up and up and up, right?
For a long position in some respects for a longer term portfolio. For the short traders or for those short term or swing traders, this is a very tough market to try to trade. Yes, implied volatility is high. You could sell premium in this market as well. But at the end of the day, we are seeing realized vol kind of matching implied vol. And that's something that could be a little bit disastrous for those that are trying to figure out what direction we're going to go in this market.
Okay, and then let's circle back to oil. Oil sitting, what are we, around $76 a barrel for West Texas Intermediate. Brent crude spiking as well. But off the highs of this session, what are you paying attention to here?
Some sort of level was that earlier.
The $78 level is going to be the next major area of resistance when it comes to oil. We are now above the 200-week moving average. That's been a key area of resistance. That's pretty much where we stopped out at yesterday. We're trading above it right now, or fairly close to it. Let's see what the reaction is going to be at these particular levels. But if you're kind of looking at it, I'm looking at $78 as your next major area of resistance. But once again, it just all depends on what the news flow is going to bring. Tankers are still getting hit by the Strait of Hormuz. You still have some risk as well around the Red Sea and the Houthis potentially hitting some tankers as well. And then pipeline risk is also something to be mindful of. We are seeing a lot of these producers, these refineries in the Middle East starting to shut down production because of either perceived risk and or they've already gotten hit by drone attacks or missile attacks. So we are expecting a disruption
market opening in 10
flows and energy flows as a whole. I still believe that the liquefied natural gas market or the
All right, good morning everybody. Today is March 3rd, 2026. All right, what we will do on this live stream is best analyze the intraday stock market using cyclical analysis, time confirmation, and more to find the real direction, trend direction. Time is 9:19 on the board. Let's do a quick legal disclaimer. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. I am not a financial advisor, and I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for information and educational purposes only. Good morning, David. Good morning, Dill. Good morning, Morali. Good morning, John. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Donna. Good morning, Alfonso. Everybody in the WhatsApp group. Good morning, Mel's. And good morning. We did the good morning, Zach. Good morning, Scott. Good morning, Francisco. Good morning, everyone that is starting to tune in on YouTube, on live. Market is opening in 10. We are at 675. On the Qs, we are at 595, right at open. Yeah, new viewers like good coming in. I don't know who you are, but you don't know me enough to speak on me, so you are going to get time blocked for 30 minutes. Just see how the stream is, and if this is someplace you want to be, then you can be here. But, oh, actually, you've been here for, yeah, you've been here January 6th, February 23rd, February 23rd, February 26th, and March 3rd. Maybe I deleted the chat, so I can't see when you were here or not. But all I can know is I have not seen you here a lot. So, please don't speak on me. All right, maybe you're talking about KG. I have no idea. All right, but who cares?
the natural gas
Market
market
sell off, it
is
says
probably the
crude
bigger
oil
risk,
continues
and
to
why you're
rise
seeing it
amid
re-rate
Middle
aggressively
East
higher,
conflict.
more so than
Man,
we
what did
are
we say
seeing for
yesterday,
oil at
right?
this
All
point in
these
time. But
YouTubers
obviously,
on
it's still very,
online
very
saying,
a
"Oh,
concern
this global news,
across
nothing.
the world here.
Oh,
So,
this Iran news,
interesting
nothing." They have
price
no idea.
action,
They don't even care
and
about the global
the
news. But
government or the U.S. government is expected to make an
setup was
announcement here
crazy.
today to
Crazy.
alleviate some of those energy prices.
Global
We don't know
news
what
is
that is
everything,
going
huh?
to entail, but we are
News helps
expected
to set
to
up.
hear from the
We have
Department of
bad news
Energy
coming on.
as to a
Nvidia
strategy
looks like
in order for them to kind of,
14 minutes ago.
I wouldn't say
SOXL is
suppress,
down
but maybe dampen the
11%
blow
for
from
today.
the re-rating higher that we are seeing
Nvidia
in the
says.
gasoline market. That could be the SPR releases,
Nvidia,
that could
some
be
says U.S.
lower
government
regulations for
says
domestic
to
refineries, that could
consider
be
capping
other
AI
means as
chip
well, who
sales at
knows? But expect that announcement
75,000
today.
per Chinese buyer.
All right, and okay.
We have the
I
president
know
coming
you're
live
also
today
across
at
MongoDB's latest
11:45
quarterly
with
report.
the
You know, I
Prime
know
Minister or the
obviously a
President
lot of
of
what we're focused on
Germany.
today has to do with the headlines and geopolitical impact, but I don't want to forget some of these earnings
news we
movers,
have
especially
overnight
this huge move to the downside
is
that
that the Dow
MongoDB is
futures
taking
drop
off the
900
back of its
points
quarterly
as oil
results.
surges again
What's your
and
take
fear
here?
rises.
Yeah,
Iran
the quarter that they
conflicts
reported was
will
actually pretty
drag
good. The revenue
U.S.
came in at
futures tumbled Tuesday,
$695.1
undoing
million.
Monday's equity
Street was looking for
comeback as oil prices
$667.2
spiked. The
million. So
futures
you're looking
spiked.
at around a
Futures tied to the
27%
Dow
increase
lost
on a year-over-year
1.9%,
basis when it comes to revenue.
906 points.
The adjusted
S&P
earnings per share
500
also did
futures
beat,
dropped
coming in at
1.7%.
$1.65.
The
Street was looking
Nasdaq
for
100 was down
$1.48. And if you're looking at the Atlas growth,
2.1%
that did
futures.
grow by around 29%
Nasdaq
on a
100.
year-over-year basis. It's the guidance moving forward that was actually the weak part. They did guide light both
Market is
on
opening
adjusted
here
earnings per share as
in
well as
7
the revenue. Now, this company
minutes.
tends to do that every once in a while, and so the market's kind of taking it out on the shares. We are seeing some executive movement taking place as well. There were 2 executives that are leaving the company. That was also announced yesterday. And then the conference call, they made mention that artificial intelligence or AI is not really a material driver for their business, which I think also took the market a little bit off guard here. So you are seeing the shares
What I
moving
can
aggressively
say,
lower here.
what I have been
Let's see if
saying
some buyers
in
kind
the
of step
WhatsApp
in.
group,
We have seen this
I've been
type of
saying this shit
reaction, maybe not as aggressive,
publicly
but we
too,
have seen
is
reactions
that this is a
where
historical
companies guide
moment.
light,
This is a
the stock
historical
sells off
day,
very
and we are in a
aggressively in the
historical
pre-market trading,
time.
and then buyers come
Why?
in to step in and
Because
try to buy the
history
dip.
is
So let's see if
history.
that's going to happen with
But people that deny and
All
people
right,
that
we
are
shall see.
saying, "Oh, look at the
Now,
candles now."
today,
Oh,
I'm
we'll
interested
see
to know.
what a history
I
says.
know yesterday is
Crazy
kind of
work.
hard to call it in terms of levels. What you're looking for in terms of levels on the S&P 500, especially in the context of yesterday, we had that buy the dip crowd come in early. So what are you looking out for in terms of your range, in terms of resistance and levels on the S&P 500?
Yeah, well, the upper end of the range yesterday actually did hold. So it seems like these markets are still kind of focusing on these options flows. And if you're looking at it early on this morning, the 68.75 calls are catching a little bit of a bid. They have the premium to really kind of impact the gamma flows right now. And then to the downside, 6,700. We break below 6,700, it's going to be a fairly aggressive move to the downside here, though, Diane. So we have a 23, 24 VIX. We're implying around a little bit over a 1.5% move to the upside or downside. So I still say kind of be nimble here. I mean, the bears have the ingredients right now to try to break this market down. They haven't been able to do so. And if we do close below the 100-day moving average, I think that's going to be the key and telltale sign. But news flow is going to move the day here.
All right. Thank you, KG. That is Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent, with your setup for today.
Welcome back. International support for America's Operation Epic Fury is growing across the world as Iran continues to lash out and Iran strikes its neighbors in the Middle East region. Today, President Trump will host the German Chancellor at the White House, his first visit with a European leader since this war began. Fox News foreign correspondent Stephanie Bennett live in London right now with the very latest there. Stephanie.
Good morning. A lot to dive into. Yeah, and the German chancellor is walking a fine line here. Now, he hasn't expressed any
Best
criticism,
believe it's about to
but
be
he
important.
hasn't endorsed Operation Epic Fury either. He said, quote, "We recognize the dilemma. Despite all the doubts, we share many of their aims," explaining repeated attempts to put off Iran trying to acquire nuclear weapons or oppressing its own people. Critics say it's required legal backing in international law, but they'll also likely discuss oil, the travel chaos these strikes have caused, along with new tariff threats and, of course, the German Chancellor's recent visit to China, where Trump will also travel in a few weeks. Now, Merz has joined French President Emmanuel Macron and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, condemning Iran's attacks and saying they are ready to work with the United States to defend our interests and those of our allies in the region if needed. Several other countries are backing the U.S. as well. President Trump praised France, but slammed Britain after Sir Keir Starmer said the UK did not believe in, quote, regime change from the skies. And Starmer defended his decision not to allow the use of British bases to conduct the initial wave of attacks. But of course, the situation soon changed, and the UK base in Cyprus was hit with drones. Speaking to The Sun, President Donald Trump said, quote, it's very sad to see that the relationship is obviously not what it was. Meanwhile, Gulf states are on the verge of acting against Iran over their reckless strikes across the region. The six-country Gulf Cooperation Council could act in self-defense against Iran. Again, that meeting with the German Chancellor taking place later today. A lot to come from it. Back to you.
Okay, we'll be
11:30 in the morning.
Thank you, Stephanie Bennett.
Presidential live stream. All right, here we go. NVIDIA coming in with a green candle into open. They barbecued the roast on NVIDIA, bulls. Damn. BBQ roast pepperoni with meatballs. I just want 1K somehow with this shit, with 2K to be honest, but I feel like I'm gonna get fucking greedy here, so we'll see today. Today is March 3rd, Tuesday. Shit, my shit is so far outdated. Fuck. I'm gonna take a profit, I think. Half of it, so I can book profit or some shit, and then I'll figure it out. Market is opening at 675. QQQ is opening at 595 exactly. Or a little bit higher, but yeah. Oh, man. Market opening in 45 seconds. Here we go. Below the CPI and PPI candle that we left yesterday, we were closing at. We closed at 684, somewhere 685. VIX is spiked up crazy. 25.91. Absolutely true. Wow. Okay. What the fuck? I don't know if it's filling. Crazy open. This shit going bullish. Failed. Wow. I just entered 180 in the video at the top, and I'm leaving right now for $100. Real quick, 180, 1 DT put. Filled. Alright, I'm out of my one big contract on the video right now here. Just give it to me. Yeah, fuck it. 12.45. Give me a red candle, come on. Yes, filled. Okay, one filled on the video. I still have one left. I'm gonna hold this shit. God did. I'm still in one. Man, things are moving hella fucking fast today. Things are moving hella fucking fast today, huh? Wind direction is trying south right now with the VIX spiked. I haven't had a single fucking down day. It's fucking crazy. I just went up again this morning. Oh my god. It's so fucking crazy. I just scalped like one. I literally scalped a 1 minute candle for fucking like $95 on one DT Nvidia, and I kind of felt dumb as shit. But I have one Nvidia left. I don't know why I wanted to do it. I just did it. I just did it for like a fucking minute. Posted in the alert room too, but like it was so fucking fast, it literally made fucking jack shit anyway. Wow, look at the goddamn open on SPX right now, opening at the bottom of the cornucopia cone. All right, guys, everybody type in chat, please. Cornua, Pia, please. All right, please type in chat. Cornua, Pia. All right, because this shit happened like about 4 times in the last week. Cornua, Cornua, Pia. All right, those that don't understand, don't understand. All right, bulls are trying. Bulls are trying now off the floor. Man, cornucopia. We have a LOD at 935 and we have a HOD at 930 and the MACD is bullish right now. So technically this is bullish territory. The VIX crushed, but they broke the LOD. So they showed bearish. With no cycle confirmation, just breaking LOD like that. From being hella bullish. Still hella bullish showing the MACD RSI, technically speaking here. What a day. I don't know if I should just fucking all leave right here, or I don't know if I should be greedy and wait for another low on the video. Being a little bit patient, this shit is so fucking far outdated, but I mean it did good. I can't believe it. 935 bounce into 940. So the bulls are trying out on SPY. Broke the roof. QQQ probably broke the roof here too. Yeah, IWM is hey. Lizzie, no cycle confirmation. Up or down, but technically in a bull territory because of the MACD RSI showing. Time is 9:40. Candles are like moving like waves. $9.35. Well, that was a good open for me on the video. That was a good fucking open for me. 178. I got 180. I can't believe they did it fucking 3 days in a row though. That's the only reason why I didn't do fucking Spire QQQ0DT, to be honest too. I was thinking like I can't fucking, there's no way I get this fucking lucky 3 or 4 fucking 17 days in a row, right? And then just literally fucking did it 4 days in a row. A morning drop and then fucking game, like crazy work. They're talking about what I talked about yesterday.
There absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was...
They're saying they're voting on the Senate War Powers vote on Thursday.
That we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded.
Now the bulls and bears are both stuck off 935 and 940. Let's see what happens. The MACD RSI is still in bull territory, technically speaking, but we're at the 0.5
That said, we have followed the notification at 48 hours. We're here today. I've done more Gang of 8 briefings than I got in the 4 years that Biden was president, and I was a member of the Gang of 8. All of that said,
Yours said, do you find the edge in trading the video every day? No, I don't just fucking do shit off of candles, and I don't just do shit because I think, oh, this is cool. I do shit because there's actually setup, and I actually do shit because there's been people doing other shit, and I do things because I've been looking at them for hours, and I do things because I've been up since 6 a.m. in the morning. I do things because I look at them every day. Tesla, Nvidia, Meta, whatever the fuck. I look at SPX and QQQ options chains every day. I look at what they do, I look at how they play out in the day, I review it, I go over and over and over again, and I think about it, and I deduct, and I try to think about what's going on. Instead of just looking at candles and being like, oh, whatever. Instead of just looking at options chain and being like, oh, whatever. Instead of just looking at Tesla and Nvidia and being like, oh, this looks cool for a day or two. Oh, whatever. Like, I don't, nah. SOXL dropped 11% today. Right, you need to understand. I was talking about this shit last week in my alert room, right? 5 people in my alert room. No, I was talking about SOXL since about 70. I was like, hey, I have an interest on SOXL since 70, blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to do anything, blah, 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 blah. If something hasn't, blah, 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 blah. We're down $20. That's crazy.
100%. And we're going to continue to comply with it.
President Trump, along with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, briefing the Gang of Eight yesterday. Rubio told reporters Iran absolutely posed an imminent threat to the United States.
Yeah, I mean, life is just not easy. This so it's working out for this guy because he's fucking just doing this shit for a couple of days in a row. It's actually, the guy is actually probably putting a lot of fucking time and a lot of effort and a lot of care into what he's doing and probably thinking about what he's doing. Most likely, and is why God and luck is helping. If someone DM me and he was, someone DM me and they were like, hey, you might lose grace with God. You might get unlucky if you are the way you are. And I was like, I don't think you realize that's how that works. The relationship between me and God is between me and God alone as a man or woman. Only I can change the relationship between me and God. None of that fucking luck, none of that bullshit outside fucking factor has nothing to do with any of that. So, like, I don't know. People are just so distracted with the things they say. I'm not saying to you, but I'm just saying, like, the shit they message me and, like, they're like new people. It's just like, not new people, but, like, I guess, dude, I don't even know. I would never say some shit like that to anybody. Like, I don't care. I would never try to dismotivate somebody because, oh, you're gonna have a bad blah, blah, blah.
Senate's vote on a war resolution.
You just gotta focus on yourself. That's all it is in life. Like,
which would
only you have the relationship with God, and someone else has their own relationship with God, and they're up to whatever they want to do in life, and whatever they want to take care of in life. Like, that's all it is. I don't understand, man. I'm so focused on, oh, but me, but Jeff, me, I get it. We're all me, but like the fact is, the life is going on, and there's so many distractions, and it's very, very hard to be focused.
So your thoughts here are very important.
Every day.
Did you hear what Marco Rubio just said? That this war power resolution arguably is unconstitutional.
LOD did not break on QQQ.
Yes,
IWM is the one that is.
Thank you to President Donald J. Trump. Absolutely.
Right, for now, they can make an LOD divergence and bounce it too, or they break the LOD and then bounce it later too. Wind direction is now south on SPY. Wind direction is technically still north on QQQ. Wind direction is south on IWM. The VDA and QQQ never broke 935 low yet. 935 low is testing right now.
Democrats during Democratic administrations never raised their voices or their opinions on war powers resolutions, on the constitutionality of the president making these strikes. But what we have seen is an Iran that has risen up and has posed a threat to the United States of America for decades now. And we knew there was an imminent threat. We will receive more on that later
today. Time is 9:45 and they want to go south.
God bless the president for taking this very decisive
There's a divergence at the floor.
For those 6 souls that
they're trying to break the floor divergence on QQQ. Let's see if they do it.
Really do pass along
we are at 673. That is below 675.
And we
important level we talked about in the WhatsApp group. Said the market wants to decide what to do at 675 and 595 on QQQ at the minimum, right? Somebody said at 7:30 in the morning, oh, I'm very scared they're going to revert the shit into 9, and I was like, there's no absolutely way. With the Nikkei down 3%, there's absolutely 0 fucking percent chance with the fucking pre-market volume already priced in into this shit. There's no fucking way they're gonna revert this shit 180% all the way back up to where we were. And I'm saying that based on what has happened before in my life about a year ago when the Nikkei did the same shit and went down 2.8% or 3% overnight. So I'm not saying this shit because I'm being biased. I'm not saying this shit because I'm literally saying this shit because
and that is possible, Maria, but what I will say is that the president did want to increase defense spending in this upcoming year. It is something that many of us are very, very supportive of. We would love to see that $1.5 trillion as it goes to our War Department and making sure that we're defending the homeland.
935 LOD never broke, and the bulls are coming back.
Conversations that we will have. I was also having a conversation with General George. He's the chairman of the Army. He's Army Chief of Staff about Freedom's Forge and where we go with our defense industrial base.
You guys see the SPX gap below?
We have been having for years, but we see with President Donald Trump
SPX
that
gap
this
below.
is
Do they feel this shit?
being acted on. So we need to
or
develop
they just trap every bear
capabilities
down here and come back up.
getting those
Could be
munitions
possible.
put forward as quickly as possible, building those platforms as quickly as possible, and not just for the United States of America, but also also being able to supply our friends and allies as they take on greater burden sharing. And that is incredibly important as we look at our partners through the Middle East.
We've got threats of potential Iranian retaliation at home rising, making funding for the Department of Homeland Security even more urgent. This shutdown is now stretching into day 18. In the Biden era, from February 2021 to November 2024, more than 1,700 Iranian nationals crossed the southern border into America. Democrats and the White House exchanging offers and counteroffers to get the department back open.
And volume a little
Would
finicky
you
on
be
the video
poised
too.
to use a
Deciding for
defense
the market to
supplemental
decide.
package as some
Market
kind
is
of
on
a
the
compromise
divergence at the
to
floor,
get things
the
open again?
bombs. What it wants
It
to
is
do.
quite possible. Everything
595,
is on
we
the
are
table
above
right
596,
now,
599.
Maria. But what I
We
would
even
say
went
to
to
these Democrats
IWM
is stop
continuously
playing
going lower.
games under
So
your
QQQ is the
failed
one that was
policies
technically
and
above
President Biden's
595,
failed
above
policies.
930 into 940.
We saw an
SPY
open
is the one
border
that's below
situation
590,
that allowed these types of
5675
terrorist
right now.
threats to infiltrate the United States
There's
of
a lot
America.
of numbers that's going on, but like
It has
people
got
that understand,
to
people that
end.
have been here, I
Stop
kind of understand what I'm
messing
saying
around
here.
with the Department of Homeland Security. Provide them the funding that they need to secure the United States of America and remove the threats that exist
You've been here
from
for a while,
within.
you've probably seen a lot of fucking
That
things.
is my message to them, Maria. It can't be any
Instead
more
of people
clear
that
than
come in
this.
every day and ask and go.
Since we are now worried about terrorist cells in America getting activated here, you being on the Senate Homeland Security Committee, should we be worried about potential terrorist acts on American soil?
It just happens on a daily. Like the same question is why.
As much as I hate to say it, Maria, absolutely we should be concerned.
Never happens with people that have been here for a week at least, or 2 days, right?
Not just in the United States, but all around the globe.
Time is
Wherever
9:50.
Americans are, or any adversary to Iran, they have those sleeper cells. We have seen American administration officials, think about Secretary Pompeo and others, that have been targeted by the Iranians, specifically named for assassinations. So we know that these threats exist. We have to deal with them.
Well, Gulf Arab states are using advanced U.S.-made air defense systems to intercept hundreds of Iranian missiles and drones, limiting overall damage so far. Some have confirmed the U.S. military used Anthropic's Claude AI model to support planning and operations during Operation Epic Fury, including intelligence analysis, target identification, and battle simulations. The administration says the government will end its use of AI tools made by Anthropic. What are your thoughts on this fight where Anthropic says that it is not going to be a government contractor if its products, the Claude product there, is used for, quote, mass domestic surveillance?
Yes, and I worry about this, Maria. I do think that we should think carefully about how we're utilizing technology, work with those tech leaders. What I don't want to see is that we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater, and we don't have a replacement to follow behind Anthropic. So we need to make sure we think about this very carefully, that we're working with those tech leaders, and I would ask those tech leaders as well to step up. Please work with us because, again, we do have threats here in the homeland, and as we're attempting to address those, it'll be important to work together.
Bears are in control right now on SPY.
Senator, as you gear up for this briefing that both chambers are going to get from the Trump administration on this operation, what's most important to you to understand better? What are your questions ahead of this briefing?
Well, Maria, I have followed the situation in our Central Command AO for a very long time. I obviously focus on this area because of my service in that area. But what I am hoping that the briefers can do is stress to anyone that has qualms about this operation is that there was an imminent threat to the United States of America, and how we are going to stop the development of nuclear weapons in Iran, the development of ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, and stop the funding of terrorist proxies. That's what we need to hear.
All right, we will leave it there and watch your work, certainly, Senator. Thanks very much for being here this morning.
Thank you, Maria.
All right, Senator.
Algo range coming in on the video. 950 bounce to 955 trying. We shall see. We shall see. Divergence is cleared at the floor. What the hell is this?
With missile and rocket attacks from Iran, as well as Hezbollah in Lebanon. For the latest on the ground, we go to our chief foreign correspondent, Trey Yinks, who is live in Tel Aviv. Trey.
Hey guys, good morning. I do want to start with some breaking news. A senior Israeli official telling Fox News that more than 1,000 enemy combatants have been killed in Iran since the operation began. This is based on their latest battle damage assessment. As we continue to track developments here, we are looking to Israel's northern border with Lebanon, where overnight the Israelis sent forces into southern Lebanon to take what Israeli officials are calling a defensive posture against the Iran-backed terror group Hezbollah. This posture is expected to remain over concerns about cross-border attacks. Overnight, more rockets were fired into northern Israel from Lebanon, and the Israelis striking back, hitting more targets in the Lebanese capital of Beirut, specifically around the Dakhya neighborhood, a Hezbollah stronghold. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking with Sean Hannity overnight saying this.
Were you down 40% today?
These ballistic
Dude,
missiles, these weapons of mass death, these weapons of terror, they're terror weapons. They bombed all these countries, and when they develop the intercontinental ballistic missiles, they'll threaten you, and
they're so fucking disgusting.
A
core you fucking put went from $1,500 to $7,600. Jesus Christ. I didn't know enough about Koryu to do fucking nothing, but Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. They just trapped the whole entire fucking month on the 3x ETF in one fucking day. Jesus Christ. I've never seen that shit in my life. What? Man, that would have printed so fucking crazy. I wanted to do it, but each contract was at $5,000 to $10,000 at price level. Like all the puts that were at the fucking lows for like 1,000 or 2,000, they all went to 6,000. Like what the fuck is this shit? Oh my god. Today was the day, huh? March 3rd. I ain't going front. I would have been up fucking nuts. Who are you? Fuck me. Core you, fuck me. My god. Alright, bulls are hoping. Still bearish. These are. So nuts. So crazy. I'm feeling so much FOMO. I fucking wanted to go fucking 5K in on Koryu. Fuck! That would have made me 25K. That's so fucking crazy. I gotta call my mom. This is some fucking bullshit. Yo, I was oh my god. Give me 1 second. The bears are here. Alright, give me 1 second. I swear to god. Fuck. I'm so fucking mad. It's okay though. Thank you, God, for the gift and the blood and the health that you have given me. But damn! I would have been done for the fucking year after that shit. What the fuck? 5K would have been 25 fucking 30K. Oh my god. Core you. Fuck! It was at 600. 350 now. One day. Oh my god, March 3rd. That would have been a true motherfucking DNF Biberia moment, bruh. Circa 2001 Japan. Oh my god. Oh my god. Got me fucked up. Got me fucked up. That actually would have been the true fucking Biberia moment. Oh my. Come on now. Alright, 9:55. Fuck is Dr. Barry when I need him, man? Dr. Barry came through overnight. He's sleeping in. Fuck is this candle? IWM going bearish with SPY. Nvidia looking very, very weird with QQQ.
And alone among U.S. presidents that I work with.
Man, dude, I was talking about Koryu on this stream. I was talking about Koryu in my fucking alert room. I was talking about Koryu to my family. I was talking about Koryu to myself when I was sleeping. Fuck! I'm so sorry, folks. I'm so sorry, folks. I swear to fucking God, I would have been up like 70K for the fucking year in like 2 fucking weeks, 2 months, and I would have been done. I would have been done. I would not even fucking. I swear to God, I would have went on a vacation for a month. You guys would not have seen me for about a week.
Their nuclear program.
I swear I would have went to fucking Europe or Mexico for a trip or some shit.
Targeting the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, with
crazy.
2 drones.
Never in my life though would I imagine Korea going down 7% in one night. I don't think anybody in the world thought that, but I literally, I wanted to go into the Coast Beat because SK Hynix and fucking Samsung, the only thing in the Coast Beat. What?
Take a listen.
It's a public holiday to come back at 7%. Like, dude.
To get into a multi-year conflict with no clear end in sight and no clear objective. He's defined that objective as Iran.
This is semiconductors. That's why I said the live stream today, semiconductors.
Never trying to rebuild their nuclear capability.
Look at this fucking goddamn. This is like, bro.
Intense days of battle are expected ahead. The Israelis are still going after Iran's ballistic missile launching positions, but this morning sirens have sounded across this country multiple times amid new
people don't understand. It's fine. I'll make a documentary about it in 2 years. It's fine. When everything's over with, but I mean,
government is trying to figure this out as well. But who is running the operation in Iran right now? Do we know? I know there was.
Man, what am I talking about?
Look at this shit. In case of this happened, have you heard anything?
Look at this shit.
It's a great question,
right?
And the short answer is we don't know. There are very few senior leaders still alive in
look
Iran.
At this shit,
More
right?
than 40 were taken out, including
public holiday.
Supreme Leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei. President Masoud Pezeshkian is still
public
alive.
holiday.
Top Security Council official named Ali Larijani, who has quite a bit of power inside of Iran. But the leadership structure has been basically dismantled along with many IRGC positions. There is close coordination between the United States and Israel to not only go after the launching positions and the command and control centers, but also try to degrade as much of the leadership as possible.
So the Gulf states are under fire. And
10
so far,
coming
I understand
in fucking
Bahrain says they've intercepted 70 missiles. Qatar is down 2 Iranian jets. They've had maybe over 100. The UAE has been hit pretty hard. Detected 174 ballistic missiles, destroying 161. 13 fell into the sea. Do you think it's caught them by surprise
so fast
that they're under persistent attack? And do you think the number of interceptors they have in their arsenal will begin to become an issue?
I don't think they were caught by surprise, but this was largely seen as an outlier in possible responses from Iran. It's been seen by many analysts as a miscalculation by the Iranian regime to go directly after these Gulf states, because it's only strengthening their defense and their resolve to stay together and actually help the Americans and the Israelis with this operation against Iran. And we talked about this yesterday, but it's a very important point to underscore. President Trump has been able to do something across the Middle East that wasn't done before. He's built trust between these Gulf countries and regional allies of the United States, including Israel. And despite the fact we've seen public statements in the lead up to this conflict, All of these countries understand the threat against the Iranian regime. They heard President Trump lay out his vision for peace across the Middle East, and he was able to, through his special envoy Steve Witkoff and his son-in-law Jared Kushner, not only deliver the message of who the #1 threat in the region really is, but also ensure that these countries are working together because they see the Iranian regime as the last hurdle to peace in the Middle East, to stability, the regional stability that President Trump has said is possible. And that is why this operation is unfolding right now. There were diplomatic opportunities given to the Iranians. The Trump administration extended an olive branch at the negotiating table, both in Iran and in Switzerland. And the Iranians were unwilling to make a good faith nuclear agreement. And they were continuing to expand their ballistic missile program and support of regional proxies, not to mention the massive crackdown on protesters earlier this year that led to the deaths of more than 32,000 civilians in their own country. And so these are the reasons that this operation began. But the fact that these Gulf countries are under fire, it's an indication that the Iranians are really in a desperate place.
That's such
given
a
the fact
big-ass
they were
miss
hit
on core,
so
you don't
hard
fuck.
in that opening strike campaign that was coordinated between both the United States and Israel.
Yeah, I thought the same thing when you're talking about the other Gulf states. The best way to make sure they're not going to help you is to attack them. So might not have been the best move on Iran's part. Is anyone else helping Iran? Is China helping Iran? Any other countries?
They're not. Right now, they are isolated. Of course, in the past, they've received air defense systems and weapons from the Russians and the Chinese. But at this point, they're incredibly isolated, and that will only get worse for the Iranian regime. And it's interesting to watch these leaders who are still alive among the top political echelon inside of Iran still threatening the United States. It's as if they didn't receive the message, despite the fact that their entire political and military leadership was decapitated. And so they're not receiving outside support right now. And the Iranian regime in the days ahead will continue to weaken as the United States into Israel launches these strikes across the country.
Hey, Trey, real quick on the Hezbollah-Lebanon-Israel dynamic. Israel's calling on Lebanon to crack down on Hezbollah, else we're gonna finish them off. We're gonna get in there, and it's gonna get really worse for everybody. Does Lebanon have a strong enough government to actually crack down on a weakened Hezbollah, which we hear is now being run by the IRGC?
They do, and this is a massive achievement for the Trump administration. The fact that yesterday you had Lebanon's prime minister calling on Hezbollah to stand down, that's unheard of. If we reported that a year ago, people would have laughed. But they have sent Tom Barak and others to the region to say, look, there's only one future for Lebanon, and that is a future that does not involve Iranian proxies.
175
it doesn't involve threats against Israel and U.S. forces in the region. And so there is a change in tone from Lebanese leadership after all of these efforts from the administration, and they're going to help in trying to ensure that Hezbollah isn't attacking Israel or U.S. forces in the region. And already we understand they are trying to implement the framework of that ceasefire that was reached last year in order to dissuade Hezbollah from getting more directly involved in the fight. While this is taking place, you have a parallel track that now includes Israeli forces in southern Lebanon over the border, and they are hammering the Lebanese capital of Beirut with airstrikes.
All right, Trey, thanks so much for that reporting.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart.
AM spike. Rage creating. The Bears are in control. Time is 10:05. They just fucked that green candle up crazy. They want to go lower. Question is, oh, they want to go gap fill. 6,720 SPX looks like. Insane. Look at how fucking close we are. Look how close that bottom of the cornucopia is to literally the gap too. Like wild. You just fucking gapped it all the way from the top here. Boop. 100 points on SPX. Actually more than 100. 6,900, 6,750, so 150 points on SPX. Fucking wild. That's an insane move, folks. That's 150 points. IWM has no strength. This is fucked. Bearish control. Bearish control. Bearish control. 1 minute trying. QQQ. Fucking bugging out. 10:05. Bounce to 10:10. 10:05 algo ranging too. 10:05. 10:05. It's in the videos. One bugging out. It keeps bugging out, right? And what the hell is it doing on QQQ? It keeps algo ranging. So, NVIDIA is QQQ. SPY and IWM looks fucking dog shit, terrible bearish right now. QQQ and NVIDIA, the one holding almost some sort of something.
Let's talk about something else, because the House committee releasing those videos of Bill and Hillary Clinton's Epstein testimony from last week.
Madeline Rivera joins us live from Washington with the details. Good morning, Maddie.
Good morning. Former President Bill Clinton says it was his former Treasury Secretary, Larry Summers, who introduced him to Jeffrey Epstein and told him about the disgraced financier's plane. And Clinton says he thought it would facilitate his humanitarian work by traveling around the world. But he says he took his last flight around 2003 and maintains he never witnessed Epstein sexually abuse or assault young girls.
And though I never witnessed during our limited interactions any indication of what was going on, I'm here to offer what little I know so I can do my part to prevent something like this from happening again.
Asked about President Trump, Clinton says Trump never said anything to make him think he did something improper with Epstein.
To get more information for this investigation, was wondering if you also agree that President Trump should answer questions of this committee.
That's for you to decide, but he did know him well, and
President Bill Clinton.
I once had a brief discussion with him about it.
There were tense moments like this when Hillary Clinton learned GOP Congresswoman Lauren Boebert sent a photo of the closed-door deposition to influencer Benny Johnson.
If there are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying, can you please explain how that
I'm done with this. If you guys are doing that, I am done. You can hold me in contempt from now until the cows come home. This is just typical behavior. Oh, for heaven's sake.
So I would like to understand how that's permissible.
Before the hearing was... It doesn't matter. We all are abiding by the same rules.
Hillary says she does not remember ever meeting with Epstein. Lauren's aimed
Whoa.
around 2,000
You to decide.
of the closed-door deposition to influencer Benny Johnson.
If there are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying, can you please explain how that
I'm done with this. If you guys are doing that, I am done. You can hold me in contempt from now until the cows come home. This is just typical behavior.
We will go off the record.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
So I would like to understand how that's permissible.
Before the hearing was... It doesn't matter. We all are abiding by the same...
Hillary says she does not.
Get to Trey Yingst. He's live on the ground just outside of Tel Aviv. Good morning, Trey.
Yeah, Bill, Dana, good morning. I do want to just start with some breaking news here before I show you the scene of one of these cluster munition impacts just outside of Tel Aviv. But I'm told by a senior Israeli official that the Israelis just struck the Supreme Council gathering where the Iranians were meeting to choose a new supreme leader. This is a significant development and, again, speaks to the Israeli intelligence about this war. They just targeted the meeting in Tehran where what's left of the leadership was gathering to choose a new supreme leader. The Iranians are continuing their attacks against Israel. Right now, we are in the community of Bnei Brak. It's a religious community outside of Tel Aviv. And you can see where the police and first responders say part of a cluster munition that was attached to the warhead of a ballistic missile slammed into this apartment block. 7 people were wounded, 1 woman moderately. And I want to just show you the scene here in Bnei Brak. You can see the amount of destruction behind me. There is debris and rubble all over this community.
This is abnormal.
And again, police and first responders say it's a miracle that no one was killed. People were home at the time, and this entire area is filled with children because the Israelis are celebrating the holiday of Purim. And so just a remarkable scene here. You can see that all of these kids are dressed up for Purim. This is considered one of the most joyful holidays in Judaism. It commemorates the events of the Book of Esther.
Weird.
And it is when the Jews of ancient Persia were saved by a plot to destroy them. And so this is a holiday here where people dress up in costumes and they celebrate. And this whole neighborhood is filled with families and children. And thankfully, none of them were seriously injured or killed by this missile attack. But this came, as you saw live on Fox, in a large barrage launched from the Iranian regime. And one of those cluster munitions exploded, and there is damage not just to this building, but this entire area because it rained down on the civilian population below. Bill, Dana?
Trey Yingst, thank you. I'm sure we'll see you again this hour. Bill?
Dana, there was an awful lot to go over based on what Trey is just reporting there. This assembly of clerics is significant for the succession of the next leader in Iran. They would be meeting in the town of Qom.
I think what's going on is like this shit needs to be watched
blue dot right here on the map. What the Israelis are telling us over the past 12 hours or so, they've hit 60 different strikes going after missiles and other parts of the Iranian terror regime throughout the country. So let's keep a very close eye
watching the 5-minute
on this. Meanwhile, in the Persian Gulf, you got the Iranian Navy, of which they had 11 ships, and this is one of them. All 11 have been disassembled in the Persian Gulf, and they are out of service. And I can show you a little bit over here on the geography. Gulf of Oman, that's where the Lincoln is. Persian Gulf over here. If you look at this red dot over here, that's a frigate that CENTCOM says that they sank earlier today. Then all these are naval bases here in the Persian Gulf, which would symbolize that ship I just showed you. All 11 now out of commission. Move on over here to the region. These are the retaliatory strikes. That's Bahrain on Saturday. Retaliatory strikes in the region so far that Iran has reached out against, all right? A lot of these Gulf countries, okay? 11 on our map so far. And you heard Jennifer mention the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia late last night. It was hit by at least 2 Iranian drones, maybe 3. And so far today, by the way, that embassy was empty. The American embassy in Kuwait has been closed, and we'll look for other developments throughout the area. U.S. government saying American citizens, if you're in these Gulf countries, to go ahead and find a commercial route out. Perhaps easier said than done for the next couple of days with the airports the way they're lining up. Let me move to this. U.S. Embassy in Riyadh is a substantial, I mean, look, you got a swimming pool, you got tennis courts, pretty good place to be dispatched, but not during this time when the Iranian drones come flying in. We'll update that throughout the day. Think about now what the proxies for Iran have been reduced to. Think about this now. Hezbollah launched rockets into northern Israel 2 days ago. And the Lebanese government condemned Hezbollah. When has that happened? It's happened now. Hamas has been neutralized here in Gaza. The Houthis down here at Yemen, after firing so many missiles into Israel over the past year, they've been quiet. Here in Iran, the Revolutionary Guard Corps, they are under tremendous pressure now. The Shiite militias
I went to go watch
Iraq,
Scream
however,
7 by myself yesterday.
Of them acting out against U.S. bases that are stationed in the eastern part of Iraq and the northern part of Iraq. But this is a substantial adjustment in Middle Eastern power that runs against the regime in Iran. Let's move on over here. I'll rejoin my partner, Dana, over the desk here, and we'll bring in Dan Senor to pick it up.
Yeah, Dan Senor, thank you so much. He's the host of Call Me Back, with the podcast I have to listen to anytime it's on. I almost feel like there's no better guest for us right now than you. And maybe let's start with the breaking news that Trey Yingst just had about the possible attack on the
United States of USA.
Well, there's been 2 supreme leaders in Iran since the
Scott
revolution.
said, was it good? Yeah, it was fun.
Khamenei most recently until he was killed. And
I thought I would not like horror movies by myself, but it was really fun.
Figure in this regime. If the U.S. government and Israel are committed to an end to this regime, then it seems that making sure there's not another supreme leader is important. So them trying to appoint a new supreme leader, as one friend of mine said the other day, is like becoming the drummer in Spinal Tap. You know, the drummers just keep getting disappeared, you know, and so you don't want to be anointed a new supreme leader of Iran if this is what the U.S. and the Israeli government
all
are
I
focused
do
on.
is win,
Right
no
now,
matter what.
Iran is heading in one of two directions from U.S. policymakers' perspective. One is, do you do sufficient damage
to
Iran's military capabilities,
no matter what.
destroying obviously its nuclear program,
I
but
got
also its
money
missile
on my
production program, its
mind.
drones,
I can
and
never
really
give
degrade
it
its
up.
capacity to be
Every
a
time I got
menace in
my
the region.
feeling, everybody
And yet
and
find
go
someone
up.
multiple layers
And they
down
stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there, up, down, up, down, up, down. All I do is win.
The other approach is
Son,
really put enormous pressure on the regime.
they don't know me, son.
Real protests like we saw 2 months ago.
All I do is win, no matter what.
On the regime, that the regime
I got money on my mind. I can never give it up.
To deal with, to run the place, and then something else emerges.
Dan, I want to play this from Benjamin Netanyahu last night. He was on with Sean Hannity. There's a lot of concern about how long this thing goes. You were in Iraq.
And hand go up.
I'll ask you about that momentarily.
And they stay there, and they stay there, up, down, up, down, up, down. All I do is win. That shit fire. I feel like a little fucking kid.
You'd think they learned a lesson, but they didn't. Because they're unreformable. They started building new sites, new places, underground bunkers that would make their ballistic program and their atomic bomb program.
Anything below here in the video, massive green for me.
No action was taken
I repositioned a little bit with my profits, and things are going a little bit scary, but good.
Yeah, the other thing he said last night is that this is not an endless war. He emphasized that.
All I do is win, no matter what.
First of all, in terms of the military assets that are in the region, so in the lead up to the Iraq War in 2003, we had the equivalent of what we have now in the Middle East in terms of naval assets and air assets. The one big difference is we also had approximately 250,000 U.S. troops in the region. We don't have that now because the president has made clear he's not going to deploy ground troops.
Lower, high,
the question is,
10,
can Iran be sort of held together?
Oh my God,
Dr. Murray, U.S. ground forces there. And I think we tend to over-analogize what is going on in Iran to the Iraq experience. They're two very different places. This could be a whole seminar, a whole podcast episode, Dana.
Purple box.
Iraq
Frieza
wasn't
coming in.
Actually a real country. It was stitched together.
Frieza coming in from Dragon Ball Z.
After the fall of the
Purple
Ottoman
box
Empire.
breaking
Really
down,
stitched
Cocoon
together.
breaking
There was
down.
this Kurdish area, there were Shiites, there were Sunnis.
Gap has filled.
There was not a
SPX
great
gap
sense
filled.
of
SPX
national
gap
unity.
filled. SPX
So
gap filled.
the only
SPX
thing
gap
that held
filled.
the country together was that all these people were living under some kind of communal repression under Saddam for over 3 decades. But once Saddam was gone, it was hard to sort of hold this country together. It took a lot of work, ultimately
They
a
filled
lot
the
of time
gap
and a lot
on
of sacrifice
SPX.
from our end. Iran is a real country that
They
predates
filled the gap at
revolution.
SPX.
Iraq
Let's see what happens.
was not that. There's a
They
real
filled the
sense
gap
of
at
national
SPX.
pride in this country.
We've seen that.
Right. And so
They filled the gap on SPX.
By the way,
But
interestingly, in Syria,
is that pride from before the revolution?
Totally.
Okay.
Totally. Yeah,
That's important.
It predates the revolution. This is a country and a culture and a history that goes back 20 centuries. And so there was no such thing in Iraq. And so I think this look, we have a tendency in U.S. policy, which is understandable, is we tend to over-categorize and kind of create these binary scenarios based on past experiences, right? And so the debate, I think, until Trump became president in this term, the debate in U.S. policy had been either kind of endless
10,
wars,
20,
right, and just quagmire, or not.
I don't know. My singing gets a lot of people happy, and my
Either we
singing
do
gets a
nothing,
lot of people
or if
pissed
we
off.
do something, we're stuck forever. And that was, what he's demonstrating is there's,
Man, I'm about to
so
start
far,
singing
we'll see,
Jay-Z
is
from
there's,
New York.
there's some way to
feel me?
operate in between, as we saw in Venezuela, for instance.
I just want to say in
And
2026
we're
now,
in
not
New
2003,
York.
but in 2026, if this works, it's a game changer for a lot of countries throughout the world.
The other big thing in terms of the difference
Should I
is
sing?
you have
Should
the
I
Gulf
sing 50
states
Cent?
who are now fighting against
Many,
Iran,
many,
and
many,
Iran
many
fighting against
men.
Iran. That's completely different.
Wish that the palm made
and then unifying the Gulf states with Israel.
10-20.
Look, this has been one of the messiest geopolitical
Many,
spots
many,
in the
many,
world,
many
going
men.
back to
LOD is testing
oil
on the
embargo in
video.
73. we could
Wish
begin
that
to,
upon
we might be seeing the
me.
beginning of change.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Dan.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most.
All right, all my lottos on fucking Nvidia or 1DT filled now. I'm out for 30%. 170 puts. Dog shit contract just literally actually went up. I'm about to go to the movies with this money. I'm about to go to the movies with this fucking money. Yo. Wow. The real direction, wind direction. Only thing that matter root. Many, 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 many men wish that upon me. Na 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 na. Lamau. Lamau. Oh my god. Man, I spent like $100 on fucking foods and movies and yesterday and shit. I ain't gonna lie, I might have to go do it again. Like, I feel fucking stupid. I might have to go fucking swim myself again. I feel like that's why life has been good. Like, I've been fucking, I've been taking care of myself. I've been taking care of myself mentally. I've been watching movies. I've been, going out on dates by myself. I've been going to steakhouses. I've been going to buffets. Shit, you feel me? LOD broke. Nvidia LOD broke. 930 is the high of the day now. Wind direction showing officially south now on Nvidia. We will see what happens on Nvidia now. 178. Wind direction with the MACD. Wind direction was north into 930 from pre-market. 930 bull trapped into 1015, and the wind direction is north or neutral from 1025 until the floor or the roof breaks, changing the wind direction with cycle and time confirmation. Sheesh. And damn, I'm being greedy. Doing simulated returns right now to see what the fuck I can get out at 170. Damn, I'm greedy as fuck. Okay, I'm gonna leave 190 Nvidia for $1,265 right now. I'm a little scared this shit about to bounce, but I am in another Nvidia. I'm out for $1,250. 190 Nvidia put March 11th. Let's see now. I have another Nvidia put that's worth literally $2,000 by itself at 195. A little bit further out, but I mean, I just took 23%, 28% or some shit on that 190 shit. And now this one that I joined at somewhere up there is up 4.8%, but this shit's a little further back, so I like it. I joined in at the 10-ish, 10-5, 10-05 somewhere. Things are looking good. 195 Nvidia. Expiration March 13th. My average is at 16.8. That is 10-10. 10:05-ish. Alright, so it's not even that good. 10:05 is somewhere here. Looking good! Oh my god! Oh my god! Another good day! Oh my god, what a good day! This shit is so dumb though. I can't. I'm getting so fucking. First of all, this environment is perfect. This volatility shit for me. Number two, everything is working so fucking good because I'm being so fucking patient for myself right now. And number three, God did. I gotta make a phone call to everybody. My mom, my dad, and my friend. Nah, just my mom, so fuck me. Well, well, um, give me 1 second.
Welcome back. 2 Iranian drones targeting the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh overnight in Saudi. No injuries have been reported, while the Israeli military says it is hitting Hezbollah targets in Beirut. President Trump says the U.S. is ahead of schedule in Iran. As CENTCOM confirms, 11 Iranian ships were destroyed in the Gulf of Oman. Fox News chief foreign correspondent Trey Yingst is live in Tel Aviv with the very latest there. Trey.
Maria, good morning. The Iranians are responding with ballistic missile launches toward Israel throughout the day, but we know overnight Israeli forces entered southern Lebanon to bring the fight against Hezbollah. They say this is done in a defensive posture to ensure that Hezbollah cannot launch more on-the-ground cross-border attacks. And given the fact that Iran's largest proxy is now involved in the fight, the Israelis are going after new targets in the Lebanese capital of Beirut, striking strong in the Dakhya neighborhood in the southern part of the city. We have a new statement from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who spoke overnight with Sean Hannity.
All right, give me 1 second.
They started building new sites, new places, underground bunkers that would make their ballistic missile program and their atomic bomb programs immune within months. If no action was taken now, no action could be taken in the future.
Clearly, the prime minister was warning against the Iranian regime and their ability to use not only these proxies, but also their missile program to threaten U.S. forces and allies across the region. And overnight, 2 Iranian drones slamming into the U.S. embassy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, another indication of the threat that Iran poses against Gulf countries like Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, the UAE, and Qatar. Vice President J.D. Vance giving new updates on this operation timeline overnight.
There's just no way that Donald Trump is going to allow this country to get into a multi-year conflict with no clear end in sight and no clear objective. He's defined that objective as Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon and has to commit long-term to never trying to rebuild their nuclear capability.
A senior Israeli official tells Fox News that 1,000 enemy combatants have been killed since this joint Israeli-U.S. operation began. Maria?
Trey, how does it feel on the ground there in Tel Aviv in terms of the backdrop and everyday life?
It's tense on the ground. Israeli civilians are in and out of bomb shelters. There are 10 million people.
I mean, I gotta talk to my family. People don't understand. Like, it's actually God blessed to be, you know, so fucking positively fucking so one-directionally up. So I kind of need to calm myself down when times are like this, and I want to talk to my loved ones. Some people will not be like, oh, it's cool to talk to loved ones. It's good to talk to mom and dad. It's good to talk to loved ones.
All right, Trey, we'll be watching your work. Thanks very much. Stay safe, Trey Yingst. Joining me now is Iranian-American journalist Masi, thanks very much for being here this morning.
Right, I'm trying to get out of this fucking Nvidia put for 2-point-something K, but I'm just waiting. Maybe I'm just being greedy. Maybe I should just be done. Today's Tuesday. Market already went down $7-8. I'm greedy as a bastard. I'm a greedy goblin right now. I want 176 so bad. I'm a motherfucking gremlin right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like a little medieval gremlin. And please don't labubu me, market. Please don't labubu me, market. Time is 10:30. This shit is crazy. I love life. This shit is crazy. I took so much out of my account while I was going up, and I still kept going up. Like, what the fuck? Big candle coming. Let's see. Well, what a bearish day. That candle was so abnormal, right? And then they let that shit out and then turn normal. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. I think the bears are still here, to be honest, but I mean, let's see if it cycles here and bounces and cycle confirms to go higher here off this big spike candle. But for right now, this is a trend direction is south, and a big spike candle came at the low of the day.
Great pleasure to welcome back my good friend General Keith Kellogg, former U.S. Special Envoy for Ukraine, co-chair of the AFPI Center for American Security.
89 people here today, folks. Thank you so much for being here. We have the president coming live at one hour. Please hit the like and
the crap out of Iran.
Please hit the like because everyone here are OG people.
Quote unquote, is yet to come.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Can you
the
enlighten
core,
us on
the
big
OG.
wave?
Man,
Well,
I'm
Laura,
scared
good to be
because,
with
you
you.
know,
Thanks
I
for
don't
having
want
me. Look,
some
when you
people
look at
from
the
this
last
90
3
to
days,
leave in
I
the
don't know
future too,
how
but
much
like,
better you
yeah,
can make it. The
it's
fact of the
always been
matter
like
is,
this, you know
with
what I
our
mean?
great
People
men
come
and
and
women
go,
in
that's true,
uniform
but you know what I'm
doing
saying?
they've
Like,
done, and it just shows
I can't
the
describe,
preeminent
you know what I'm
role
saying?
that
Because,
our
like,
leadership,
the
meaning the
life
president, our
and
secretary,
trading
and our chairman of the Joint Chiefs
psychology
of
of
Staff have.
the
But
stress
look at
is
the
so
equipment that
fucking
we've used.
hard that
The Lucas unmanned systems
I
for the
honestly
first
think
time,
that at some
the
point people, you know,
F-22,
try to take a
the
break where some
F-35,
people are like, oh,
the
this is not for
B-1,
me, or
the
people are like, oh, I
B-2,
don't do
the
this
Patriot.
anymore. But like,
No other
it
nation in
takes
the world can do that.
fucking
Our equipment is
guts,
unmatched.
it
Our
takes
people are unmatched.
pure
And we're
fucking
proving
work
that
and
on the
pure
battlefield. And it's
dedication
just
to fucking
amazing to
actually
me
work
to see the
through that
results from that. The reason you haven't heard from
little
the
talk
Russians or
of
the Chinese,
dismotivation, you
I
know,
think they're kind of
just,
saying,
yeah,
we
to
can't
be
match
the,
up.
I
Thank
guess,
you very much.
I don't want to
We're
say the
sliding over
minority,
from
but like, if you
Iran,
think about
and
it,
they're
in a
just trying to back
population
away
of,
from it.
let's
And the
say,
real
quote unquote,
person's going to be
there's
the real
50,000
country
cows or
that I think is
50,000,
hurt by
50
this is
million.
China.
You know
Because
what I
the
mean?
majority of their oil
If
is
you play
coming,
out the
it's 20% of
simulations,
their oil
then
is going to be coming from
hypothetically
Iran.
it would be
So from
75%
Carg
of
Island
the
to the
people
Straits
would
of
be doing,
Hormuz
you know,
to
easy.
China,
That's what
and
I'm trying to
that's no
say.
longer going
So
to be there. When you take
I don't
Venezuelan
mean
oil,
any
that's
disrespect
off the
or blah blah
market,
blah, but
and
all
the
I do
Chinese
mean
and
is,
the Iranian oil that's off the market.
yeah,
You can buy
respect.
ours.
That's what
You
I'm
can
trying
buy
to say. I just
Saudis.
saw someone
We'll
say
help you out.
respect in
It's
chat.
going
I
to
don't
come
even know
at
what he
a
said.
premium to you.
Jeff, you
So
scream so
it's
loud.
a real
That's why
kudos to
my
what the
respect.
president has done.
Huh?
And you're absolutely right.
Nah, but yeah,
He has
that's what it
reset
is. I respect.
the stage, not just of the Middle East.
I respect.
He's reset the stage for the world.
I know for a fact, no
It's
matter the
almost,
candles, no matter what the
unimaginable,
fuck,
Keith,
no matter
and,
the, you
thank you
know,
for saying that.
boredom, the stress, the
I want to give a
struggle,
kudo,
there's
and I
actually
haven't
90
spoken
people
to him in
out
a
there
while.
out
I'm
of the
kind of afraid
130
to.
or
But I want to
140
give
or
a kudo to my
120,
friend John
150,
Ratcliffe,
whatever it
who's
used to
now
be, you
running
know,
the CIA.
that is actually trying
I
to
think the CIA
educate and
plus
learn
the
for
Mossad,
themselves.
Israeli Mossad,
What the market
we're
doing,
heavily
you know what I mean?
into
What they're
Iran's
creating, what they're
knickers,
cycling,
if you
because
will,
yeah, this
and
is something
figuring
that
out
is
the
so
right
much
timing,
deeper
when to
and
bomb,
so
when to
much.
take out, you know, the 40
As a
people,
human
the
being,
41
honestly,
people, now the
I don't think,
49 people
you
of
know,
leadership.
someone is in
That has
tuned
to be
to things like this. I don't
and
think
we
if
knew
anyone
there
has
were
a
meetings
systematic,
there. I mean, the
mechanical
role of
approach to the market,
intelligence is so
I
important.
don't think they can be
Unlike
unbiased. But
some
that's just my
episodes in
personal
the
opinion.
past,
But like,
Keith, our
this, what
intelligence
we're seeing,
in this
is
was
for
spot
sure
on, okay?
not
Actually, I think it's
something
been
that has
spot on
just
for
started.
well over a year.
Right, what we're seeing is
You know,
something
back
that's
in,
actually
we
been
had the
there,
first attacks on
cycling,
Iran.
market
But
cycling
intel
for
is really crucial
50
to this
years,
operation,
60
is it
years,
not?
80 years, couple of long
Yeah, it
time.
is, and I think it's great credit to John Radcliffe and his team at the CIA and what they've done, the DIA and the rest of the team
Time is
that's out there.
10:38.
And when you look at the leadership, you're going to have a hard time finding anybody that wants to take charge in Iran right now because they know
they're going to go. I don't know how much they want to go. They could go a little bit lower, but I think 176.5 today, 175 today, 0.5, 175.4 is in reach, but
taking their leadership apart
could easily
from
not.
day 1 to day 2 to day 3.
A lot of
and it's going
bears
to reach
here.
a point where there's going to be nobody in charge, which is good. The secular state is gone, and the president was so right about the
the Iranian people taking charge of their government. I think you're going to see that.
No
And when that
idea.
happens, you're going
About
to see a change Mideast.
Really looked like it
You're
was
gonna
Vada though in that candle.
change the world as well.
It really looked like it was Vada on that candle.
You're going to see probably the
Now
Saudis
look,
join it as well.
QQQ is testing
You can't give enough
595
credit
right
what
after it went
President
below
Trump has done.
595
I mean, he
to
really has
591,
done
and we're
an
at
enormous
595
thing
basically.
in leadership, in his direction,
the average of where
in
we
his
were,
goals.
595
He's wanted to do this since Trump won, and he was prevented from doing so by a lot of people.
SPX gap
He's
filled.
now fulfilled his desire. Where he wanted to go, from getting out of JPOA to terminating the Iran nuclear state that they wanted.
NVIDIA could bear trap severely here. It looks like they're trying to, but I mean, they could still be bearish and then do it at the end of the day or tomorrow too. Still, that's what I think on NVIDIA. So if NVIDIA is still bearish, the market is not going to bounce here. But if I mean, I guess I could be wrong too, but I feel like that's the only reason why the market really not bouncing right now. It's like reloading for some sort of cycle up here, maybe go a little bit higher. But look at this shit; it's looking weird as fuck.
For the
NVIDIA's
last 3 days.
looking weird as fuck.
What do you make of that? How feasible is that? I just listened to you, and I think, you know, if it were me, let's let the people of Iran seize the moment and retake their own freedom. Okay, it's a great message too. But the other message that President Trump is saying is, go ahead, throw down your arms, and we will give you immunity. But if you don't, you'll be dead because of our bombing. How feasible is that?
I think it is very feasible. I think he's given them a way out. He's basically said to them, after the leadership is gone, stop oppressing your people. Go somewhere else, do something different out there. They tried to do it, but they did it badly in Iraq with General Order Number 2, when they disbanded the Iraqi army, let them go home and take their weapons, you had an insurgency. He's taken another way out by telling them to stand down. You've got an honorable way out of this. And I think it's a great psychological move by the President of the United States. And the people, it's up to the people of Iran right now to take charge of their future. And I think they'll do it.
Who's running the place? This guy, Tarzani, is that his name? He's a thug. He's an assassin. He's the leader of the security state. People say he's in charge. He's the guy who basically was running the operation and killed about 35,000 Iranian civilian dissidents. Is he running that place? Or what happens when they don't have anybody running it?
Well, that's what we've done. We've systematically taken apart their leadership. You see it right now. I don't care if it's Smith or Jones. The fact is, I don't think anybody wants to take charge. They probably want to get out of the country, which is good. But that causes some problems. Here's part of the problem right now. You don't know really who you're dealing with anymore because nobody's really taken charge to do that. And you're going down the chain of command, which is fine, and eliminating these people. And you turn over the people and say, you make your decisions. And I think the president was with a pretty good psychological move of lay down your weapons, don't oppress your people, just call it a day and go home. So I think it's a good move.
No, of course it is. But the other point is, I mean, I don't think there's a timetable here. But the idea, no forever war. The president has suggested 4 to 5 weeks. War Secretary Hegseth kind of did, but didn't want to emphasize very much that. In other words, we're going to do what it takes. What's the benchmark that says we've done what it takes? How would you assess, General Keith Kellogg, the benchmark that says, okay, we've done what we need to do. We have destroyed the evil Iranian empire and terrorist state?
Well, the way it's going right now, I'm sure they're ahead of schedule. And I have not seen the target list, but let's just use one example. There is no Navy left of the Iranian Navy. It's all at the bottom of the Persian Gulf. They've sunk it all. That's gone.
I'm such a greedy bastard.
Oh my gosh.
P_IV requested to join.
You find
if you
out
can
where
say who you are,
where the enriched uranium is, and they're going to keep going.
Let us know.
And I'm sure Dan King, the great chairman, and the great Czech war out there, they've got a plan, they've got a schedule, they're following it. I think it'll end up sooner rather than later. But what I liked about what the president has done, he hasn't really put a time limit on it, maybe 30 days. I think it's going to happen faster than that. It may not happen tomorrow or the next day, but I think they're ahead of schedule. I don't know, but it seems to be they are. They're sure.
Someone said same.
We really haven't lost anything other than those great young men we lost. Those 4 soldiers we lost in the F-15s that were shot down by the Kuwaitis inadvertently.
Yeah.
But when you look at what we're doing to them, it's absolutely incredible. It just shows the power of the United States.
Yes, sir. the power of the
It's
United
actually a
States
fucking problem.
and the
Greedy
courage
bastard.
of its commander-in-chief.
I should have been done off the
General
market
Keith
open, to
Kellogg,
be
good to
honest
see
with
you,
you,
my
with a
friend.
couple
Thanks for
$100.
coming
So
on.
I was
We
like, nah, fuck
appreciate
it.
Thanks, Larry.
Oh my god. I mean, I'm about to fucking. Shit, I'm about to hit 1K, fucking 1.2K again for the day. Like, this shit is stupid. February 6th, bump. February 27th, bump. March 20, March 2nd, bump. March 3rd, bump. Like, bro. The video. Yeah, this has to be watching the 5-minute, basically. On days like this, when 1 minute coming in choppy, it's making some sort of a channel out, doesn't the 1 minute candle usually, but on the 5-minute. Like that. Or the 15-minute, probably better to see. Like that. Massive moves happening with massive, massive volume. Massive, massive volume. Go front. It's still looking dog shit terrible for NVIDIA. I go front. I go front.
Barry Knapp is here around the table, called the table with us. He's Ironside's macroeconomics managing partner. And Joe made a reference to this earlier, Barry, welcome, that sometimes it takes a day. So is it a delayed kind of settling in of reality, or do you think the new facts, the targeting of the Gulf, what's going on with oil prices, are those enough to kind of go from a sort of shrugging this off yesterday afternoon to now being down significantly?
I'm a greedy bastard.
To be
now
sure,
I'm up 1K plus. Fuck.
Europe and
Greedy as fuck.
Asia have a much bigger problem with energy than we do, and you could see that. You know, Korean equities, Japanese equities got absolutely hammered last night.
Set up.
Japanese autos, in particular, led the weakness in the Nikkei, and they're all short energy.
Exactly.
It's sort of a key thing. I responded to one of Sarah's tweets last night about the dollar being a safe haven. I said, well, the real issue is the dollar is now a petrocurrency, right? So we were short energy, the biggest energy importers until the shale boom a decade ago. And so there used to be this decided negative correlation between the dollar and oil. And it acted as a little bit of a check for everyone else in the world. The dollar would go down when oil prices went up. That's no longer the case.
Man,
oil
I don't know what the
prices go up. So that exacerbates the problem.
Being so
for
fucking
the
greedy
big
now.
oil
Now they're
importers.
actually going
Because,
lower.
I mean, oil is priced in dollars. So if the dollar's going up at the same time the price of oil or nat gas is going up, then that makes the cost even more prohibitive for Japan, for Korea, for all of Europe. And so when you see the spike in gas oil prices and natural gas prices in Europe, they have a big problem.
When the dollar and oil go up together now.
Yo, fuck, I had one DT from the fucking top 180 today on the video. I left so fucking early too, but it's fine.
So much like the Canadian dollar used to go up when oil prices went up, or the Norwegian krone went up when oil prices went up because they're long energy. That's what flipped the correlation.
And look, we're up $1 again today. We're at 99 on the dollar, and this thing's moving around like a yo-yo. And so when that happens, is that also just putting pressure across the global markets?
Well, it is for Asia and Europe. It shouldn't be as big a problem for us, but it's a problem. It's a problem in as much as we already had this K-shaped economy, and you and I have talked about this numerous times about how the Fed eased primarily using their balance sheet and then tightened primarily using rate policy. So that left a situation where policy is at least 50 basis points too tight for small banks, small businesses, households that don't own assets, and at least 50 basis points, 50 to 75, too loose for long-term fixed-rate borrowers. So that's the whole K-shaped economy that the Fed's caused. The reaction to a spike in energy prices should actually be to cut rates, not ease
I love the
rates.
iPhone
This isn't
17,
an inflation problem.
whatever phone
as
this
that.
is.
This is a supply shock.
Without a case.
Well, a supply shock
So
when
slim.
government spending growth has slowed from 11 to 2, and money supply growth is well below its long-term median, is actually going to hurt demand way more than it's going to cause
an inflationary spiral. And if you think about that demand story, this is what I wrote about last week. There's a big resetting in this idea that growth is going to run hot. When you look at actually consumption of goods, during the course of 25, they slowed from 5% growth to 0. Services consumption went from 3.5 to 1.7. Right. So we did have a decided slowdown in consumption, notwithstanding all the GDP numbers, which are distorted by trade, front running, and all. So you already had a slowdown. And then if you do have a significant sustainable increase in gasoline prices, electricity prices, then you get more of a slowdown. So this is far more of a
hella
just like
fucking
the
squeezy candles are today. So much volume. That is why on the higher time frame, on the 30-minute and the 1 hour, you can't really see it on the 1 minute. There is so much fucking volume. There was so much volume yesterday. There was so much volume today.
No, he's a rate
It's
cutter.
growing and growing.
Yeah, there definitely are, but part of my scenario that we were going to have stronger growth this year driven by capital investment included the Fed cutting another 50 basis points to create a steep enough yield curve for small banks so they can start lending again, lend to small real estate developers.
I think they're going to do one more lower with NVIDIA, and then maybe bulls come back.
How about Warsh?
Well, Warsh is all in on this. So the Warsh-Besant plan is so spot on, and it's that the idea is first you have to steepen the yield curve. You need to cut to at least 3. Then you need to implement Bowman's bank deregulatory plan. And she's been spelling that out decidedly. And then you can start shrinking.
The RSI is
that
reloaded
$3
on
trillion
SPY
of
to
reserves
neutral
that just sit on
territory now.
bank balance sheets or sit on the Fed's balance sheet actually and don't do anything. You can start reducing that, pushing that money out into the economy.
Look at the volume right now. It's fucking insane.
Any of the Biden appointees, Barr,
so big.
Presumably Jefferson and Cook
we
are
haven't
against
seen
this.
in
And then
days.
there's a group of regional vice presidents that are dead set against this too.
We haven't seen this in months.
You buy the whole privatizing.
We have not seen this volume since.
You do.
Because when we have not seen this volume ever.
Like a lot of government jobs are
so much volume today. Today is the
bad?
most critical day.
How many private sector jobs did
volume is insane today. People do not understand. They don't understand the massive fucking volume today. It's growing and growing. Today is the biggest fucking volume since the last 3 days. I can't say this shit enough.
Was running 1% higher.
Who pays that? Do private sector jobs
Crimson
pay the
said
government?
PIV, that's me. All right, yeah, I got you.
So if one private sector job is better probably than you need 10 of them to pay them.
It's sort of obvious from a productivity perspective.
I know, but not,
right?
It's not obvious to an entire half of the country.
Okay, Joe, but I don't know. I always tell people, go to the Department of Motor Vehicles and then tell me the government's more efficient, right? Like, you probably have to go to Springfield like I used to have to go to.
Yeah, there's a new one that they're trying. You can make an appointment. I've run into some people that sort of feel your pain.
When I go to Avon by Beaver Creek, it's done in 30 seconds.
You had Edwards, Colorado, my friend, the great skier, the new one, Breezy, right? Was Breezy who?
No, Breezy's from Jackson. Michaela's from Edwards.
Michaela,
right?
Came back, which is that's like 5 minutes from your house.
Lindsay's dad's my next door neighbor, actually.
You're kidding.
She's back in Park City.
All right, they say we got to go.
Can I sneak in a wonky thing before you go real quick? Because I'm on board with everything you say, but then why is the 10-year at 4.1? Shouldn't it be lower than that if what you're saying is that this is a deflationary shock?
The reaction in 10s are curious because the move is being completely driven by real rates. And it's not being driven by the inflation component, inflation break-evens. So I would assume that's some idea that, well, maybe foreigners will have to sell to pay their gas bills or something goofy like that. But it had a big move in through last week, which was pointing to this disappointing growth outlook. So now you've got a retracement of that. But I doubt very much if 10s will keep going up because this is a hit to growth. And so I think you've just got some flow issues.
Sell to pay the gas bill. That's interesting. I know you're not saying that crazier things have happened.
Yeah, I mean, global flows, but global flows are a big issue because if we are successful in shrinking our trade deficit, as I expect we will be, like Nixon was in the 70s, Nixon and then so on and so forth. Anyway, that will reduce demand for treasuries over time.
Yes.
And that's sort of this underlying issue that no one's talking about. They're focused on trade, but not capital flows. And the capital flows are going to be massively impacted
slow-mo as fuck today,
by
market
this whole
candle.
reordering of global
Here's the volume. Candles are coming in spiky a little bit here and there, but the way it's painting a picture. The president is coming live in 40 minutes. 45 probably.
Tell me. David Strzelecki's with me, CEO of Sound Planning.
Barry Knapp is here. To react to the Iran attacks, let's bring in Joe Amato, the president and chief investment officer at Neuberger Berman, with $563 billion
oil prices
in assets
and
under management.
gases are
Welcome
high.
to you.
Inflation will be
I guess you were
high.
on here last summer also when there was, there were strikes against Iran and things going on. So the second day
it's a serious
where
time.
we see continued upward
My
pressure
nerves
on
are a
oil
little bit
and
up,
natural gas
so
prices. Is that why you think
to
stocks are
watch
under
a
almost more pressure today than yesterday?
Seems like today's reaction was what maybe we might have thought yesterday was going to be, and I think the question remains how extended this situation is, right? The main transmission mechanism for violence and geopolitical issues in the Middle East is energy prices, and 20% of the world energy market flows through the Strait, so that's something we're watching very closely.
It's only watching knock-on effects where because Korea are big importers of oil, they are really susceptible to these shocks. Their markets had run up wildly, especially Korea's. Now they're selling off. They actually were big owners of U.S. tech assets in part because of this whole AI thing. So maybe there's a little bit of that unraveling and unwinding going on there. I don't know if it's an overreaction or how you would think about it.
If you are someone that is new and you are just here to
risk premium goes up when you're going through situations like this. We think it will be short-lived.
If you are inactive,
it's still uncertain.
if you do not use the WhatsApp group, and you were not someone that was here using YouTube for a while,
we did come into the year with the global economy and the U.S. economy in particular
don't feel bad about that. But you are
sound, and the growth
the 27th person that has joined and immediately has requested to join the alert room. I understand that people don't understand what things are.
This is clearly an issue that we've got to deal with in the short term.
Online, inflationary or deflationary?
Numerous times before you came.
I think it depends on the duration.
Don't feel any bad about that, but
prices will be inflationary to a certain extent, right? Every $10 increase in the price of oil is a 25-cent increase.
WhatsApp group only for active members
as
only.
It works through the system.
I'm talking about
the
the main chat.
Occurs, the higher inflation will be, but we think it will still be very modest.
Yeah, I mean, that may be the case.
And the alert room only for people that are actually interested.
It's ever more complicated.
You should DM me before anything.
We
should not just join it.
Process. But if you're walking in with a president who obviously wants lower rates, but you're
that
looking
makes
at
no
this
sense.
set of facts, it's a
know.
difficult situation, I'd imagine.
Who I am. Cross currents going on for sure. Certainly in the bond market, and we're seeing that because there's sort of confusing action to a certain degree in the bond market. If this is an extended conflict, then the costs of that associated, with the U.S. will potentially put pressure on the long end of the curve. But the shorter the duration, I think the markets move back to where they were moving into the conflict.
Does that mean that private credit concerns kind of come back to the fore? Because it wasn't like you said, we had some solid foundation, some good news, but it wasn't all roses.
I'm bored.
We've had the Mag 7 stumbling, the broadening out, energy and all these different, asset classes that were doing much better. But then we had this whole private credit concern, private equity, what's going on with the exposure to software. So I don't know even if this were to take a backseat, if we're talking about Blackstone, I don't know if those concerns kind of come back to the fore.
Yeah, I think if you look at the economic conditions we see, it doesn't suggest that there's going to be a broad credit default cycle. That's, I think, the most important thing that you've got to be concerned about in the context of credit. We don't see those conditions. There's certainly going to be idiosyncratic credit situations. Inevitably, there are in every environment, good economic environment, bad economic environment. But the broad conditions right now, I think, are pretty sound for credit.
Even with, you look at the high yield indices and certainly some of the lower quality, parts that they don't look so good. So. Well,
I think they're reflecting some of the anxiety that exists, that you've seen some of these situations. but broadly, we don't see the conditions that would suggest a big default cycle.
Yeah, so if there's not a big default cycle, if the issue in Iran is over relatively quickly, then it sounds like you would say, it's own equities, and own risk assets, and kind of full speed ahead.
We've been overweight equities, right, because of the conditions that I referenced earlier, which is this better global economy picking up nominal growth rate over the course of 2026 and strong earnings. So I still think those are the drivers. Now we'll still see this AI disruption working its way through, and all of us trying to understand which segments of the economy and which individual companies are most affected by that. I think we're going to come back to that as probably the most important longer-term driver of how individual stocks and sectors will perform.
Give me some targets.
You don't do that, do you?
We don't do that. No, we're not the sell side, Joe.
What would make you happy this year?
Soxel got a beating today.
Well, I think our expectation is that you're going to see earnings in the U.S. 12% grow in the low double digits.
So the multiple stays where it is, or
I think the multiple stays.
Actually, sorry, it's down 17%. Fuck my sake. I missed out on so much. SOXL. I think I missed out on fucking Koryu.
If you get just the earnings driving that economic performance and the market performance, I think it'll be
I for sure didn't miss out on a lot of things.
But more importantly, I think there's this broadening out theme. Right, the things that have been working over the course of the last couple of years, we think the rotation will occur. So think value, think small cap, mid cap, some of the things that as the economic dispersion improves, you'll get better performance in those segments.
Man, I would really love a King Keno. It's the bull's case for the AI. It says AI bull cases.
For this Iran war in the Middle East conflict, your thoughts?
I mean, well, we're seeing the market right now pull back. It had room to pull back. Everything has run really well. It's been strong. And, now we're seeing some of the hiccups and the volatility of a changing world order. And so I think one of the places that we should probably be paying attention to is even looking at silver right now. It's down 10% on the day. What happens typically in
matter of fact, Crimson, it looks like the only post you ever posted was, "Can I join the WhatsApp group?" So
the midst of war is that people buy gold, they buy silver. Sovereigns have been doing this in very significant ways. ISO has ultimately made it available for banks to be owning this as a tier 1 asset. I think this is an incredible opportunity for those that are paying attention. And so
I'm going to remove
to your point, I think that
no disrespect, but it's your first day here. I thought you were here for a couple of days, so no disrespect, but we'll figure it out later. You ain't the first one, though. Trust you.
That this war is going to be settled out pretty quickly. Could we have conflicts in the straits and with some of the transport of oil? Yes. Let's own oil. Let's be pro-U.S. Drill baby drill is going to happen here. And so I'd be focusing on U.S.-based stocks.
So there are buying opportunities, in your opinion. I mean, if this goes 4 or 5 weeks and it's going,
top rookie trading, though, you should request to join because you've actually been here for a couple of days. I saw you when I was reviewing the video yesterday. At the end of the video, you were like, "Hey, can I get an invite?" But just request to join and just I guess I'll know. Just change your WhatsApp group to your name first of all, like top rookie or something like that, so people can know. And then, so I can find out, and then I'll just send you the link.
Schedule according to the president. How would you sort of navigate through this?
I mean, I think that people should be also raising some cash right now, if I could just be honest. There could be some challenges ahead of us as the consumer's getting weaker right now. I mean, when we see Walmart and Target and everyone else selling more because everyone's pulling back a little bit on what they're spending, they're making better decisions. I think that there's room right now for things to go a little bit lower. And so the buying opportunities that I recognize are metal miners, are silver and gold, specifically when we see big sell-offs today. One of the big things underlying...
I asked that to a prior guest about gold selling off today. Said 5,100 had been at 5,400. They said it's today a buying opportunity. You think so?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
In fact, if you even look at the COMEX flows right now, since October, 50% of all COMEX assets have been drained out of the reserve. So we're literally within like a month or two of actually having zero silver in the futures markets to be able to leverage ounces against. This is an underlying fact that very few people are following right now. Nothing structurally has changed. This is an absolute gift and sale right now. And so I'm a buyer literally today.
Let's talk about AI and the blockchain. We haven't talked enough about that in the last 48 hours because we've been so focused on oil and other things pertaining to Iran. What's going on with AI and blockchain for those people who love tech?
Okay, so for those that love tech, AI and blockchain are merging. They're getting married. They're creating more efficient systems and ways of doing
really
business.
Oversold, Mac.
Ultimately getting things into the real world at a more efficient rate. Like, I can tell you so many different applications right now of how to bring down the consumer costs at the grocery store, how to bring down the efficiencies and you know, just exchanging cash with you. Use Zelle, Apple Pay as an example. And so what we're recognizing right now is that as AI gets more integrated into our lives, maybe it becomes our personal assistant, helps us to get that dental you know, visit in at the right time.
AI,
That's right. So that's Web 3.0, that goes to Web 4.0, and so on and so forth.
How do we make money on this? What do we buy?
Okay, so what you're going to be buying right now are organizations like Ethereum. You're going to be buying 7. I think everyone's expecting a slightly different financial system coming. And so the answer to that is it's going to be stable coins, it's going to be cross-border transfers, it's going to be more efficient ways of doing things. And so a lot of these companies are not necessarily money, like Ethereum isn't money, it's the actual functionality of real-world integration. And how it makes your life easier.
Right, the chain of point A, point B, I don't know, the communication story.
Absolutely.
So whether some companies survive and some don't, that's not the story for Ethereum. It's getting everything across in that communication. Notable non-mention, you mentioned XRP, you mentioned Ethereum, notable non-mention was Bitcoin.
Well, okay, so here's the deal. I'd love to own Bitcoin, okay? I believe in Bitcoin, but if I'm looking at where the greatest upside is,
was oversold
Bitcoin at 167 versus Ethereum at 135 right now, I'm buying Ethereum at, or I'm sorry, or
67.
XRP.
Wait,
XRP is at 145.
Bitcoin's at 67,000. Is that what you meant? Okay.
And XRP is at 145. And so the point is there's much higher upside, in my opinion, in the short term for Ripple as the integration gets out there. I think that Bitcoin could go down if we see the NASDAQ dip, but the integration play is going to be the XRP, Ripple, and Ethereum.
People are worried about the financials. I mean, they've been beaten down lately. Private credit's a big story and worry, a lot of concerns there. Is it legitimate? What's really going on?
Wow.
Liquidity is drying up. Every small and medium-sized business right now is looking for liquidity. Where is it? Where do you go? What do you do? And so interest rates are very high right now. Well, let's just look at rate cycles, because interest rates went up. Every good CFO got the most amount of debt possible in 2020, 21, and 22. Those were on 5-year terms, and so that started being renewed in 2025. The biggest refinancing cycles happening in 2026 and then 2027. If we don't get interest rates lower, it hamstrings small and mid caps very specifically, because they don't have the same leveraging power as the big guys do, sitting on huge, cash reserves and lots on the sidelines. So they need CapEx.
Wasn't everybody just running to private equity rather than running to the banks anyway?
I mean, yes, and so, but it's limited. The banks have the ability to leverage in more significant ways. And so ultimately, we're seeing credit get a little icy here. Interest rates are very high, and they've got to refinance these things, specifically even in real estate right now. And real estate is a concern for me in 2026.
I wanted to check the aerospace and defense stocks. I didn't look at those yet today. Well, I see Lockheed Martin off the highs, but it's down 2%, but hit a new high. Northrop Grumman, I'll peek at that. What do you think about this group?
And also,
what happens when the world starts to go into war? I mean, you're going to see these organizations resupplying, reshoring. By the way, they need silver, though, just to be clear, and so it could be more expensive for them to be doing business right now, given the fact that silver is the way that we have to create those assets. I mean, just to be honest, NVIDIA, you want NVIDIA chips, you need silver. You need silver to do data centers. You need silver to do solar panels. Infrastructure, the commodities. China choked it out in January, very specifically, just going back to the silver point again, and now we've got disruption from Mexico. And so these things actually create supply constraints. And so I do believe that these organizations are going to be profitable. I think that they're going to be very relevant. We need data security as well. But you know, to the point here, things are getting more limited. It's going to be a little bit of a choppy road in front of us. I'd say have some cash, buy the dips. That's the opportunity.
Do you take your cash from XLE or some energy play? Because right now, 3 months, the XLE is up 25% almost.
I mean,
is that where you would take some cash off the table?
I'm still in those positions at this point, just because it's not been figured out. I've taken some from my more AI and Meg 7 positions, and I've allocated into some cash. And the reason for that is, of course, dry powder for moments like this. And so, I mean, when you see silver down 10% in a day when it's constrained, I'm just telling you, that is an opportunity. SIL. Great opportunity.
All right, David Strazewski, Sound Planning Group.
I'm still green.
Thank you so much for being with us, David. Always great to have you on.
Incredible purple bugs actioning on the video. NVDR
is Arkansas Congressman, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Congressman Rick Crawford. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We so appreciate it.
Thank you.
And what can you tell us in terms of where we are here? You were obviously part of the Gang of Eight briefing yesterday without giving any secrets out. What can you tell us about next steps and where this is going, sir?
Well, so yesterday was a Gang of Eight briefing that was expanded to include some other members of key committees, to include Armed Services, Foreign Affairs, and Appropriations. And so there were some questions that they got to ask that were sort of in their jurisdiction as well. So it wasn't just a Gang of Eight. It was expanded. It ended up being about a gang of 16 to 20 or so, but it was a limited group of members, and the full House will be briefed today. What I want people to understand is that those individuals that briefed us yesterday, obviously Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth, Director Ratcliffe, and Chairman Raising Cane, did a fantastic job in laying out the conditions on the ground as they are right now, what has taken place to get to that point, and what their objectives are going forward. And so there's no mystery to me, and the rest of the House will find out today.
This is the midpoint,
just where we are in greater detail. But I just find it curious that every time this president does something, it doesn't matter what it is, the Democrats come and object. I mean, they object to this action. It's just unconscionable that he would do such a thing. But almost all of them, if not all of them, voted for the exact same thing in 2011 when President Obama struck Libya. So, I mean, it's a selective application of moral outrage, and I find that just really unhelpful.
I'm about to order some sushi.
I mean, U.S. officials have confirmed that 6 American service members have given their lives following Iran's retaliation for this operation. Is it your sense that this does go on another 4 to 5 weeks?
You know, it's actually a fucking addiction.
That's what I think they are saying, but look at what they expected, probably a 4 to 5 week engagement just to
depending on how much it is. If it's like $10, $15, I think I'm
in
gonna
the
do it.
first 48 hours. And so they're making really magnificent progress on everything, every one of their objectives that they're trying to achieve with regard to hunting down the ballistic missile capability in the southern portion of the country, those short-range ballistic missiles, looking for their production facilities, looking for their munition stockpiles, all those kinds of things, degrading their Navy. Heck, I think most of their Navy, if not all of it, is at the bottom of the ocean. So they've made remarkable progress in a short span of time, and that's largely
$16 for 2 rolls. I think we already went over this shit yesterday. $16 for 2 rolls.
And Mr. Chairman, I know that we've been talking about really.
Ooh, maybe I eat some Thai food.
I've been talking about 2 paths. Right. You've got the War Powers resolution, but then you've also got a potential supplemental spending package. So I want to get your take on that, because I know that The Senate is set to vote on this war powers resolution today, which would restrict President Trump's authority over military use without congressional approval. The House is going to vote on their version on Thursday. Before we talk about that and your sense of where this goes today, given the Democrats keep digging in on it, let me get your take on the weaponry that we are using and the stockpiles that we have, because I know many of our very, very important assets are now in the field.
Should be like 13.
In the region. What are you thinking about in terms of replenishing that stockpile, in terms of ensuring that the United States has the wherewithal to produce the weapons that we need in a timely manner?
I think what we're seeing is a change in sort of culture, if you will, in the weaponry that we use, and recognizing that, you know, these really high-end precision missiles like a Tomahawk, for example, cost millions, whereas a one-way attack drone maybe costs tens of thousands. So you can see the value proposition that they bring to the table here by using those drones as opposed to Tomahawk missiles. Now, Tomahawk missiles may provide greater standoff depending on the type of strikes that you're talking about. But the fact is, you know, you can produce those drones much more quickly and much cheaper than you can really, you know, high-tech, long standoff missiles. And so you're seeing a change in the way that these types of operations are prosecuted with the types of weapons that they choose to employ. So we're going to see more of that. We're going to see more. In fact, Secretary Hegseth was just in my home state of Arkansas at one of the munitions plants there. We're starting to see more ramped up production of munitions here in the United States. That's important. And so we need to make sure that we're keeping pace, and that's what this Pentagon is trying to do. That's what this president is trying to do, is to make sure that we're prepared to defend ourselves all the time, anywhere. But you're just seeing a change in technology and the value of these drones that have been used against us, but now we're sort of turning the tables on them.
Well, I mean, given the congressional fiscal year 27 budget hearings set to begin in earnest, I mean, is there a conversation about a defense supplemental right now? We know that the president wants a $1.5 trillion defense budget for 27.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a topic of conversation, but as it applies to this particular operation, they haven't come up with a dollar figure, because what they have to do is say, okay, let's look at what we're expending over this 48-hour period and kind of try to extrapolate that over what their projected timeline is, which they really, there's not a hard and fast rubric here that says it's going to be X. But you can look at what does it take to carry on an operation like this for a period of, let's say, 48 hours or a week or whatever, and probably extrapolate out on a weekly cost scale or a monthly cost scale or something like that to be able to provide some kind of number there. And that's what they're working out right now, because I do know that they are being very forthright with certainly with a Gang of 8, and now later today the entire House. But the appropriators have that question, obviously, because they're the ones that are responsible for writing the checks. And so,
all right, I guess I'll just start.
It was a question that was brought up yesterday. They don't have the actual hard numbers yet, but they are going to make some projections and share that with our appropriators.
And
guys, let me ask, what's better, pork roll, egg, and cheese,
perhaps
or
Venezuela?
bacon, egg, and cheese?
You can talk about these cheaper versions, but when you're talking about our number one adversary, and that is China, does that create the need for those Tomahawks and much bigger arsenals that we're talking about? I mean, China's foreign minister told the Iranian counterpart, his Iranian counterpart, Beijing, quote, supports Tehran in defending itself against the strikes. China reportedly urging the United States and Israel to immediately cease military operations, avoid further escalation, and prevent the conflict from spreading. Chinese companies are still trading on U.S. exchanges, and I asked Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent about this. In fact, I ask anybody who will listen about this, why are we funding our number one adversary's plans for the military? Watch this. We've got Chinese stocks trading on U.S. exchanges. U.S. investors are buying those stocks, and that's helping China fund its military. Let's face it.
What a 3/3 bear trap, though, on SPY. Is going up and up and up. NVIDIA, too, but I mean, my shit is so outdated that I'm still green. My daily's still green. I did a bunch of shit today.
Controls for high-value security-related goods. We are talking about the capital controls in terms of, as you said, a blacklist of things that U.S. whether pension funds, endowments, investors should not be investing in to fund the Chinese military machine. So, but that'll be President Trump's decision. President Trump, Chairman Xi have a very good personal relationship, and I am confident that this will be resolved at
We need
the
the
highest
president.
level.
Roof
Mr.
evaluating
Chairman, what about
from
that?
the
I know
floor.
that you're
That's
urging
incredible.
the Treasury
30
to
minutes.
block U.S. capital from fueling the Chinese military. What can you do about it?
Well, we're going to keep pushing that message. And here, quite frankly, you've probably heard me say this before. Heck, I've probably said it on your show. I've got a real problem with U.S. funding the Chinese Communist Party through these pension funds, retirement funds, and so on. In many cases, American people don't even know that that's where their investment dollars are going. But that's, in fact, what's happening. And so what happens is everything that is in Communist China is owned by the Communist Chinese Party. So these sort of benign, innocuous companies that you're investing in, you think that that is, a good return on your investment. What you're really doing is funding the Chinese Communist Party and every aspiration they have against the United States, whether that be military, political, geopolitical, industrial, economic, you name it. That's what they're about. And so I would really prefer that our American dollars, in whatever form, don't go to fund assets that are owned by the Chinese Communist Party and targeted against the United States.
Of course, and this is obvious. Also equally obvious to me was the fact that we were buying drones from China for so many years. And I know that we have now decided we're not going to buy from DJI, but Congressman, what about all of those drones right now in our arsenal that China made? Can't they see everything that's in that drone that we can see since they made the drone?
Well, there is the potential for that, and that is why I've been, for years, been very strong advocate for, decoupling from these Chinese-made products. For example, in the freight rail industry, I've worked really, really hard to address that issue in the freight rail industry, but the drone manufacturing has moved so fast. Heck, I've got companies in my district that were engaged in this 10 years ago, but they were outpaced by the Chinese. They wanted to be able to offer these products to American farmers, but they couldn't keep pace because the technology changed so quick, and they were outfunded, and they had to go a different direction with it. So now we're reliant on these Chinese drones. We can't continue with that type of footing.
Exactly. And John Ratcliffe, when he was DNI, and also Congressman from Texas, told me very clearly the Chinese modus operandi is rob, replicate, replace.
Bacon, egg, and cheese.
So, I mean,
and
that's probably what happened to the companies in your district. They were robbed of their intellectual property. They were.
Let me call them and make sure they put the.
And that's what the CCP does. But real quick, do you believe this
I
operation
can't eat
in
no
Iran
food without
is as
hot
much
sauce
about China?
for some
and do you
reason.
think that this
It's
could
weird.
jeopardize the president's meeting with Xi Jinping at the end of March?
Well, it's a very tenuous relationship. I know that they try to characterize this as an affable relationship, and I get it, because that personally they may have an exchange that may be favorable. But broadly speaking, the Chinese Communist Party is not our friend. This attack on Iran was not an attack on China, but it most certainly is an impact on China. When you look at, for example, the Strait of Hormuz,
All right, guys,
that
I'm
was
going to
not
go
shut
get the
down
rest of my
militarily.
fries I
That's
have
shut down
in the fridge.
actuarially.
I'll
The
be
insurance
back in
companies are saying
30
we will
seconds.
not insure those ships going through the strait. That's an impact on the Chinese, and the Chinese can't call up Lloyd's of London and say, hey, rewrite your insurance. That's just not going to happen. And so that puts them a little bit behind the 8 ball in terms of the fact that 80% of their oil comes through the Strait of Hormuz.
Right. That is so brilliant. President Trump is a brilliant strategist when it comes to all of this. Real quick before you go, because of course we are on the doorstep of the first primaries of the 2026 midterm elections. Voters in Arkansas, your state, are going to go to the polls today. Obviously, the big one is Texas and the Senate race there. And a lot of people say if the Republicans lose Texas, you've lost for the midterms. What do you want to say to voters in Arkansas today? And what should we know about this primary?
Well, in Arkansas, we are locked down. Conservative state. The primary that everybody is looking at really is the Senate race in Texas. And so all I'll say is this, as an Arkansan, God bless Texas. They're important to us, and we're going to continue to see them be leadership for GOP, and that will continue.
Mr. Chairman, we appreciate your leadership. We'll be watching your work, sir. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
And all I can say is God bless America and Americans.
Welcome back. Time now for the Word on Wall Street. Top investors watching you. Money. Joining me now is Future Standard Chief Market Strategist Troy Gajewski. Also with me is Fund Strat Global Advisors Managing Director and Global Head of Technical Strategy, Mark Newton. Gentlemen, great to see you both. Thank you so much for being here this morning. And of course, the markets are lower, sharply lower, although off of the worst levels of the morning. The Dow Industrial is now tanking 748 points. It had been down better than 900 earlier. The S&P down 101 and the NASDAQ lower by 471 as oil prices spike. Troy, I want to get your thoughts on this. Brent touched $85 a barrel early this morning. It's the first time that happened since July of 2024. And now Barclays analyst is raising his Brent forecast to $100 a barrel, warning of supply disruptions through the Strait of Hormuz, which, of course, carries roughly 20% of the global oil every day. Iran repeatedly claiming that the strait is closed, vowing to attack any ship passing through. But CENTCOM reports that the strait is not closed and has sunk 11 Iranian Navy vessels so far. It still is something of a standstill. Gasoline prices are surging this morning. Qatar shut down the LNG production at the world's largest export facility following an Iranian drone attack, disrupting roughly 20% of that global supply. And the Saudis are halting operations at the largest oil refinery, Aramco, shutting its 550,000 barrel a day facility. Gas oil futures are surging while U.S. LNG exporter companies are actually rallying, like Cheniere, up 8%, and Venture Global up 16%. Your thoughts?
Yeah, so best advice we can give investors in times of uncertainty like
We have the
now
president
is not
coming
to
live in about
overreact
10, 15 minutes.
and really focus on areas of the economy or the world where you have growth at a reasonable price. And given the strong strength of the U.S. economy, you should continue to power through this relatively well, like middle market private equity, where you basically have 3 to 4 times the revenue growth rate of the Russell 2000 and approximately a 40% cheaper valuation. Now, in terms of energy specifically, Maria, I think one of the other key things to remember is the U.S. economy is far less energy intensive than it was, whether you look at the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. So there's much less of a detrimental impact when you get these short-term oil price shocks. And furthermore, as you know, due to fracking, American ingenuity, we have a much more sufficient energy base, and we're actually a net exporter of energy. So when energy spikes, it's less about a net detractor to the U.S. economy. It's more about wealth being transferred, particularly from the consumer to energy producers.
Well, Mark, I want to get your take on what these charts look like, because Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that the U.S. will be rolling out an action plan today to mitigate these rising energy prices and ease the impact on American consumers. So when you look at stocks down as much as they are, Mark, and oil up as much as it is, what do these charts say to you?
Yeah, what's interesting, Maria, is that we've seen a lot of cross-asset
cycle
volatility really
extended
pick
on the
up
bull
in recent
cycle,
weeks. I mean, it
above
hasn't
the
really
algo
been the
range.
stock market. It's really been the individual stocks that have shown all the volatility, and the indices
Trapping
have
the
literally
bears in the
just
3/3,
started to move.
2/3,
We have one of our
and
tightest
1/3 hurting
ranges
too.
in about 40 years up until the last couple of days, and now we're starting to pull back, and we look like we're going to undercut, the lows of the last month in the S&P. So, we're not yet as low as what we're seeing in Europe. Most of those indices are down about 3 to 4% today. I think it's important what Rubio said, particularly in a midterm election year. We need to get crude oil prices down. We know that the Fed officials had already started to get more hawkish, and now we've got an oil price that's nearing 80. I mean, that's certainly going to be problematic, I think, unless we get prices down sooner than later. So the administration is going to want to get this strike over, I think, as soon as possible. With regards to the S&P, I do suspect it's going to prove short-lived. Normally, during times of geopolitical tension, we do see, unusually sharp, sell-offs sometimes in the stock market. This one largely is technology and financials driven. Most of the market has actually been holding up pretty well. We know that signs of fear are rapidly on the rise. So I don't think it lasts more than a week or two max before we start to turn higher.
Mozzarella sticks are $10. That's crazy.
The degree
I'd
of what
rather
the broader
starve.
market is starting to
I
gradually
was just
show
gonna add
volatility.
something.
Yeah, because we've seen a bit of a rotation out of the growth names and into things like
I'm paying $10 for a breakfast sandwich. That's kind of
nuts. But you just mentioned financials, specifically J.P. Morgan. CEO Jamie Dimon said that the Iran conflict is unlikely to be a major inflationary hit unless the fighting becomes prolonged. He's also warning of possible higher gas prices and cyber retaliation, while expressing hope that the conflict could lead to long-term stability in the region. What about that cyber comment that he makes in terms of the potential for
no
cyber
confirmation
attacks,
rejection yet, just algo range?
Well, that's tricky. That's difficult to really quantify and how that's all going to play out. We know that, to Jamie's comment, potentially it won't be inflationary, but we need to get oil down. We can't have oil sitting at 80, moving up 6 to 7% a day and think that inflation is going to pull back. So, look, it's a tricky time, and we're seeing huge spikes in volatility across the world right now in many asset classes. I don't disagree that it's right to look to buy dips likely within a week. I do think it's going to prove short-lived, but we need to hopefully have a quick strike and see what
artificial intelligence to power
pull back from there, and hopefully asset prices will stabilize and turn higher.
All right, so buy dips when you can. Troy, you just mentioned the sectors and sort of the safety places to be. Amazon is expecting extended service outages after drone attacks caused damage to 3 major Middle East data centers, 2 in the UAE and the 3rd in Bahrain. Amazon Web Services still working to restore those facilities. Troy, what's your take on tech here? Amazon this morning down about 2%.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest challenges for investors this year, even prior to the recent military action in the Middle East, is how do you find diversification away from mega cap tech? And again, growth at a reasonable price in middle market private equity would be one of the places you could go. However, when you look at the 4 big hyperscalers, they have been taken to the woodshed to some extent with regard to the fact that there's concerns over the continued ability to spend as much as they are on data centers.
Yep.
That being said, the amount of capital they're spending for a reason, and that's to create even bigger moats around them. So we're bullish medium to long term on mega cap tech. We think a great complement to it is middle market private equity. And in times like these, again, focus on the fundamentals, don't overreact, and make sure you're making prudent decisions.
Okay, we'll be watching Troy Gayeski, Mark Newton. Great to see you both, gentlemen. Thank you. We're going to take a break and then talk with Iowa Senator Joey Ernst. Stay with us.
All right. Let's get this presidential live stream on deck. The President of the United States of America meeting the President of Germany. Trump and Merz hold a meeting. What the hell? 11:20, 11:25, 11:30. They're coming in with the Ray Kroc McDonald's arch. RS. I'm loving it. McDonald's large fries incoming with bacon, egg, and cheese with hot sauce. HOD broke on IWME. HOD retesting on IWME looks like while it's doing all this shit. Q rejected the roof. SPY rejected the roof for now. Bears are trying. 1 third, 2 third, 3 third. To where? It's my DoorDash. Still no dasher. I'm fudged. Preparing order 11:37, 11:47 on time, but nobody pick up. So I'm toast. Bears are trying 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Then 35 is here in 43 seconds. Let's smack the like button on the stream, folks. If you are here, thank you so much. We are at 50 likes. We have 100 people here. Smack the YouTube like button for the YouTube algorithm. Pretty please. As a good luck charm, smack the like button. We had one person that hit the like. Very, very tough crowd. Thank you very much. One person that I've hit the like. Now another person. Thank you very much. But yeah, if you're here watching, and you know, might as well hit the like, right? Might as well. One candle. The fuck is this flip flop? Flip flop opposite day. 9:30 candle open range 2 right now. I think that's some sort of box right here. This kinda sucks, but this is what's going on. 9:30 open range. Nvidia at 9:30 candle open range 2. So this shit is actually not a fucking joke. Perfect power. Yay, I got a dasher. My food will be here by 11:45, 11:50. Small cycles. It looks bearish. It's like 50-50 almost in the middle of the yellow box. Let's get this presidential live stream on. Let's get this food here. Oh, what a day. 11:43, 11:45. So I'll be here in 5 minutes. Yay. Food almost there. All right, let's do our first poll today, folks. Personal opinion poll, nothing else. All right, based on today, what has happened with the presidential live stream happening, based on cycles and candles, in your personal opinion, today is going to be or is into the end of the day. Bullish from here or higher, or bearish from here or lower. The day. That shit right there. Actually, we'll leave it right there since that's where we're doing it. We have 3 people voting. Bullish, higher. We have 5 people voting. Someone double voted, so that doesn't count. We have 4 people voting higher. Bullish. 4 people voted lower. Bearish, their opinion. Right, 4 to 5. 5 to 4. Food. VIX is still pretty high, spiked up. We have 1, 2, 3, 8 people voted bullish in their personal opinion. We have 1, 2, 3, 7 people voted bearish. Okay. I need food. Time is 11:40. We have 1, 2, 3 people that voted bullish. We have 1, 2. I'm not gonna count that. We have 7 people that voted bearish. Whoa. I think it might have started. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not counting the votes of anybody that vote after the candles come. I don't care. Poll closed 2 minutes ago. This is personal opinion. Poll didn't even matter anyway. Baku egg and cheese is nearby. Oh, alright, I'm about to go get my food. It's downstairs. I'm back. HOD broke, it seems like, in one candle. Someone said Chicken Little was right today. How are you Chicken Little when the vote was literally half-half? How are you Chicken Little when the vote was 5-6 and when the candle was red someone voted down and when the candle was green someone was like up? We only use terms, folks, when they mean something, right? I don't just say God did every fucking day because it's fun. I don't fucking just, say shit because it's whatever. Like, when it actually means something, right? When it's 1 person out of 20 people, when it's 1 person out of 10 people, that's when it really means something, right? So, no biggie, but yeah. Someone said all day. Said no, me and Rich said these levels 2 hours ago. Oh, I got you. I thought you were saying about the pool. I got you. I think I did see you earlier in chat. Someone saying bullish or some shit, but yeah, I got you. But off the floor today, yeah, that gap. And we're moving like 200 points today. That's fucking crazy. 150 points, not counting this spot. Like, yeah, this shit is 150 points, 110 points to itself. I thought you were saying about the pool. I gotta eat. Alright, they just bumped up at 1145 and they rejected at 1145, creating an algo range at the new roof. I'm eating, so I'm drawing all this shit with one hand. Bro, if you 4 times on one day, how big or small is your account? Because it's actually not a good thing. I'm not trying to talk shit, but this is how it was for me. It's actually not a good thing to go up exponentially like fucking nuts, because that also means sometimes that shit gets fucked. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know what I'm saying. I've done it all in my life, so I don't even fucking follow the 10%, 20% of the whole shit. Like, I really don't do that, to be honest. But I mean, I do try to 4 time crazy.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. We have a meeting with a man who's become a friend of mine, and we've known each other for a little while in some very interesting times, and we get along. Our countries get along very well. We have a great affinity for each other. And the
Oh, word, that's fire. If you 2 times your portfolio, that shit sounds normal as fuck.
Very successful man.
4 times sounds like, once in a year type of shit.
Chancellor of Germany, which is a big deal, and he's doing a very good job.
That shit
In my
sounds fire,
opinion, a great job. Very popular. And the relationship that we have in trade and everything else.
4 times in a portfolio is fucking not healthy. I don't think people realize.
And it's been very strong. We'll obviously be talking a little bit about Iran today, and he's been helping us out.
That means they started at $500 and now fucking $2,000. Like, that's not good.
As you see very well. They have
the
no
risk to
Navy,
reward me, that's fucking dog shit terrible.
They have no Air Force, has been knocked
versus
out.
a risk.
They have no air detection, that's been knocked out. Their radar has been knocked out. And just about everything's been knocked out. So we'll see how we do, but we're doing very well. We have a great military, and they're doing a fantastic job. So we'll be talking about that.
Why? Because reality says, and statistics says that it's most of the chance is not gonna fucking 4 times $500. So most of the time it's gonna 20%, 40%, 50% here and there, 70% here and there.
Office, beautiful White House. It's a special place, even from your standpoint, and you have some very special places too. And I look forward to being with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for having me here in this Oval Office for the third time now.
Yeah.
Really happy to have the opportunity to speak with you in these challenging times.
To be a Wall Street bets restart.
We are on the same page in terms of getting this terrible regime in Tehran away, and we will talk about the day after, what will happen then if they are out. We have to talk about our trade agreement, which I would like to be in place as soon as possible. And we have to talk about Ukraine. There are too many bad guys in this world, actually, and this is an issue we have to talk about because we all want to see this war coming to an end as soon as possible. But Ukraine has to preserve its territory and their security interests, and well, we will talk about that.
We will.
Looking forward to that.
Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you
for
your hospitality. Thank you for letting me spending the night in your guest house.
That's right.
Very, very
good,
comfortable place.
Hope you liked it, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, great place. And
good.
A famous place.
That's good. Very famous.
So many former presidents.
That's
there.
right.
Yeah.
Very famous place. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, did Israel force your hand to launch these strikes against Iran? Did Netanyahu pull the United States into this war?
No, I might have forced their hand. You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that. And we have great negotiators, great people that do this very successfully and have done it all their lives very successful. And based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first. And I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand. But Israel was ready and we were ready, and we've had a very, very powerful impact because virtually everything they have has been knocked out now. Their missile count is going way down. Amazingly, they're hitting countries that were, let's call them neutral, right? They lived together for a long time. I think they were surprised. I was surprised. I think and now those countries are all fighting against them and fighting strongly against them. Someday they'll write a story and they'll say why they did that, but they hit countries that had nothing to do with what's going on. They were sort of leaving.
You made it in life.
All of a sudden, they had missiles.
When you go up consistently every fucking day.
It shows you the level of
not every other
evil
day.
That we're dealing with. They'll hit people that were actually at least somewhat friendly. And
that is when to be truly happy.
Only civilian places, hotels and apartment buildings.
No matter what fucking direction.
Where it is much more appropriate, we're hitting them very hard. And the big scale hitting goes now. They no longer have air protection. They no longer have any detection facilities at all left. And so they're gonna be in for a lot of hurt. These are bad people. These are people that killed. I guess it's 35,000. It's coming out 35,000 over the last 3 weeks. Protesters, 35,000 violently killed.
At least the 50-50 shit.
So these are
every other day.
Bad people.
Getting wiped out every other day.
The leader
being
of the
good.
pack is gone. And as you know, 49 people were taken out in the
guessing
first hit.
does not
I guess
lead
there was
to
another hit
consistent
today
every single
on
day.
the new leadership, and it looks like that was
7 out of 10 days,
also.
8 out of 10 days
So
type
they're
of
getting hit
fucking
very
thing.
hard, and we'll see what happens. A lot of people are coming forward. A lot of the people you would least suspect want to quit. They want to have immunity. They're asking
There are the
for
good
immunity,
times.
and probably at some point
There
they'll
are
be
great
dropping,
times.
as you would say, laying down their guns.
Also
We'll see
bad
what
times.
happens. In the
Sometimes
meantime,
not
we're
having
just
good
continuing
times,
to
they
go
need to
forward. Our military is the number one in the world by
Acknowledge that there are
far.
bad times.
And
before
we
this
are,
good time to exist.
this is, everything's big in my book. Venezuela was big. This is big. The original hit, Midnight Hammer, was big. Everything you view is big, but it's not considered very big by
broke on the
some
video
standards,
too.
by some of our standards.
Wind direction
We have a
flipped
military
northward,
like no other military that's ever been
180.53,
built.
180.5.
Mr. President, what's the worst case scenario that you have planned for in Iran?
Well, I don't know if there's a worst case. We have them very much beaten militarily from the military standpoint. They're still lobbing some missiles. At some point, they won't even be able to do that because we're hitting all of their carriers, we're hitting all of their missile stock. You know, they built up all these missiles over the last few years. They had a lot of them. They've shot a lot of them, and we're knocking out a lot. I guess the worst case would be we do this, and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen. We don't want that to happen. That would probably be the worst. You go through this, and then in 5 years you realize you put somebody in who was no better. So I'd like to see somebody in there that's going to bring it back for the people. And we'll see what happens with the people. You know, they have their chance. And we've said, don't do it yet. If you're going to go out and protest, don't do it yet. It's very dangerous out there. A lot of bombs are being dropped. But I would say that would be about the worst.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you think?
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, you know, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody. But we have, I mean, Venezuela was so incredible because we did the attack and we kept government totally intact. And we have Delcy, who's been very good. We have the whole chain of command, and they've been, you know, the relationship's been great. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil already, and a big part of that goes to them, and a big part goes to us. And it's been great. We paid for the war many times over, and we're going to be running the oil. And Venezuela is going to make more money than they ever made, and that's great for the people. The relationship has been great. It's been seamless. Nobody's actually ever seen anything like it. If you look at Iraq, where very stupidly everybody was fired, the generals were fired, the military was fired, the police were fired, the fire departments were fired, and all of the government workers were fired. So after, you know, people would call, they had no idea. And by the way, ISIS was formed. That's where ISIS came from, all of the fired people. We don't believe in that. So we'll see what happens, but first we have to finish off the military.
Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, is he an option at all in your mind?
I guess he is. Some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that. It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be more appropriate. I've said that. He looks like a very nice person, but it would seem to me that somebody that's there, that's currently popular, if there's such a person. But we have people like that. We have people that were more moderate. You know, these were radical lunatics, and you know what they get? They get nothing. All they do is kill people.
Mr. President, what exactly was the imminent threat, Mr. President?
Not your turn. Not your turn, please.
Mr. President, are you going to take the heat off the Europeans to potentially help you? Mark Rutte called on the allies to also help you.
What does that mean?
Well, you have to ask Mark Rutte. He said not as part of NATO, but to be helpful to you in this.
Well, some of the European nations have been helpful, and some haven't. And I'm, you know, very surprised. Germany's been great. He's been terrific. Others have been very good.
595 tested.
The head of NATO, Mark, is fantastic.
599 IWM.
I think he's fantastic. But some of the European, like Spain, has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all, it started when every European nation, at my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing. And everybody was enthusiastic about it, Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases, and that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it, but we don't have to. But they were unfriendly. And so I told them we don't want to. Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. They have great people, but they don't have great leadership.
Looks
and
like,
as you know, they were the only country that in NATO would not agree to go up to 5%.
From the top pretty quick here.
They wouldn't agree to go up to anything. They wanted to keep it at 2%, and they don't pay the 2%. So we're going to cut off all trade with Spain. We don't want anything to do with Spain. is the expectation towards? And I'm not. By the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease. Okay, he made it for whatever reason. He made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him, and it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
Mr. President, what's your expectations towards Germany? What can Germany do and what should Germany do to help you in this conflict?
Well, I think they're doing it. I mean, they're letting us land in certain areas, and that's, we appreciate it. And they're just making it comfortable. We're not asking them to put boots on the ground or anything. I mean, we're just they're a respected country. I have a very good relationship with the country. We have, in particular, now with this leader, with this new leader. I think he's an excellent leader. I had my differences with Angela. I said, you're hurting your country with immigration and you're hurting your country with energy. And we have a man sitting on my right that is, I think, pretty much the opposite of her on energy and the opposite on immigration. And I think he's doing very well.
Commercial air travel right now is severely restricted in the Middle East, and thousands of Americans are stranded. Why wasn't there an evacuation plan, and will you send planes to get people out?
Well, because it happened all very quickly. We thought,
Angela.
I thought maybe more so than most, I could ask Marco, but I thought we were going to have a situation where we were going to be attacked. They were getting ready to attack Israel. They were getting ready to attack others. You're seeing that right now. And a lot of those missiles that are hitting in, those are stationary. Those were aimed there for a long period of time at these other countries. So I think I was right about that. We attacked first. And if we didn't, it could have been, you know, look, we're really decimating them. They're being decimated. And if we didn't, and by the way, we have massive amounts of ammunition. We have the high end. A lot of it was given away stupidly by Biden, very stupidly for free. And I'm all for Ukraine, but they gave away a lot. As you know, when I give away ammunition, everybody pays for it. The European Union's paying for it. Then they can do what they want with it, but they are giving it, let's say, to Ukraine. And it's okay. But we gave away a lot of high end, but we have plenty. But we have unlimited middle and upper ammunition, which is really what we're using in this war. And we have really an unlimited supply. We also have a lot of the very high end stored in different countries throughout the world. We're literally storing it there, which is actually something that I insisted on in my first term. I rebuilt the military in my first term. The military is great.
The greatest.
Unbelievable amount of ammunition, or munitions, as they say, we're giving away to. You know, the Wall Street Journal incorrectly covered the story when they said that it was given away to the Middle East. Not that the Middle East was given away to Ukraine. Very little was given to the Middle East. The Middle East would buy a lot, and some of the nations, because they're rich, they have a lot, but it was given away to Ukraine. And it just should have been done. Look, it's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, that war would have never happened. But we have a tremendous amount of munitions, ammunition at the upper level, middle and upper level, all of which is really powerful stuff.
Mr. President, a question to both of you. How worried are you that the rising prices for gas and oil are damaging the American economy and also with the Chancellor?
Yeah, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, sure. This is, of course, damaging our economies. This is true for the oil prices, and this is true for the gas prices as well. So that's the reason why we all hope that this war will come to an end as soon as possible. And we are hoping that the Israeli and the American army are doing the right things to bring this to an end and to have really a new government in place who is coming back to peace and freedom.
Israeli and American.
Something had to be done. And it's been 47 years. They've been killing people all over the world for a long time. They were the kings and fathers of the roadside bomb. Soleimani, we killed him last time.
Bastard.
If we didn't, I think it might be a different story today. They would have been much stronger and smarter than they are. But They did the roadside bombs. 95% of the people lost their legs, arms, had their face wiped out, just wiped out. I've seen some young people that it's so
4% today. Damn.
Almost all, 95% comes from Iran, and with Soleimani. Soleimani loved his favorite weapon. He loved the roadside bomb. And when you see people walking around with no legs and no arms and a face
Look at gold
that's been
today, guys.
blown to
Down
hell,
5%.
these people, what they have to go and the way they have to live. This is Iran. When you look at the barracks, the famous barracks, when you look at the hostages, when you look at a lot of hostages, when you look at all of the problems, they were really a purveyor of terror all over the world for many, many years. And it's something that had to be done, and I believe that if we didn't, because I see where Congress, you know, if I didn't do this, guys like Schumer, who are losers, the Democrats, they're losers, that's why they're not here. Guys like Schumer would say, well, you should have done this. In other words, if I did it, it's no good. If I didn't do it, they would have said the opposite, that you should have done this. But most people feel, I'll tell you what, I have never had more compliments on something I did. People felt it's something that had to be done. So if we have a little high oil prices for a little while, but as soon as this ends, those prices are going to drop, I believe, lower than even...
Bigly. They're going to drop bigly.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. President.
Yes.
How do you want to solve the conflict on tariffs between the EU and the US? And this
Between who?
The conflict on tariffs between the EU and the US. How do you want to solve it?
And U.S. and who?
EU. European Union. How do you want to
Well, we won on tariffs, actually. Somebody said you actually won the case. We won on tariffs. We had a decision that was wrong. It was a very bad
Bears
decision.
Are trying.
From certain
Bears
standpoints.
are
From other standpoints,
trying.
a very powerful decision because it reaffirmed all the fact that we have all these various forms of tariffs that we felt right, but it totally reaffirmed it. It said you can use all of these tariffs. So we have all these vast menus of tariffs, and tariffs have made our country very rich. We have to charge tariffs to nations who play with their money. You know, they move their money up and down like a yo-yo. We have to take care of nations that have been good to us and fair to us, and we're going to take care of them. Yep. Other nations, they haven't, and we haven't let them take advantage of us. But the whole thing with tariffs is we had a decision that, like, as an example, we have a license situation, and the license is something that allows us to immediately stop all business with, nobody even knew we had this power, but we do now because of the decision. We have the right to stop all business having to do with a certain country. If a certain country is not treating us well, the president, without going to Congress, has the right to stop. Sort of interesting. I have the right to stop, but under that one law, I didn't have the right to charge them. So I have the right to license them, but I don't have the right to charge, which is frankly ridiculous. But the right was given to us by the Supreme Court. And we have the right, as an example, we talked about Spain. I could tomorrow stop, or today, even better, stop everything having to do with Spain. All business having to do with Spain. I have the right to stop it. Embargoes.
Bears are here, but I'm leaving 0 DT right now.
What do you think?
SPY.
Well, sir, I think we're going to talk about it with you. I know that
$700 for it.
Clarify.
Couple of minutes.
You can use it, and if you need to use it to assure national and economic security, we'll do it.
Scott, do you have an opinion?
Sir, I agree. The Supreme Court reaffirmed your ability to implement an embargo, and as we've talked, from your first term, the Section 301s and the 232s have withheld more than 4,000 lawsuits, and USTR and Commerce are going to begin investigations, and we'll move forward with those.
And we've instituted a 15% tariff on everybody, as you know, and just used. I'll tell you, we had a couple of paragraphs written in that opinion that were really incredible. Justice Kavanaugh wrote a fantastic dissent, but in his dissent he he said what we should do, and we knew that too. We just wanted to simplify it, and for some reason,
All right,
I think
I am out.
very, very foolishly, the courts decided no, but they said you can do it many other ways, and that's what we're doing. And what we've done is we've gone to a very simple, straight 15% tariff. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars in our country because of tariffs. So we've taken in all of this money, hundreds of billions of dollars, and honestly, it's made us very rich as a country.
Down here.
Right? So it's been doing good. When will you have the full plan implemented? We have a 5-month period, up to 5 months, where we can go at 15%. And while we're doing that, as you know, we're doing the various studies and things, and we'll be coming out with tariffs, different tariffs on different countries. You want to talk about that for a second?
Yes, sir. By the time the 5-month period has elapsed, we'll have completed investigations under Section 301, which Secretary Besson talked about. We know there are countries out there with deals who are very interested in keeping the deals. We need to go through and investigate all these unfair trading practices, the kinds of things you talked about, and make sure that we're protecting U.S. economic security. We know there are countries.
How are we going to treat Germany?
Well,
I think you should hit them very, very hard.
You knew he was right there when you said that. They want to express an interest. Germany's been quite constructive in wanting to move forward and be helpful. You know, the rest of the EU will talk to them as well. But obviously,
I will say every country, every single country wants to make the deal they already have. In other words, a deal that we have using the other authority, they want to make the same deal. And we'd like to see, actually, we're going to adjust it somewhat upward, actually, but they all want to stay in the deal. And so we'll probably be able to do that pretty easily.
Mr. President, for Ukraine, after all, Iran won't be able to deliver drones to Russia anymore. So what does this war mean to Ukraine? And having Chancellor Merz sitting next to you, whom would you call if you want to talk to Europe? And Chancellor Merz, you've just been in China. The president.
Who are you? What country are you from?
I'm from Germany.
Okay, I thought so. I could see.
So, Mr. Chancellor, you have been in China, and the president.
She likes you.
In China.
I don't know.
Will you be talking about China as well, given the specific?
We'll be talking about China, yeah. Sure.
And what about Ukraine?
I'll be going to China in a little while. Every time you meet, you talk about China. We respect China. I do. We both do, I think. But it's always a topic of conversation. We've had a very good relationship with China. We used to lose a tremendous amount of money with China, and that's no longer the case. We have a very, very good relationship with China, and we have a very good relationship with Germany. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've seen countries around the world, many of whom don't usually work together, working with the United States on Iran, whether it's Saudi Arabia working with the United States, Israel, Qatari shooting down Iranian aircraft, and we've also seen European countries step up. Why are we seeing such unity around the world against Iran?
That's a great point. Look, they're just evil. They're it's not the politics; it's their whole philosophy. It's their whole where they come from. It's terrible. Where they killed 35,000. I thought it was 32. Now it turns out it's much more than 35,000 people, and in some cases using machine guns with people that have no weapon. They have no weapon, and they're being machine gunned. They're being sniped from buildings. They're hitting the people with snipers right through the eyes. It's just a very evil ideology, and nobody's really seen anything like it. As I said, even the fact that they've attacked all of their neighbors, and the neighbors weren't attacking. They thought they'd maybe sit it out or what. They've hit Qatar. They've hit UAE, they've hit Saudi Arabia, they've hit Oman. They were helping us negotiate. They got hit. Everybody got hit because they're evil and they're bad. It's a bad seed, and somebody had to do it. And it should have been done sometime during a 47-year period because so much death has been caused by them, so much unbelievable death. From Germany, too. Germany's been hit. Everybody's been hit by them. It's an evil ideology. And I've never been... Look, I've done a lot of good things. So many people are saying, thank you, thank you, thank you. You see it in the streets of Los Angeles They have thousands of people. I saw it the other day, pictures of Donald Trump. And I'm looking, I'm on the phone, probably talking to you. And I'm looking, and I see my picture. I say, oh no, it's another, protest. I see my picture. And then I started saying, boy, they were very friendly people. And then I saw a woman hugging the picture of me. I said, what's going on? And it turned out to be these are Iranian people that live in the United States.
NVIDIA and SPY.
Thousands and thousands. You
right
saw
now.
the rallies. And in New York, too, they had a big rally. My pictures all over the place. The fact is that people are happy what we did. And you could never, and I've always said it, you could never have had true peace in the Middle East if Iran was allowed to go, even beyond the nuclear. If Iran was allowed to have look at all the missiles they built. A lot have been now taken out by us, and a lot have been expended. But they had thousands of missiles in a fairly short period of time. And I'll go two things. The attack that we did, known as Midnight Hammer, had we not done that, Iran would have had a very powerful nuclear weapon within 1 month. We did it. It was great timing, but, and you've been able to see that too.
1 month?
The other thing was Barack Hussein Obama made maybe the worst deal I've ever seen.
Wow,
because he gave all power in the Middle East to Iran. He went the exact opposite way, and I terminated that. If I didn't terminate that deal, they would be sitting with a massive nuclear weapon 3 years ago, which would have been used already on Israel at least, and other countries also. And we wouldn't be talking about it right now. But if I didn't terminate the deal that Obama made, giving them everything, including plane loads of cash. Do you remember the airplane flew over there? It was a Boeing 757. There was two of them loaded. They took out all the seats. It was loaded with green cash. So much cash that it was in Virginia, Maryland, and Washington, D.C. They got all the cash from all the banks. They put it, and they flew it to Iran. I never knew a president had that power. I'm going to maybe try it sometime if it's okay. I think I'm going to do it. I'll fly it somewhere. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. 2 planes loaded from floor to ceiling. Big planes, Boeing 757s, taken over there and given cash. In addition to that, he was giving them billions of dollars. But worse, he was giving them the right to have the path to a nuclear weapon. And that deal expired. A lot of people said, oh, you terminated it. Well, it was going to be terminated anyway because it expired. It gave them the right to have top-of-the-line nuclear weapon. If they had, because they're crazy, just like the people on my right during the State of the Union. I looked at them, I said, you're crazy? These people are crazy. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it. All right, how about 1 or 2 more?
Mr. President.
Go ahead, please.
Chancellor Merz, you just heard that the president is thinking about punishing Spain. What are your thoughts spontaneously on this, and what can you do to,
Well, the answer on that is quite simple. We are trying to convince Spain to catch up with the 3% or 3.5%, which we agree on in NATO. And as the president said, it's correct. Spain is the only one who is not willing to accept that. And we are trying to convince them that this is a part of our common security, that we all have to comply with this numbers, and this is 3.5 for military and another.
What they're saying is very important. A lot of retail do not understand because the aerospace department right now in the European Union is fucking spiked. It has been spiked ever since this NATO news came out, which was 4 months ago. And a lot of institutional players and a lot of smart money is looking at that because they're saying the European index, a lot of it, which has a lot to do with the aerospace industry, is being propped up because they're now dedicating 5% of their GDP to NATO annually, which is a lot of defense spending for a small country in the European Union.
Claiming the island. They never even saw the island before. What's that all about? And they ruin relationships. It's a shame. It's and that country, UK.
Right, there are many things happening around the world, right? Korea with SK Hynix and Samsung, with with semiconductors, right? Europe with all this shit, the Middle East, where there's a lot of things people need to catch up to, but there's a lot of things that people do not understand because there are things going on deeper level in the political spectrum and the higher time frame in a couple of months that they don't want to think about it or haven't thought about it. But if you really truly think about it, and if you listen to people that actually think about this and say what they say, it makes
somebody said yesterday,
some
what would
sense.
you do if you were the UK? Open
Not
up
saying
the North Sea.
it's 100% this is the wall, blah, 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 one way, blah, blah. I'm just saying it helps
the landscapes,
to understand
the beautiful fields.
when the
Open
time
up the North Sea. It's
comes.
one of the greatest. Think of it. They buy their energy from Norway, which gets the energy, the oil, from the North Sea. So Norway drills in the North Sea and sells it to UK. And UK has a better part of the North Sea. Open up that. And number two, illegal immigration. They
call me BNF, man.
And I must say,
we just had 8 people leaving what I just did. I don't care. They call me BNF.
That's other parts of the European Union have the same problem. Immigration and energy. The energy is through the roof, the highest in the world. And the immigration was, I mean, you know, look, you have places where in the UK, you have a terrible mayor of London, terrible. He's an incompetent guy. But you have Sharia courts. You don't have Sharia courts. You don't want Sharia courts. You have Sharia courts adjudicating law. So it's very simple. Immigration, very importantly, immigration and energy. And you bring it back. Otherwise, you're not going to bring it back. Okay. One more. Go ahead.
I have a question for the Chancellor.
Yes, please.
To the Chancellor, Chancellor Merz.
Yeah.
You've called for unity and joint force in this moment against Iran. What does that look like to you? And then, Mr. President, where is getting a deal with Russia and Ukraine on your priority list right now?
Okay, where you going?
So we, as I said, in Germany the last 2 days, we are supporting the United States and Israel to get rid of this terrible terrorist regime. And we are looking forward to a day after, and we have to talk about the strategy. What is following after this regime is away, and we have to strategize on this entire region. And we are having a high interest in common approach and common work and what we can do. And this is important not just for the Americans. This is extremely important for Europe and extremely important for Israel and their security. So we are really looking forward to find ways how to deal about the day after.
And as far as Russia, Ukraine, where is it on my priority list? Very high. We thought that, I thought it was going to be one of the easier ones. I've settled 8 wars, and actually maybe one more than that. But minimum 8 wars, big ones, potentially India, Pakistan, big wars, very important, big ones. I thought this was going to be much easier than it is. There's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. Tremendous hatred. I've seen a lot of hatred in my life, but I think this is about top scale.
This is as tremendous as a good Getty said.
Sometimes I blame one, sometimes I blame the other. I think it's going to happen, but it's high on my list. Not in that it affects the United States so much, because it's very far away, but last week, and for the last 4 weeks actually, 32,000 soldiers died. 32,000. And it's been averaging 25 to 30,000 soldiers.
I'm still in something, but I'm still green as fuck for the tank.
Stupid war.
What I fucking did earlier.
And
I had a good exit.
It's
oh shit! I dropped my phone. No, it's fine. Fuck my naked ass iPhone without a case on. Fuck.
Do your best, you know. Takes 2 to tango, and they have to get along. They have to be able to talk to each other. They hate each other a lot. That has an impact, you know. It really has an impact. It's bad for both. The saddest is that if the election weren't rigged, my election, that war would have never taken place.
Beautiful phone.
And you know what else wouldn't have taken place? Allowing 25 million people to pour through an open border. That wouldn't have taken place. A lot of things would have been different. But we're doing very well, and I think a big factor in this world and future factor is what we're doing right now with Iran. If we don't stop them, or if we didn't stop them, or if we didn't start, they've been decimated. But if we didn't do what we're doing right now, you would have had a nuclear war, and they would have taken out many countries because you know what? They're sick people. They're mentally ill, sick people. They're angry. They're crazy. They're sick. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
How do I get a gold Robinhood card? Does anybody know? And also, I have a question for Robinhood Gold. I don't know why, but I never signed up. I thought I had to pay with my credit card, but it says I'll just like take the money out of my account. Like, the high yield cash shit. What the fuck is that? It says optional. Like, is that only for retirement accounts? Or is that for... Is that for investing too? Then just say you can apply for it on the app. It'll probably take forever. Like, did anyone do the Robinhood Gold shit and then toggle off the high yield thing? Like, I don't know if I should like toggle it on and then it focus on my account. It's for higher instant transfers. No, whenever money is in the buy power, you get interest payments each month.
Oil, which of course is a big story. We continue to track higher. We're at 76 a barrel right now on crude. Of course, so that is a really big story for us as we continue to track the volatility in these markets and, of course, what those higher prices are going to mean for potential inflation down the road. We have a number of Fed speakers as well.
So you guys have it toggled on, is what you're saying? Because I was going to toggle it off because it kind of looks scary.
Green, who joins me now.
But it doesn't matter.
Obviously, we are seeing some heavy selling pressure, as I mentioned. I'm just wondering exactly what
it says they're going to give me a $1 million pizza pie.
KG, as far as the headlines we're digesting, and just get your thoughts on some of the volatility here.
No, I also saw a picture on Reddit yesterday. It seems like gold members also get like cheaper contracts.
Being hit, and
like the fees on it for some reason on SPX is like 45 cents. I don't even know.
And they're also going to be halting some of the other byproducts as well, which is also creating a little bit more of a bid when it comes to crude oil and a little bit more uncertainty when it comes to the markets just in general. We are seeing the VIX trading around 26.5. We probably will see a little bit of volatility here right now because it does appear that President Trump is currently making some comments here. So at the end of the day, that's exactly what creates this downturn. More uncertainty and fear that the energy crisis or potential energy crisis could be on the horizon, and we're not seeing anything that's going to kind of abate that particular trend. So you are seeing kind of risk off. And what's actually very interesting about this one, Sam, is every sector right now is getting hit. Now, we only have about 4% of the stocks in the S&P 500 in the green. We actually have not seen that type of price action or that type of weighting over the last 4 months during this consolidation. So this time is a little bit different when it comes to the markets, and that's why we're seeing a little bit more pressure to the downside.
Right, so it seems to be a broad sell-off we are witnessing here as opposed to yesterday when some of these sectors were actually up higher, things like energy and, of course, defense companies as well. We're seeing the VIX right now up at 26. Obviously keeping an eye on the energy infrastructure, but it seems to be less about some of the damage that we're seeing over there and the impact, and more about the Strait of Hormuz, as you mentioned, with some of these oil tankers. Just talk us through the price action and particularly what you're seeing with the oil tanker ETF.
So this oil tanker ETF, BWET, this actually does track tanker rates. So we did see a massive spike to the upside, and actually this morning it was up about 20 to 25%.
presents tomorrow
Right
at
now, we actually did
7:30
see it
p.m.
kind of reverse to
Robinhood
the
will
downside,
showcase
so
their
maybe we
newest
are starting to
products,
see maybe a peak when it comes to these
like
particular
Robinhood
rates.
Social and shit
And
like
this
that.
is because
So we'll
of
check
the
that out
fact
tomorrow
that a lot of
too.
insurance
Sounds
companies
pretty
are
cool,
now
guys.
utilizing their own war
Are
clauses
you guys gonna
in their
get Robinhood
contracts to pull
Social?
out of insuring
You guys
a
have
lot
to
of
follow
these,
me, okay?
these tankers. And the only ones
I'm
that
gonna
are
be like a
actually going
fucking
through the Strait of
Twitter
Hormuz right now
guy
are
on
Chinese
Robinhood
flags, so I
Social.
think
I'm gonna
that's
use it
also
like
going to
fucking
be
2chan or some
something that
shit.
probably will be brought up in the administration over the
Alright.
coming days here.
Follow me on
And
Robinhood Social, folks.
the risk that
When
you
this
are seeing
shit
with
goes
emerging
live, I'll
markets,
follow
once
you
again,
guys back.
continues to push prices higher. The biggest fear that you have is
Who's
that
gonna follow
if
me on
you're
Robinhood
bull
Social,
within
bro?
the oil market, is if you do start seeing some form of
Come on, bro.
resolution
Who's
on
gonna
the
follow me on
highs and
Robinhood
openness to
Social,
be able to
baby?
talk, and that could
Alright, you
actually
heard?
push prices to the downside,
Hell
and that
yeah.
probably would also then lead to equities moving higher.
That shit's gonna be
The
fun.
$78 level is the next area of resistance for crude.
And they
We're
announced
pretty
that
much
shit like
trying to
last
test
year,
that
but
right
like
now,
that shit sounds
pulling back just a tad bit. But at the end of the day, a lot of uncertainty taking place. The LNG story, I think, is a bigger story right now when it comes to energy flows, because that's not only going to impact the Middle East, but it's
getting
also
better.
Asia Pacific markets as
Bears
well
are
as the
here,
EU,
though. What the fuck
which is
candle
we are
coming?
seeing their LNG prices or their natural gas
WTF
prices
candle coming from the
really
top of the
skyrocketed. I
HOD
think it was up
on
another
Nvidia.
60% today,
If
I'm
it
not
breaks the
mistaken.
floor,
Yes,
right,
that's
guys,
right.
mute
That's
me.
what
I
I'm
will
certainly
stream. No, I'm
seeing.
kidding.
It has
If
been
this shit
tracking
breaks
higher.
the
We're up
floor
about
today,
80%
though,
or so
I will
since
just
the
say
Friday
Dr.
session.
Bird.
And
Right?
as you say, a big
If
hit to APAC, no doubt. I mean, the Salisbury and Kospi. What a
if
sell-off
Nvidia
overnight,
goes
to
to
say with Japan, of
175
course,
somehow
big,
today.
Energy importers, some of those countries. Interesting, you mentioned China. It is pressing Iran to try to avoid disrupting
Todd
shipping
said,
through
I'll
the Strait
follow.
of Hormuz. So it
Conrad
seems to be
said,
trying to
LOL, why
pile
not?
the pressure
Hell
here on
yeah.
Tehran. But just talk us through
Time
these
is
gas moves,
12:35,
because
folks.
obviously a big spike in the European
One
prices
single
overnight,
5-minute
and then,
candle
as I mentioned,
rejecting
some
off
of
of
those
12:30 into
customers, I mean, you
12:35.
take a look
No
at the
cycle
yen, which has been
confirmation,
weakening,
but
and that
rejecting
has
off
been
the
really
roof.
seen as a safe
We are
haven
now
trade, but it's moving
in
in the
range,
opposite
and we
direction
are
on
now
some of
at the
the
yellow
concerns
box.
around the
MAC,
fact
the
that Japan
RSI is trying
is
to
a
go
big
into the bear
importer. So just
territory,
talk
and
us through the
Nvidia is already in
ramifications
the
of
bear
this.
territory. We'll see what happens here.
Well, we are going to get into kind of the cooling season, if you will. Right now we're kind of in the
Roy
spring
says, if
months
gas goes
for the
crazy, I'm
majority of these
parking my car in
countries,
the
so you're not
garage,
seeing that
and
much
I
of
am
a
buying a
heating demand.
motorcycle
You're not
again.
seeing that
Refill
much
my
heating
car
demand,
every
and you're
2 to
not
3
seeing that
days
much
now
cooling
because of how I
demand. So
drive.
it's kind of
That's
it's
me!
unfortunate to say, but it's kind
I
of a tough
hate
time
refilling the
to
gas because I get like 20, 40,
for the
20.
Europeans.
I used to get like
They obviously
$15,
cut their
$20
supply
every day,
from
alright? Now I
flows
get like
because
$30,
of the
$40 because
Russian-Ukraine
I'm lazy as
conflict,
hell,
and so
but
they
still,
relied
even
more
then, it's like
on
every
the
2, 3
US
days, like,
LNG as
gas
well
goes by
as
so
LNG
quick.
coming from the
It
Middle
really
East
does.
in particular, Qatar. And so
12:35.
that's where the concern is that they're not going to be able to
Ay,
start
ay, ay.
refueling or actually restocking their inventory, if you will, or injecting their inventory.
Somebody
to be
keep an
prepared
eye on
for
the
the next
VIX.
winter season that comes up. This is kind of the time where that activity does take place, and they're not going to be able to do so. Japan is going to be in another situation similar to that, as well as China. They all are going to have this type of impact when it comes to
I can't believe
gas,
12:30 went higher
flows.
like
Now,
that,
when
though.
you look at the
What
natural
the
gas
fuck
prices
is
in
this
the US,
cycle?
yes, they moved
The
into
cycle
the
is
upside, but they're
actually
not gonna move
fucking
as
wild. Look at
aggressively because you
Nvidia,
have
right? Off of
abundant inventory,
1155,
one,
right? And look
then
at
two, we have
SPY off of
constraints when it comes
12:30.
to
Like,
LNG
look at how the
export
difference they make.
capacity. So at some point we will be capped out, and that's also going to create a little bit more of a glut here in house.
You guys want me to say it?
You are seeing natural
Look at
gas
the
move
value,
higher here in
folks.
the
Oh
US, but
my
it's not going to be
god,
as aggressive
crazy,
as what
right?
you were seeing overseas.
Look at the value of
Okay,
the market
good to know,
providing,
region
man.
by region
Crazy.
situation
The
there.
cycle
Just
all it is,
talk
though,
us
but
through
fuck.
what's going on in metals today. Gold was actually the safe haven bid today.
Ah,
selling off amid
shit.
the
I'm a
broader
funny
market.
dude.
Obviously, we talked about the industrials yesterday. We sort of understand the story there, but gold joining the downward trajectory today.
Yeah, this is a market that has been moving up in
Yeah,
risk
really,
on
people
tone, as
know
well as
exactly
silver
what
and
the
some of
fuck
the other
I'm talking
metals
about.
for a very long time. You are seeing the dollar strengthen at a very aggressive rate. Dollar's up actually 1.1% today, and it continues to climb in an accelerated rate here. That's going to be a headwind when it comes to the gold trade. If you think about the fundamentals for the most part are probably still there, but you have a risk off tone in the market, and there's been a lot of exposure to the gold trade for a lot of traders and investors, and you probably are trying to raise some capital, and once again, you're seeing kind of that sell-off taking place.
Insane
A lot
cycle.
of the gold bid that we've seen over the last month and a half
Bulls
as well
are in
has been
danger
kind
in
of
the
anticipation of
3/3.
this. So this could also be kind of a buy the rumor, sell the news type of an event when it comes to gold.
1/3,
And for silver and some of the other
2/3,
industrial metals that are selling off
3/3 bulls are
a
trapped
lot
now.
more aggressively than gold is. The
2/3
concern is higher
bulls are in danger
inflation
too
and
off of
potentially
11.25.
economic slowing on a global scale, which could also dampen demand.
Okay, understood. And you mentioned that yesterday, if we continue to see a bid for the dollar, I mean, that could certainly continue to pressure gold as far as that trade is concerned.
IWM, the only thing that really does not look like the market, though, that's the fucking crazy part. This thing is actually fucking just sweet. It's a synonym stick. Right? It's a Korean synonym stick bread. You know what I'm talking about? It's these Korean twisted donuts. It's a Korean twisted donut right here. Alright, that's all it is. Am I bullshitting? Nah, I mean, it's literally what it is. A Korean twisted donut. What the fuck? Yeah, we'll find out soon enough. Cycle happening. Market is deciding. With the cycle.
National Union for Democracy in Iran Policy Director, Andrew Galili. Andrew, thanks very much for being here. Your reaction?
Andrew Galili.
Thanks, Maria, for having me this morning. You know, what we're seeing right now is the complete decimation of a regime that has been threatening, terrorizing, killing not only its own people, but American troops, American people, American interests in the region for over 40 years. Really,
96
since
people
its
here,
inception.
64 likes.
I just want to bring
30
it
of
back
you
for a
guys that
second
have still
and
yet
talk to
hit the
people
like
who are
button.
still opposed
Thank
to
you so
what we're
much.
seeing.
Please,
I think
please
they need to
smack
be
the
forced
like
to
button
define
so we can
what
push
they
it up
wanted
above
President Trump
100
to
today.
do
Pretty
instead.
please.
It's very
Thank
clear
you so
that
much.
President Trump gave this
God
regime every
bless this
opportunity
country.
to make a
God
deal at the
bless
negotiating
President
table.
Trump.
We're seeing new
God
reports
bless
that,
our
when
nation.
Steve Witkoff
God
and the US
bless our
negotiating team
American
presented those
patriots.
demands to the Iranian
God
to
bless
the regime
our
team,
Tomahawk
that
sticks and
the
Tomahawk
Iranian foreign
missiles.
minister started screaming at Steve Witkoff, to which he responded, you know, if you want, I can leave. We're hearing that the regime
God
is
bless
bragging about how
America.
much nuclear material they had and they weren't willing to give it up. So instead of deciding to manage this threat
of America.
like so many past presidents have, with a weak deal or just kicking the can down the road and hoping that a future president will deal with a rich and nuclear Tehran, President Trump has decided to confront this regime head on. And as he said, this was the only option left to deal with this threat.
Yeah. And Andrew, the Israeli Defense Forces are reporting more than 1,000 enemy combatants have been killed in Iran since this operation began. So it has been highly successful, even though, of course, we mourn the loss of 6 servicemen in the United States. What are your expectations on how long this goes?
Well, I think it would be a mistake to stop too early to do anything like what we did in Venezuela. It should be well understood, and I think the Trump administration does understand very well, that there is no figure within this regime that can take power and will suddenly make a deal, will suddenly stop repressing its people. So it's important that this targeting of both political and military leadership continues.
And
IWM
SPY
is creating
a Korean sweet twisted donut.
Do you believe that we could see actually a free Iran? I mean,
What
Israeli
the fuck am I talking
warplanes
about?
launched a fresh wave of strikes across Iran and Lebanon this morning, simultaneously attacking Tehran and Beirut after Hezbollah launched airstrikes in northern Israel. The U.S. Embassy in Riyadh also hit by drones overnight by Iranian forces. No injuries there reported. But you're seeing this move wide and deep, and of course, to see the Saudi embassy, the U.S. Embassy in Saudi get hit, also very noteworthy. So what's your take in terms of the impact and longer term
If I say
look
one
at
more time,
Iran? Do you believe we could see a free Iran once again?
I absolutely do. First of all, on the regional partners, it's very clear why they wanted to deal with this threat as well. Look at what the regime has started doing by targeting residential neighborhoods and airports in their Arab neighbors. But as far as a free Iran, it absolutely is possible. What we saw in January was millions respond to the opposition leader, Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi's calls to take to the streets, and that's why we are in the position today. And I would just emphasize for your audience, Maria, as you know, because you've had the Crown Prince on many times, he has a plan for what comes next. So he has been called upon by the people, and the plan, the Iran Prosperity Project, has been developed over the course of the years. It was incubated at the Nufti Fund, my organization. And there are two important points if I may make about that plan. First of all, it's been made public, it's been very transparent, and it's a large part of why the Iranian people trust the prince to bring them to democracy, because he's been very consistent in calling for a democratic referendum. But second of all, Maria, I've been in the room, I've had the privilege of being in the room as the prince presents this plan, a physical copy of the emergency phase booklet to United States senators as he explains it to members of the British Parliament. And you can really clearly see as they're holding it and flipping through the 170 pages that they begin to shift their perception of what regime change in Iran means. It is not like Iraq. No one, not the Iranian people, nor their opposition leader, is asking for the United States or anyone else to come in and do nation building. They have a plan that's been developed by a team of experts that covers 15 key sectors, from basic governance to foreign policy to managing the water crisis. So there is a good option for what comes next. The Iranian people have made clear what they want to come next, and I think they are very grateful to President Trump for leveling the playing field and saying he wants to give them the opportunity to decide on their future.
Yeah, and I have the plan in front of me, by the way, the Iran Prosperity Project, and one point to make, which His Highness Reza Pahlavi shared with me, is he has an expectation that once this is implemented, it will be an impact to the United States of some $1 trillion in potential transactions and potential economic activity between the two countries. So that certainly is something to think about. Andrew, thank you very much for weighing in on all of this. We appreciate it. Andrew Galili joining us.
This is Chicago's very own WGN Midday News.
Bombardment of Iran. The United Kingdom has just announced it is sending a warship to Cyprus after a drone hit a UK base there. The United States has closed embassies in Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Lebanon, and now ordered non-essential personnel to get out. But many Americans are finding it nearly impossible to leave. Good morning, I'm Ben Bradley.
And I'm Dina Bair. Thank you for joining us. Eric Rung is monitoring developments in the war with Iran and joins us now with more as U.S. embassies are under fire in the Middle East. Eric?
Overnight, Iranian drones attacked the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia. The Iranian Red Crescent Society says close to 800 people have been killed in airstrikes so far. 6 U.S. service members have been killed, a number that is sure to grow in the coming days. Despite smoke billowing from the U.S. Embassy in the Saudi capital of Riyadh, U.S. officials say the drone attack only caused minor damage and no deaths. The Trump administration saying military operations in Iran could last more than a month.
The hardest hits are yet to come.
Someone said, I just got Best Buy. I'm about to go buy a computer from Costco.
For 4 days, the U.S. and Israel have been
I don't know. I want to spoil myself for some reason.
Silos and trying to stop Iran from ever getting nuclear weapons. Retired Major General David Harris was a guest on the WGN Morning News.
The military campaign has been successful. I mean, we have degraded the Iranian capability to conduct major operations.
You want a GTA 50, whatever,
the administration's basis for a preemptive strike with Israel.
Iran was not prepared to strike us directly, but to strike us as a result of the Israeli attack. To me, that stretches the idea of preemptive attacks quite a bit.
Someone said build one. I think I'm
Fighting has spread throughout the Middle East. The State Department urging U.S. citizens to leave more than a dozen Middle Eastern countries. Many, like Northwestern journalism professor Christina Pascan, working out of Qatar, are finding it nearly impossible to get out, even if she and her family wanted to try.
At this
who
point,
built their
all
own
the
computer in their lives?
Has been closed. Doha, where I live, their airspace is 100% closed, so there are no flights taking off. And if we wanted to fly out, we'd have to
Roy
travel
said my
perhaps
miles
to
per gallon
Dubai
is 10 currently.
or to Riyadh,
Someone said, you drive a tank?
Iran is still shooting missiles
Yeah, what the
and drones
fuck?
at these
What are you talking about, miles per
countries,
gallon
so you'd be taking a big risk to get into the air at this point. So we are staying put. We are sheltering in place in Doha.
She says she feels safe at the moment. Some of her students, not so much.
There is concern. I do have students who are writing to me really upset that Trump is saying that the war could last 4 to 5 weeks. We'll see what happens.
President Trump said the U.S. is prepared to extend military operations until the mission is complete. The administration also emphasizing, despite taking out Iran's supreme leader, this operation is not about regime change. Still, the administration is hoping the Iranian people will take control of their government. In the newsroom, I'm Eric Rung, WGN News.
Eric, thank you.
So, when is Iran going to be over? So, we have a gap at 182.
Nathan Peterson, Director of Derivatives Analysis at Schwab Center for Financial Research. Nate, so nice to see you. We've got the Dow down 1,200 points right now.
Ooh, what? Hold up. What? Hold up. Okay, what? 50K when? When 50K? They were saying on Wall Street Bets about 50K. Alright, what a fucking rally though. What the fuck? What is this? It's a labibu.
I mean, what levels are you watching right now to give you an indication of, just how the market feels about how long this might actually drag on for as far as that conflict in the Middle East?
Yeah, good morning, Sam. That's the big question, right? How long does it last? I'm sure you're hearing that from your guests as well. How long are oil prices higher? How long are they going to be sustained? And to what extent, what velocity, et cetera. So let's all hope that there is, we get a short-lived kind of a conflict here and we get some resolution soon. But you asked about the levels. So technically, if it wasn't related, and I realize technicians look at price, they look at charts, and they don't put an asterisk when there's a gap down because of, a war or a conflict like this. But on the S&P, if you were just coming in and looking at what the chart is saying, that 100-day simple moving average, both in the S&P 500 and the Dow Jones Industrial Average, we gapped down. We bounced off it multiple times over the past couple of weeks. We bounced off it back in November, and then we're gapping down below it, which technically it's bearish. You're also seeing the 50-day simple moving average for the Russell 2000, which was support. We're below that one as well. And this has been a sell-all. If you look at the S&P equal weight, it's down like 2.8%. But if you look at the S&P cap weighted, it's down 2.3%. So that suggests, hey, you're just taking risk off,
6,900 yesterday.
Button, or you're not selling everything, but you're reducing
we're
exposure.
At 6,800 today.
Just because of this tail risk that is coming out here. So technically, you want to see the indices. You'd like to see a short-lived, kind of conflict here, and then you'd like to see us reclaim those 100-day simple moving averages right now. So the algos are not going to give you that technical bid support that we saw yesterday because of the gap down today.
Yeah, I mean, the difference a day makes. I mean, this time yesterday, we were looking at the Russell 2000 actually managing to turn positive. I mean, the resilience in these markets yesterday was so surprising. I mean, this is the kind of sell-off we thought we would wake up to on Monday morning post what we got at the weekend with respect to, these developments. But here we are, sort of day 4 now. What are you paying attention to the most? Because, very interesting move in treasuries as well. I mean, a traditional safe haven bid, but not this time around because of the fact that, obviously markets are backing out the expectations of rate cuts in the back end of 2026 because of what the higher oil prices could mean for inflation.
Right, Sam. So those are all the levers. Typically you would look at gold and silver. Those have been a little bit in more of a different bucket, for this cycle just because of the rally that they've had. But, you look at the dollar, I think that's nice to see the dollar kind of rebound some there just because of a lot of the, weakness that we've seen recently there. You're right, Treasury yields higher, potential inflation implications. On the rate cuts, I don't think that was, such an important factor as it has been going back a couple of years, just because if you look at, FactSet S&P Q1 EPS growth forecast 11%. For 2026, 14%. Atlanta Fed GDP still 3%. I know we had some weak, kind of questionable, GDP reading, some of that stuff that had come in. But, when you ask a question like, does this war do anything to the AI infrastructure build out and all of the innovation, and does it stop that wave at all? Absolutely not. When you think of oil prices, yes, that's not good on the consumer, but we've also been talking about a K-shaped consumer, and I think the upper leg probably isn't going to be hurt as bad if oil prices remain elevated. And then if you look historically, even going back to the Russian, Ukraine crisis, markets were able to stabilize with that environment when oil prices were moving higher here. So it's going to take some time to work through some of this price action.
Guys, make sure we smack the like button, please. Very, very hard to get the like button up.
Talking of the technical damage, I've just seen actually, and I don't need you to comment on this specifically, but you can if you'd like, Nate, but Chinese ADRs, the K-Web, that is actually the most oversold on record now. I'm seeing down 14 of the last 15 trading days, a 14-day RSI at 16. And I just highlight that, obviously, as we look across the markets and these pockets of oversold levels that we've seen. I mean, you and I have talked about the softwares. Obviously, we're seeing some of the private credit concerns in these markets as well. Here's the K-Web, the Crane Shares China Internet ETF, K-Web as we call it. Look at that. I mean, a downward trajectory here. I'm just wondering, when you see charts like that, Nate, obviously, as I mentioned, we've been tracking, obviously, the IGV as well. What do you make of it? I mean, what stands out to you?
Yeah, Sam, we talked about this last week. So IGV went down to a 14 RSI, and you're not really, the technicians say don't catch a falling knife. So don't step in front, of this downtrend, these sharp downtrends. But we also talked last week about the positive divergence in the RSI.
It doesn't matter what I say, Conrad. People search for the good times. People search for candles. People search for, one time in life. Ooh, yay. But reality stands that one time is not every time. Damn. Start! Don't matter, man. Does not matter. Every day we see proof of it. Every fucking day. Shit. All it is, is the candle going my way? Oh, this streamer. Oh, yay, my bias. Oh, yay. Is the candle getting fucked up my way? Oh, yay, I feel dog shit terrible. Oh, now I'm gonna, now I gotta go search somewhere else and, yeah, good luck. Nothing else I could say other than that's not how life works. Sadly. For me, it's not sad. For me, it's actually great. But, yeah, for I guess, those that don't want to know, right? The majority that don't want to know the truth in life. But
Next guest, that's Mark Lopresti, CEO of Market Rebellion. Mark, I would say it feels like today seems like it's going to be a market in rebellion, but it's kind of,
every single time the market has been going lower.
The reaction that you expect when you see geopolitical conflicts such as this, the strikes in Iran over the weekend. There's been some retaliation. Volatility is picking up. What's your reaction to this kind of geopolitical shock? Does it make sense to you?
Yeah, I think we're seeing exactly what we would expect, particularly since this happened.
But yeah, that's all
over
it is
the
in
weekend.
Life, man.
That's always
like,
fun for volatility
one time,
spiking.
Good time.
We're noticing, by the way, that futures are off from the lows of the morning. Traders watching very carefully. The press conference is being conducted right now from representatives
like that
of the
in my life has worked out for me.
I think what we're really going to be looking for is how long do we expect this conflict to continue, number one, because of course markets hate uncertainty. And number two, do we expect that it can be contained? I think the big concern, the big wild card here, Diane, not only for global geopolitics, but for traders and markets, is can this be contained and not extend out to other parts of the region, as it looks like there might be a chance that that may already be happening.
That's right, and that
Who taught me
explains,
that?
the shutdown of airspace and the worries about some key points in the Middle East. Now, there's obviously now the bubbling up concern about inflation risk from energy as it relates to this. We're already seeing oil prices spike. We're sitting above $72 a barrel for WTI. Brent is rising as well. When you think about that risk, what's your concern as it relates to reigniting inflation potentially?
Oh, I actually think it's a good thing, right? I mean, not that war is ever a good thing, but conflict at this scale in a part of the world that is so impactful as it relates to the energy supply chain, particularly for oil and natural gas, is by definition inflationary. And the good side of that coin, if one can find one,
I was wondering, I was like, where are we getting to the good side?
With monetary policy and interest rates, right? I've been very clear and very public about the fact that I think that this Fed, not only Jerome Powell, but the Board of Governors, has been too late, as the president would like to say, in getting interest rates down. I think that this type of thing could be the kind of inflationary impact that could perhaps inspire them to take action. Prior to this, we were seeing some watchers, even our favorite CME FedWatch tool, at one point indicating we might get no rate cuts this year. We had gone from 75 to 50 to 25 to potentially zero. I think that would be a bad thing for the economy and for monetary policy. So the extent we could see a silver lining in this, it could be that.
Well, we're not expecting one. Nothing has changed as it relates to the next Fed meeting, so we're not expecting one then.
Right.
And it's doubtful we'll get one before the end of Powell's term.
That's
so
right.
We shall see. Let's talk a little bit about the road ahead and the consumer health check, because we just led into our conversation with Target and change on a rating there. We've got some retail results coming in this week.
Yes.
What are you watching out for on that front?
Yeah, a big week, of course, for retail, particularly against the backdrop of last week's inflation print, showing inflation cooling, still heading in the wrong direction, but cooling, getting closer to the Fed's 2% magic number.
But it went a little bit the opposite direction where the Fed would want it to go.
It did. There's absolutely no doubt about that. I think, though, on a tariff-adjusted basis, on a global geopolitical basis, you have to look at it as actually heading in the right direction. I think it is heading in the right direction. We're going to be looking very carefully at Costco's numbers. Target's got a little bit of complication, some changes to the business model. I think Target's struggling a little bit. I was surprised to see that price target increase that we reported on just before we went live from Mizuho. But I think that Target, I'm going to be looking more at Costco as a bellwether than I am Target this week when I'm looking at retail. Costco, I think, a healthier, better run business, seeing sustained growth not only in membership, foot traffic, renewals of the membership, which is great when you can have that, recurring revenue of renewals of membership automatically reoccurring. By comparison, I think Target is sort of looking to find itself as they introduce higher end. We saw higher end shoppers or higher income shoppers coming into Target, which was great, but they didn't necessarily have the product demand fit, I think, right. So I'm a little bit more sanguine about Target, but I think Costco, the street is looking for Costco to at least beat, if not exceed expectations. I think Costco is going to exceed expectations and going to do very well, and it's going to demonstrate that the consumer is healthy and strong, particularly at the higher income level.
Okay, and then I want to get back to the bigger picture here today. For a day like today, what's the playbook? Because I was talking to one of my colleagues earlier today. He said one of the things that typically happens in this situation is by day 8, the market starts pricing in where the geopolitical risk stands, and it, this can often present an opportunity for those who are waiting to get in the market, sitting on the sidelines, in terms of those who are interested in more risk assets. What's your thought?
I think that's exactly right, and I think if we look at how markets have historically responded to this kind of conflict, including the last time we had military action against Iran last year, you have that sell-off, that volatility, that sell the news. It does create buying opportunities for smart investors, and I think you don't need to be Warren Buffett to guess where some of the good opportunities are. We like, in particular, the drone makers, who, by the way, Diane, were among those, particularly the smaller ones, the RCATs, Red Cat, V-Wave, Aerovent, AVAV, These are all names that we follow, that we have in the portfolio from time to time, that have been sold off as part of sort of the technology and the AI sell-off that I think will already, particularly if you look at the small names like an RCAT, might actually be pretty attractively priced right now. I'd be keeping an eye on the critical mineral supply chain as well. This kind of conflict makes, and of course, the aerospace and defense, that your Boeings and your Global Dynamics type names as well. So that's what we're looking at today.
All right, thank you, Mark. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Good place to put a pin in our conversation. That's Mark Lopresti. He's the CEO of Market Rebellion. Our thanks to Mark for joining us.
They come and go. They say I'm here. They say, oh, I've been here though. And then, yeah.
The big three. We've got 3 stocks, 3 charts for you today. Kevin Green taking us through the charts, here to take us through her picks for the day. Jessica,
inflation scare, but then there's also the movement that's happening within the 10-year yield as well. And
Fasteners Company, so aptly named. How
20
inflows on an institution.
And I think now there is attractive entry points with valuations. Now, portfolios on the retail side might be very top heavy in this. So again, I'm going to say that cash secured put strategy where we sell a cash secured put that's about 45 days out, very close to the money to capture the implied volatility increase that we're going to see on down days. It's my favorite days to do that if we want to add it to our longer term portfolio. So I like that caveat to not over concentrate. But we saw supply commitments surge to 95 billion. That's 3x year over year. And that is just reinforcing again that NVIDIA is a dependable AI infrastructure supplier. They've got next gen flagship with Vera Rubin product ramp that's beginning later this year. It's adding another growth driver. So I think this muted stock reaction reflects really AI fatigue and mixed concerns, but it's not a deterioration of fundamentals. And that's what we need to remember, especially with the broader markets. There is a really great underlying fundamental story with a
doesn't even matter. Right,
oil.
let me
so
say
right
something.
It
doesn't even matter if Nvidia at 170. It doesn't even matter if Nvidia at 190. It doesn't even matter if Nvidia at 200. It doesn't even matter if Nvidia is 220. It doesn't even fucking matter if Nvidia is 190 again. It doesn't even matter if Nvidia is 177 again. It doesn't even matter if Nvidia hits 175 and then goes to 180 again. The fucking thing is the same fucking thing. Yo, oh my god, why do I know this? Because I've been watching it fucking the last couple of weeks. Same fucking thing.
Valuations, and NVIDIA has a very attractive valuation right now.
Same fucking thing. Wow. Shit, dude. It's literally the same thing. We're breaking HOD like 7 times in a row though. It's kind of crazy. On I wish they'd do something in an hour so I can go fucking sleep. Like, I'm so tired. I don't want to wait until 2 or 3. Who's live?
I believe Chairman Comer has something he would like to say.
Yes, and thank you, Madam Secretary, and we appreciate what you said in the last round of questioning. I want to be very clear. This committee is taking this investigation very seriously. We are following the money. We have a history of doing that over the past 2 years. I wrote the Treasury Department requesting suspicious activity reports related to Jeffrey Epstein. Treasury has been in full compliance, and our staff has spent untold hours reviewing those documents. I know the minority staff have also reviewed those documents. Anytime we subpoena anything, both sides get it. Based on the suspicious activity reports, I then issued subpoenas to two banks, Deutsche Bank and JP Morgan. The banks, those two banks, are also in compliance and continue to produce thousands of pages of records. And I will say this before I turn it over to Representative Mace.
Man.
This investigation is made very difficult when witnesses drag out negotiations for more than 6 months and violate their duly issued subpoena. So that's one reason when we're dealing with very powerful people that have the best attorneys out there, it's very difficult when it takes 6 months to get witnesses in. So I just wanted to mention that. I'll yield to Ms.
February
Mace.
9th,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, thank you for returning this afternoon. Secretary Clinton, is your husband someone the committee should investigate?
My husband will be here tomorrow. You'll have a chance to ask him questions.
So my question is your husband is someone this committee should investigate?
Ask and answer. Apparently you are. You've subpoenaed him. He's going to be here tomorrow.
In your testimony,
Can't be better than this,
you
life.
discussed why you believe President Trump should testify before our committee due to a, quote, pattern of behavior, end quote. You testified that a pattern of behavior warrants accountability. So I want to make sure I understand your standard correctly. The pattern of behavior you describe includes being held civilly liable, indictments, sexually deviant behavior, correct?
Yes.
In 1998, your husband was found civilly liable for sexual misconduct with Paula Jones and settled for $850,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
By your standard of pattern of behavior, should your husband testify before this committee?
He is testifying tomorrow.
On December 19, 1998, President Clinton was impeached on charges of perjury and obstruction of justice, which directly related to his extramarital affair with Monica Lewinsky. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your husband was impeached for perjury related to sexual behavior, correct?
I didn't understand what you said.
Your husband was impeached for perjury related to sexual behavior, his sexual behavior.
He was impeached for several reasons, and then was acquitted in the Senate.
And your husband flew on Jeffrey Epstein's plane 17 to 26 times, correct?
He made several trips with different legs on the trip, as I recall.
But he flew on Jeffrey Epstein's plane 17 to 26 times? Mm-hmm. Were you aware that Secret Service was dropped on some of those flights?
That is not my understanding.
They were not on some of those flights?
That is not my understanding.
So your understanding is that Secret Service was on all of the flights that President Clinton was on?
That is my understanding.
By this standard of behavior, multiple credible accusers, including Juanita Broderick, who alleged rape against your husband was disbarred in Arkansas, lost his law license before the Supreme Court, flew on Epstein's plane dozens of times, visited Epstein's island.
That is not true. That is absolutely untrue.
Well, there's documentation in the DOJ files. I'm not sure you're aware, your attorneys have told you, but Jeffrey Epstein told one of the victims to lie to investigators, to lie that Bill Clinton was ever on Epstein Island. I can provide that document to you.
We would like that document, please.
Yeah, counsel, because actually the files say just the opposite. Epstein himself denied he was.
These are FBI notes from an interview with a victim, and I can get you the victim number and the case number and the files. These are notes from a 302 interview.
If you'd like those, are you going to provide those now?
I don't. That's not my line of questioning. She brought it up, but I have a document.
I'm sorry, you're making a representation as to the facts.
I didn't enter anything as an exhibit.
But it's factually inaccurate.
No, I can give it to you later. I can go find the document, make copies of it, and give it to you this afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Okay. By your standard of pattern of behavior, according to documents released by the Department of Justice, your husband appears in photos in swimming pools, hot tubs, aboard Jeffrey Epstein's private plane with unidentified young women. We came here today and you told this committee that a pattern of behavior demands accountability, correct?
I said that I believe the committee should call anyone who had a substantial pattern and practice of contact with Jeffrey Epstein and his crimes before they came to light.
Does that include your husband?
And after they came to light. We're going to have a chance to question him tomorrow.
So I'll ask you again, by the standard you just set, in your own words just now, does this standard apply equally to your husband or only President Trump?
I have said that my husband has been subpoenaed. He will appear. He will answer your questions to the best of his ability. But there is no evidence whatsoever of any connection with Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. And I think that that will be obviously apparent in the questioning.
What makes you so sure of that then? I mean, he's photographed with...
Objection is to speculate on something that's not evidence.
It is so speculative. I mean, swimming in a pool, sitting in a hot tub, there are millions of people who do that without any improper behavior or certainly committing any crimes. So
Do you think most of the men are like your husband that did anything wrong? Why were they being surrounded by young women, giving them massages on Jeffrey's private estate or private plane? Are they all innocent then?
You know, you are making assumptions in your questions that have not been proven and I don't believe are provable.
Okay. Why did you wait 6 months to have this hearing today or have this testimony?
You know, I've answered that. I thought that given the way that other witnesses who were subpoenaed at the same time were being treated, that there was an unfair treatment of both my husband and myself. And I thought that, especially from my perspective, I had very little, if any, information to provide you, and that I could have done it in a sworn statement, and you could have moved on to depose somebody else who might have more information that would be beneficial to your
I have two more questions, then we're going to pass it to Congresswoman Luna. After Jeffrey Epstein was convicted, did it concern you at all that you had taken a substantial amount of money from Jeffrey Epstein?
That's an inappropriate assumption. I did not take a substantial amount of money from Jeffrey Epstein. So far as I know, Jeffrey Epstein contributed to the joint committee that was supporting my Senate race.
How much? 110.
I believe I was told $20,000.
And you don't consider $20,000 substantial?
I do not consider it relevant to me because I had no recollection that I ever knew that he gave any money to the joint committee.
So you didn't talk to your donors that gave $20,000 to your campaign?
My understanding of the rules back then is that there was no coordination between the committee and the campaign. So, no, I have no recollection.
But that doesn't mean you can't speak to your donors. That doesn't prohibit, the law does not prohibit you speaking to donors.
But I didn't know he was a donor. As far as I knew, he was not a donor until I learned this in preparation for the testimony.
Did it concern you at all that Ghislaine Maxwell was heavily involved with people you knew and were close to?
I knew people that I knew her. Yes, that's true.
And you just shrugged, you didn't want to look into it or have any question about it?
Until her crimes were revealed and she was indicted and tried and convicted, I don't think people knew very much about at all what she was doing.
And then how do you know Howard Lutnick?
I know Howard Lutnick because when I was senator on 9/11, the firm he headed, Cantor Fitzgerald, suffered the greatest loss of life. As I recall, something like 650 of his employees were murdered by terrorists that day. Howard Lutnick missed being a victim because he was delayed dropping his child off to kindergarten. You asked the question. I'm going to answer your question.
Now you're going to yell
This
at
was
me?
what I spent my time doing.
I'm a survivor trying to look out for other
Well,
survivors trying
and
to
I was taking care of the people who lost 3,000 lives
and now you're being
at World
defiant
Trade
and
Center.
indignant today.
You asked me about
I have met
Howard
with
Lutnick.
Epstein survivors. I'm a survivor myself. You have emails. You've denied that Jeffrey Epstein, that you tried to get Jeffrey Epstein to give money to you.
I did
but
not.
Howard Lutnick was
If
used
you
to
have an
get
email
money.
with me asking Jeffrey Epstein
I have
for
an
money,
email from Howard Lutnick sending it to Jeffrey Epstein and his people to raise money for
I don't know about
for an event, an intimate event for you at his offices at Cantor Fitzgerald. You're going to sit here today and obfuscate and say to this committee, you didn't try to get money from Jeffrey Epstein when there was an intimate event in an email that Howard Lutnick emailed to Epstein's people and Epstein to get him to come to your intimate event at Cantor Fitzgerald, a very small event. And so I'm not going to public. You want to yell at me, that's fine, but I'll yell right back.
Well,
okay? I am looking out for survivors. I'm doing the job that you would not do and refuse to do as Secretary of State. Thank you, and I yield back to Congresswoman.
I'm going to finish answering the question, which I have a right to do.
Guys,
hit the like button. 17, 20 people here still have not hit the like button. Let's
personal
smack the
situation.
like button.
I have read about it. I have seen you testify or speak on the floor about it. And I very much sympathize with not only what you went through, but appreciate your effort to stand up for survivors. I was a senator representing the people who were murdered on 9/11. Nobody lost more people than Howard Lutnick. You can say whatever you want. You can call him and have him appear before the committee. But I knew him, as the man who lost the employees that he knew intimately, including his brother.
And he was a
so
go-between
I
between
worked.
you and
Let her
Jeffrey
finish
Epstein
her
raising
answer,
money
please.
for you.
Let her finish her answer.
You know what? If you don't want to hear what emotionally affected me, that's fine. But that's why I know Howard Lutnick. I went to the memorial service every 9/11 after the formal service was held.
I see what you're
with
doing here,
all,
and you're
with
obfuscating
all
from
of
the
his
questions. He
people,
was
the
go-between
families.
between you and Jeffrey Epstein raising money for your
Well,
campaign.
you know, Howard Lutnick and I did work
Thank you. I will
together
now yield
because
to
we had a
Congresswoman
lot of
Leno.
victims
Thank you.
to take care of, and we worked together to rebuild downtown Manhattan. That is how I know Howard Lutnick.
Why don't you?
Damn, huh? Look at this shit. Oh my god. Man. Sad. Sad stuff happening everywhere.
You know, $100,000 or so doing that. I think that's pretty small metrics. I think helps to stabilize these stocks. And I do think, and you know, a lot of the AI fears because they're kind of long-term fears. So I think we're probably sitting at, you know, multiples here that are going to remain lower than they were 3 months ago.
9:30 open candle
but
range.
I think as far as, you know, any of the categories in software go, including cybersecurity, we need to see continuing momentum out of these names. And, you know, a lot of companies have added salespeople and are seeing some acceleration here in terms of like some of the leading indicators like net new ARR, for example. And so that will be, you know, just continuing performance on those metrics, I think helps to stabilize these stocks. And I do think over time, there's going to be a realization by the market that, you know, just because enterprises could use Claude Code to recreate, you know, their cybersecurity suite or automate core workflows, they're not going to, the total cost of ownership is not going to be there. And they're still going to find a lot of commercial value in these software vendors with highly resilient models. And that certainly applies to the cybersecurity sector, which is especially more relevant when you have to protect your AI stacks and protect your agents and protect the access that those agents are granted as CrowdStrike does.
Yeah, it's all to do with the proprietary stuff and also that strength of your moat. Steve, really appreciate the setup. Thanks so much for that. Steve Koenig there, who's the...
Day, it's going to put upward pressure on rates because there's now a premium on capacity, especially as it relates to the tanker industry. We've seen tanker rates get close to almost $500,000 a day. That is just being driven by the fact that people want oil. They're going to have to pay to get it. And The ripple effect really for my world, because I cover marine shipping, air freight guys, and also the folks here in the U.S., the
It
railroads
really
and trucking
regained the
companies.
CPI
The biggest impact is
candle.
going to be the
Wow.
inflationary aspect
Got
and
closed
the
last
higher diesel prices.
yesterday though.
When diesel prices rise significantly, it tends to weigh on margins because
So
there's
crazy.
a lag effect on the fuel surcharges that they charge their customers. So you're going to see margins getting pressed, and also the the 1-2 punch from that is going to be if consumers have less discretionary money to spend on goods, that means there's going to be less stuff shipped around. So there's really kind of a ripple effect going on with the events unfolding in the Middle East.
If disruptions persist, do you think we could see supply chain bottlenecks similar to 2021 to 2022? And if so, which sectors do you see will be falling first or will be affected first?
I don't think you're going to see what we saw during the pandemic, because at the end of the day, the biggest impact really is the crude and energy markets. So, container liners that are leaving Asia are still going to go to southern California to unload their goods. The only time it's going to become a problem is that if this is really prolonged and just people just don't have the energy to manufacture stuff. But let's hope we don't get there.
What about vessels? With vessels stalled and rerouting around choke points, how sharply are freight and tanker rates going to rise in your view?
My colleague Ken Lowe out of Singapore, he just put out a note on the Bloomberg terminal earlier today, and he was calling for over $500,000 a day in time charter rates. Again, what it's not so much the diversion, it's the kind of the demand. So people are willing to pay up high. A lot of insurance companies are no longer insuring in the region. So the Strait of Hormuz is pretty much, the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz is pretty much shut down no matter what the Iranians do.
So Lee, if I'm a FedEx pilot, I'm not flying anywhere near that airspace, so I'm going to fly around it. Isn't that going to raise costs for everybody?
Yeah, and so like the ripple effect, after the ocean markets, probably the air markets are most impacted. A lot of the airspace in the Middle East has been shut down. A lot of commercial flights are no longer going in and out. And what the commercial airlines do is, where we put our luggage, they also take cargo. So that capacity is not available, and it is going to impact FedEx, UPS, and DHL. DHL is more exposed to the Middle East than the other two. But I think right now it's kind of a de minimis impact to UPS and FedEx. The real question is how long does this go for? Is it going to be days, weeks, or months? If it's just going to be weeks, the impact to earnings probably won't be that significant for the FedExes and the UPSs of the world, and slightly more for DHL.
Crisis unfolding in real time. I'm surprised, honestly, that prices didn't spike to 85 when the market opened, Sunday night in Asia, because it was clear once, tankers were not moving through the Strait of Hormuz either way, that this is going to be a major energy crisis unless it was resolved by today. I mean, I think that unless they can get the tankers moving in the next couple days, we're going to see extremely high oil prices, which will frankly be warranted given that no oil is moving out of the Persian Gulf. And while consumers in the United States may have plenty of oil, we're not going to necessarily see gas lines. We've got product, we've got oil. We're not immune to price spikes in the price of crude oil globally, and so this is going to affect people in terms of what they're paying at the pump. But other countries, that depend and rely on this oil could potentially start to see shortages unless there is a plan, unless they start rolling out a plan to either get things moving or find alternatives.
So you say that some of the important issues in terms of oil prices as well as natural gas prices are the potential damage to oil infrastructure in Iran. You also talk about the extent of delays in marine traffic entering and exiting the Persian Gulf. as well as OPEC plus the response there from the US and China as well. How do you think about some of these challenges or all the different important variables that we're seeing as it relates to oil prices?
I think that the most important variable right now is how long this military conflict is going to last, because that's what is pushing up the price of insurance so much that tankers are unwilling to attempt even to cross the Strait of Hormuz. It's just too expensive, meaning it's too risky. So, if they can get a handle on this military conflict, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen, within the next week or two, it seems like it's probably going to intensify, in fact. And so that means that, yes, OPEC Plus has reacted, but the problem is most of its big producers, the ones with all the spare capacity, are the same ones that are in the Persian Gulf that rely on the Persian Gulf to get oil out. Now, we know that Saudi Arabia is starting to make plans to load more oil on the Red Sea. That's great, but it's still not going to account for all of the oil. Iraq is going to be in a huge issue. They're going to have to shut down production. In fact, they're already starting to shut down production because they don't have the storage capacity to just hold on to crude oil if it can't be loaded into tankers. So that's already starting to affect production. And then I do think that China is a big wild card here. Can China put its considerable economic weight to bear on Iran potentially to get it to maybe concede or make some concessions to end the military conflict sooner so that we can get the oil flowing?
It seems oddly enough that one of the winners here might be President Putin and Russia, to the extent that they can move their oil at these higher prices. How do you view Russia as a player here?
Yeah, exactly.
They had
Well,
a
Russia
party
is
in the
in a
morning,
very
but like
good spot,
from the floor.
personally, or that's what I think. Russia's in a very good spot. It can move more oil
I did
to
nothing today
China
on
to
SPY because these
satisfy
candles
some
looking
of
fucking
the
terrifying,
oil
but
that
yeah.
China's not getting from the Middle East. Although I believe there have been some issues in terms of loading at one port that was recently attacked by Ukraine, which is certainly precipitous on their part. But Russia's also going to be able to charge a lot more for its oil. So this kind of conflagration is having the effect of kind of lining Putin's pockets, which is probably going to cause some problems down the road, for the Trump administration if they're really looking to put an end to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, sometime in the next year or so.
So I'm also curious, how will multinational companies, if you think about energy, shipping, insurance, how do they assess and price in the geopolitical risk here from conflicts like this?
I mean, I'm not an insurance expert here, but they're definitely looking at this and they're saying, wow, the potential for a ship to get, severely damaged, have an oil spill and whatnot is really high right now in the Persian Gulf. And so they are adjusting their rates accordingly. Now, there'll be some ships who may be willing to, either self-insure or chance it and may take that risk, though right now that doesn't seem very likely.
A ship
Plus,
full of
you've also
oil. Who
got
the
the
fuck would
risk
take that chance?
in the
Nobody.
Red Sea of the Houthis that they could kind of take up their mission again and start harassing ships there, which is a problem because, Aramco, at the very least, is hoping to start loading oil out of its port in Yanbu. And then if it wants to send that oil to Asia, it's going to have to leave the Red Sea, go around the Arabian Peninsula and out that way. And if the Houthis start posing problems, that's another issue to increase prices.
And we got the oil pricing spiking higher here to intraday highs, $77.85 for WTI crude oil. Iraq, here's a red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Iraq starts shutting oil output at Ramallah.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you were here or not, but the Bulls got fucking annihilated, and the Bears were the ones having a party. The Bears were the ones having a party. The Bulls were the one crying, right? And the majority, 3/3, probably chasing candles, and the minority was the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. So I don't know if you've been following what's been happening with the market, but hey, whatever floats the boat, right? Oh, the Bears, oh, the Bulls, whatever floats the boat. But for me, I don't give a fuck as long as my direction in my life is up. Woo! Man, crazy. I love these cycles though. This is like life fucking altering. God-given opportunities in life. These cycles are. Man.
George fills. So just as you were saying, Ellen. So Ellen, what role does the U.S. play here? Can we just crank up our drilling and our refining to maybe offset some of the decreased supply out of the Middle East?
Well, you can bet that, every fracking company is calling up people there. Anyone who's idled rigs has got to be putting them back into production now. I bet there's teams headed for North Dakota at the moment to get things going. I mean, this is really, this is the moment for the American oil industry, and it can really prove how agile, how quick it is if these producers that have been talking about slowing down production, this is their moment to get things going and sell that oil, refine that oil. We have limited extra refining capacity in the United States, but we do have more production capacity. It's all about what we can get going and what American companies can do with personnel, with people. If there's money and financing available, they're certainly going to make that money selling oil either internationally or at home. So I would say this is the moment for the American fracker.
Anything above 20 is fucking terrifying, to be honest. I remember back in the day when the VIX never went down fucking just past 30. It just stayed there for a couple of days, and I was like, bruh, I don't want to be doing this shit. These contracts are so dirty expensive, like. And then they fucking short squeezed the fuck out of it at one point. But I mean, yeah, it's just dirty, disgusting with the VIX.
To get to. I think we have to start with what we're seeing in real time play out in Iran, in the Middle East right now, and the role that new technologies like AI are playing on the battlefield.
Yeah, well, I think if you look at the successes of the U.S. military in the last year, everything from Midnight Hammer,
anytime anything happens,
Operation Southern Spear in Venezuela,
especially at market open, the VIX has been
Fury,
dirty fucking high. The contracts were dirty expensive at market open.
And combat power in a way that's been extraordinary. Everything from cyber to undersea, space, all those things combined to let us do these things with very few casualties. One is too many, but very few casualties, very little destruction to our assets, and it's been amazing to watch this military do that.
Yeah, we came into this conflict hours ahead of time with the drama of Anthropic being designated a supply chain risk by the Pentagon and being disentangled from the industry and from the activities in a classified nature within the department. And then also OpenAI being given the green lights to be used in a classified setting. Just last night, we heard from Sam Altman at OpenAI said you shouldn't have rushed into the deal, that they were trying to escalate the situation, but that it looked opportunistic and sloppy, added a little more nuance around the terms of the deal. Your response?
Yeah, well, so we started, when I got the mandate to be the chief AI officer for the department, essentially, I was looking across where we had deployed AI, and it was very piecemeal in very different parts of the organization. And I wanted to make a big push to make it enterprise-wide. So we restarted talks with all the companies, and we launched Google Gemini on our unclassified networks. And out of 3 million people, over 1.2 million have used it so far in just 2 months.
Candle.
And then we signed a deal with XAI across both unclass and classified levels. But to deploy on those things takes some time. And OpenAI was next, and we are deploying them on classified networks. And we'll get to more of the department soon. We're getting them all the enterprise use cases, all the combatant commands, which are the big users of AI right now, and eventually the intel agencies, and the same thing with Google. So the idea is we can't be reliant on any one provider anymore, and that's what was happening before I took this role on, and that's got to change.
Is the door closed to Anthropic, or if they were to come back to the negotiating table, you'd be open to it?
I mean, they closed the door. They didn't want to do business with us. We gave them that Friday deadline of...
You think they just want it out of the contract?
I think their culture and their own constitution that has a soul and their own values really are not compatible. I mean, it's sort of strange to want to do business with the Department of War, as they have for 3 years, but not want us to do Department of War stuff.
Time is only 1:35.
So if that's where we ended up,
I think I need a couple of fucking coffee.
And they don't want to do business with us, you know.
I'm gonna go look for some caffeine because I'm kind of getting tired right now. So. I'm so glad I filled my fucking tank.
11 minutes worth of business, and we're down 900 on the Dow, 400 on the Nasdaq. Plenty of red ink as we open the market today.
This was when the market opened.
Operation Epic Fury delivering an economic blow to China. Connor Hansen
Let's
joins
get a
me.
cup of coffee,
This is all
guys.
about China's oil imports from Iran, right?
Around 13% of its total crude oil that comes by sea from Iran. The fighting there will no doubt cause some economic strain in China, and it will build tension ahead of President Trump's planned visit to Beijing later this month.
They're very afraid that they're going to lose Iran as a military partner, but also as a trading partner. And so that's the problem that they have. They have hundreds of billions of dollars in exchange with Iran. If that switches over to the United States, it's going to hurt them economically tremendously.
Chinese leaders have called for a stop to the fighting, but it does not have any direct security arrangement with Iran. China imported well over 1 million barrels of Iranian oil per day last year. That's about 80% of the total crude coming out of Iran by sea. While nations like Iran and Venezuela weren't China's only suppliers, experts say they were selling at a deep discount to skirt sanctions. China's smaller so-called teapot refineries rely on that cheap oil.
They're about 25% of China's refining capacity. So that is significant. And ultimately, you have a Chinese economy which is fragile anyway. It is export dependent, which means it really relies on those factories. Those factories rely on cheap energy.
Some analysts believe China had been hoarding enough Iranian oil ahead of this conflict to last several months, which will soften the blow in the short term. Now, most of the oil heading to Asia from the Middle East has to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, where tankers have come to a standstill. U.S. Central Command does say that the strait is open after it took out nearly a dozen Iranian Navy ships. Stuart.
All right, Connor, thanks very much indeed. The aforementioned Gordon Chang joins me now live and in New York. You're warning that Iran could take the fight to U.S. soil with help from China. You explain that one?
We have a lot of Iranian operatives in the U.S. They tried to kill President Trump. They tried to assassinate former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and other senior State Department officials. Their cyber goes after our infrastructure, like the water system in Aliquippa, Pennsylvania. And President Biden, he released 3 Iranian operatives after giving them clemency on September 11th, 2023. The Iranians are here. Now, the Chinese have actually bases here. We know that because of their secret police stations, their 4 consulates, their very large embassy in Beijing, and those secret Chinese biological weapons facilities, like the one that Las Vegas SWAT took over on January 31. So, you know, the Chinese are here, and they have those bases, and the Iranians could work very closely with them because we know Tehran and Beijing cooperate on a whole series of matters.
There would be hell to pay if a terrorist incident was linked to China inside America.
Which is one of the reasons why I think Beijing would be very reluctant. But on the other hand, you have perhaps a desperate leader in Beijing right now, Xi Jinping. He's got a stumbling economy. He's being blamed for it. There's disarray in the Chinese military. This is a very serious situation. Xi Jinping, I believe, believes he has a personal interest in keeping a high degree of tension between China and other countries. If that's indeed the case, then we're in trouble because he could lash out, and we're really not prepared. We're not thinking like he's thinking.
Is China that unstable?
It's actually just so one-sided, one way down and one way up.
We know that because the Chinese people, whenever they get a chance, they protest. And they do it in a way which the regime can't predict. So, for instance, on October 2022,
what are we doing, though? What the fuck? This thing just went up $3 more again.
They lasted for about 2.5 months, and then they died down. But it was the regime, I think, taken by surprise. They are very insecure in
they're
Beijing,
crazy with it.
And we see this at the top of the party, where all these military officers, generals and admirals, including the most senior uniformed officer, was taken out. And that was in January. So this is a situation where I think Xi Jinping is really sort of on the cusp.
President Trump visits China. I think it's about 4 or 5 weeks from now.
March 31st is the first day through April 2nd.
So you've got 30 days or so.
Look at the fucking candles coming.
The president says that the war in Iran could be over in 4 weeks.
Went down.
That's a rather rosy scenario, isn't it? The president wraps up the war in Iran and then goes to China.
Thursday,
That's a bit too
Friday,
rosy.
It is a bit too rosy,
Tuesday,
and I hope that President Trump remembers that the Chinese supplied advanced weapons to
like
Iran.
a dog.
And if those weapons were used to kill Americans, we've lost 6 service members already, then I don't think President Trump should be going to China. China is a combatant in Iran. They're on the other side. I hope the president does not go,
Man, I
because
was
it would be
dreaming
strategically
about
wrong
this shit
and it
yesterday.
would
I'm
be
not gonna
morally
lie.
wrong to do that.
That
Stu.
would send a
What if
huge
just say
signal
that?
from
That's very
trade
deep
and
in the fucking
international
reverse
relations.
up. But like the
He said
chances
he
of that happening
cancels the
over and
visit
over
to
and over
China.
again
The
is so fucking
repercussions
rare.
were
But I mean, they
profound.
really just did that.
Yes, they would be, but we've had, we've been trying to integrate China into the international system. We have failed continually. We continue to try to do it. At some point, we have got to understand the maliciousness in the Chinese system and start to deal with it. I think President Trump gets a lot of credit for dealing with Iran, because we've had a lot of presidents kick the can on down the road on that one. But clearly, China is behind Russia in Ukraine. It's behind Iran when it attacked Israel. It's roiling North Africa with all of these insurgencies. It's behind Pakistan's campaign of terror against India, which boiled into a war last May. So we don't have an Iran problem or a Russia problem or a Pakistan problem.
Spy.
We got a China problem.
Yes, we do, and you always point it out. Gordon Chang, thank you very much indeed. So come again soon, okay? That's good
Thanks,
stuff.
Stu.
Man, to be on the wrong side of this shit doesn't even matter if it's not even 0 DT. It would be wiping on SPY. Holy fuck. I'm still green as shit for the day. What the fuck? SPY? Look at the thing. It went from 670 to 681. Intraday. One day. Let's look at the SPY. Puts and calls. 1 DT, 2 DT, 3 DT. How much they're moving. The fuck? Okay, but they spiked the fuck out of the puts. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, this shit makes sense though, because look, if you look at the 1 DT right now, the put, they spiked the fuck out of it. Because of the fucking VIX. And they're making this crazy with it. 3 DT went from $3 to $1,300 on SPY, so yeah. This is some sort of crazy VIX game. The latest Metis and intraday cycle Letus and nuts. I mean, don't look at the call though. It went from fucking 700 to fucking $1. Like it went from at 4 p.m. 6.95 and then it opened at 25 cents. So they fucking fucked it. They fucked up the balls, man. Shit. Rest in peace, 700. Rest in peace, 7000 SPX. Is all I can say. Rip. I mean, the Bulls might hate me for saying what I'm saying, but I mean, they fucked over the Bulls way more.
Well, if you think about the conflict, the initial reaction to the conflict, Russia-Ukraine back in 2022, we saw that initial pop, and then sentiment settled down. This is really no different in my view. I understand it's very treacherous right now, but I would suggest to you this, that the markets seem to be reacting fairly rationally to what we are seeing with this volatility. Keep in mind that the equities, the energy
Oh my god,
equities are
Ochoa said,
lagging.
yo, the dude who YOLO'd MU is fucking wild. He did an updated post. What, he got fucking liquidated or something? I'm thinking he got liquidated, so.
Everybody knows you never go full retard. What do you mean? Check it out. Dustin Hoffman, Rain Man, look retarded, act retarded. Not retarded. Cat 2 picks, cheated cards.
What the fuck? Where? Where is the MU? Where's the oh my god. Jesus Christ. Oh, oh my God! Oh my God, I feel so bad for this fucking guy, dude. Wait, what? Wait. 590. Realized loss 92K. Wait, what? This is fucking what the fuck? Yo, what the fuck? Yo, what the fuck? Yo, can't be fucking Wall Street bets. you can't be Wall Street bets. Nah, bro. What? Hell nah. Man lost 180K to make fucking 7K. What the fuck?
Both crude and
Oh
also
my
for
God.
natural gas. Natural gas
Hell
here
nah,
in the
dude.
U.S. Henry Hub benchmark.
What a
That seems to be much more tame relative to TI and Brent. Of course, the dynamics there are somewhat different. But I think if you would have asked me Sunday what I would have expected, the volatility is definitely there. This seems to be fairly in line. I would say that
that
if
shit got fucked up.
infrastructure gets destroyed, if marine logistics become an issue, supply chains become an issue, a more permanent issue, then I think all bets are off and the uncertainty will prevail over rational minds.
Talk to us about China's role in all of this. They are the biggest buyer of Iran's LNG, and they tried or have been trying to persuade the country from targeting vital energy export infrastructure. How do they fit in here, and what are the best case and worst case scenarios for them?
Well, we spoke on this over the weekend, and if we were to look at China's preparation for this, there is roughly, call it 50 million barrels of floating storage right now in the Asia corridor. That's a significant supply that is available to not only China, but also the Asian buyers. China has been stocking oil significantly. There's roughly 2 billion barrels of capacity. I think there's somewhere around 1.5 billion in storage at the moment. The IEA suggests somewhere around 90 days of demand. I believe that China is somewhere north of 120 days at the moment. So there seems to be sufficient stockpiling at the moment. Now, as we move forward, again, if we're talking more about destruction as opposed to delays or disruption, then I think all bets are off, and we could see a triple handle on Brent and TI. But when we talk about natural gas here in the U.S., we just put out a note this morning talking about how the U.S. operators are somewhat more isolated and insulated from all that's going on right now, and how we should not expect any incremental barrels coming into the market or incremental molecules coming into the market to take advantage of this price rise. If anything, you'll probably see the opposite happen, more hedging by the U.S. operators, since capital discipline, the mantra of capital discipline that shareholders desire, that remains, and that remains persistent for 2026 in our view.
Hey, Vince, when and to what degree will we see higher prices at the pump?
Well, You would most likely start to see it as we move into the spring session. Of course, summer is just around the corner as well, so it does take some time to funnel through more sustainably across the U.S., but you would see that bleeding in, considering that wholesale prices are now up as well.
So, Vince, what's the role in OPEC here? Are they just going to open up the spigots and take advantage of higher prices?
So earlier they suggested that they would delay any action. I believe, considering where we stand today, you could see them propose loosening balances, providing additional capacity. Of course, Saudi has the most excess capacity, and you could see it introduce barrels into the market, or suggest they will introduce barrels into the market to sort of calm the market somewhat.
Welcome back. Blackstone making headlines in the private credit arena this morning. The firm says it will fulfill 100% of repurchase requests in its $82 billion BCRED fund. This after investors sought to redeem a record 7.9% of the fund. Now, Blackstone is meeting those requests by increasing the size of a previously announced tender offer to 7% of total shares. It is stepping in alongside some of its employees to offset the remaining 0.9%. This, of course, as questions swirl around liquidity and valuations in private credit. Who better to talk to than Blackstone's president and COO, John Gray. Thanks for coming downtown.
It is great to be here, David.
Yeah, rough day and overall, as Carl just told our viewers as well in the markets, and Blackstone shares no exception. How do you view the fact that 7.9% of your fund holders, or those representing 7.9%, wanted their money back?
Well, I think it's worthwhile to step back. We created BCRED 6+ years ago with this idea that we could deliver a premium return to individual investors in non-investment grade credit. And we grew it, as you said, to more than 80 billion of assets, 50 billion plus of equity. We've delivered a 50% premium versus leveraged loans, 10% a year, 8% up last year. And when you think about credit quality, the 400 plus borrowers here, they had 10% EBITDA growth last year. We saw cash flow coverage go up from 1.6 to 2.1, part of that because rates have come down. So when we look at this, we feel pretty darn good.
And you should. So my question is, what's going on then? If you can put up numbers like that and have returns like that, and at least can provide metrics on your portfolio that look to be fairly secure, why would 7.9% want to leave?
Well, I think it's also worth noting we had another 4% come in, right? So we had $2 billion of inflows. Our institutional clients, interestingly, away from this, continue to allocate significant amounts to private credit. But we've had a ton of noise, as you guys know better than anybody, in the press. This has become a story. It started with Tricolor and First Brands, which were bank-originated credits. There's a constant spin cycle. And so when that's happening, it's not a surprise that investors can get nervous. Financial advisors can say, hey, I want to redeem. And for us, the key is, are we delivering performance? Are we aligned with our shareholders here? And so what we did, we said here, twice in the past we've gone above the 5% limits. We did it again here. We wanted to deliver to the investors 100% liquidity. And we also wanted more alignment here. We put in money from the firm and individuals. So I think the key is, there's this disjointed environment now between what's happening on the ground with underlying portfolios and what's happening in the news cycle.
Yes.
And ultimately, these things will resolve themselves. It doesn't mean there won't be individual credits that get in trouble. It's non-investment grade credit. It doesn't mean that there's not disruption, which you guys have been talking about. But the underlying low leverage loans here and the performance of those loans, that's what's going to stand the test of time and will continue to outperform liquid credit.
AI experts.
calls the administration's approach with Iran undisciplined. Let's bring in Richard Haass, Counsel for Foreign Relations President Emeritus. Richard, good to have you back. Thanks for the help today.
Thanks, Carl.
You did write over the weekend. You called it a questionable war of choice, and that was before the Secretary of State's comments to the media yesterday, which I think kind of backs it up, does it not?
Well, both his comments and everybody else's. Both things. One, the war of choice. This was not a war we had to fight now. There was no imminent new threat that had emerged. So we chose to do it. The fact that Israel may have pressured us or influenced our decision to go in doesn't make it better. And the fact that everybody is coming up now with different explanations as to how we got here and different explanations about what our definition of success is, what our warnings happen to be. I think that's one of the reasons you're seeing the markets doing what they're doing today. Is the United States is not projecting an image of competence.
You also write about history suggesting that regime change, if that's what we're after, doesn't happen from the air. And that sets up a dilemma for the president if he is, in fact, wants that. Does he have to do it on the ground?
Yeah, there's no way we're going to send in ground forces to do this. Iran, remember, is a country of 92 million people. So the idea that we're going to send in a large expeditionary force and let it sit there for years in the hopes that Iran becomes a functioning democracy is just preposterous. That's not going to happen. I think the real question now is, to be blunt, is whether the United States begins to walk back some of.
Need to turn our focus overseas because fighting in the Middle East rages on as we enter day 4 into day 5 of Operation Epic Fury.
I'm gonna lay down for 2 minutes on my bed with my headset on.
Their attacks, putting much of the region in the crosshairs. Moments ago, an urgent warning from the U.S. Department of State of a, quote, imminent threat of missile attacks over Tehran, Saudi Arabia, which is the eastern part of that country. So, good morning. There's a lot to get to from New York City. I'm Bill Hemmer, and welcome to our coverage now. Dana.
Yes, give me 1 second. Good to be with you again. I'm Dana Perino, and this is America's Newsroom. So that target list includes the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia. 2 drones hitting the facility there, sparking a small fire. Thankfully, no one was hurt. Meanwhile, the U.S. military continues unleashing its massive firepower, targeting assets of the terror regime of all stripes. CENTCOM announcing the continued destruction of Iranian command facilities and missile and drone launch sites.
All right, from overseas to Washington, D.C. now, President Trump will meet today, this morning, in fact, with Germany's chancellor at the White House. The strikes in Iran front and center. Vice President J.D. Vance saying that no one should doubt the resolve of the commander-in-chief.
I think the president has made it very clear that the United States has a lot of optionality here. And, you know, we could go for a little bit longer, we could go for a lot longer, but I think the president just wants to make it clear to the Iranians and to the world that he is not going to rest until he accomplishes that all-important objective of ensuring that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, not just for the next few years, not just because we obliterated Fordow or some other enrichment facility, but because the Iranians themselves commit long-term to not building a nuclear weapon.
And Jennifer Griffin is live in Washington with the latest. Good morning, Jennifer.
Good morning, Dana. Well, there are increasing indications that some of the Gulf states' air forces may enter in carrying out airstrikes against Iran. They have been taking so much incoming in terms of ballistic missiles and drones that I'm told that, quote, the next 24 hours is going to be intense. A line has been crossed. As you mentioned, no U.S. personnel were killed or injured when the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, was struck by at least 2 Iranian Shahed drones last night. It was largely empty at the time, but other military bases in Saudi Arabia are being targeted. In fact, I've just learned that Daman, a port city and 5th largest city in Saudi Arabia, is currently under attack. The State Department just issued this urgent warning to Americans in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia, an eastern coastal city near Bahrain. Quote, there is a threat of imminent missile and UAV attacks over Dhahran. Do not come to the U.S. consulate. Take cover immediately in your residence on the lowest available floor and away from windows. Do not go outside. The U.S. consulate in Dhahran urges U.S. citizens in Dhahran to shelter in place, review security plans in the event of an attack, and to stay alert in case of additional future attacks. U.S. consulate personnel are sheltering in place. The State Department is telling all Americans to leave the Middle East. finally announcing ordered departures at embassies across the Gulf states. Some questioning what took the State Department so long to issue this ordered departure. And now there are not many flights out of places like Dubai. U.S. bases and embassies across the Middle East are facing the constant threat of incoming missiles and drones, but the vast Iranian ballistic missile supply is likely to dwindle. Once the U.S. takes out more of its missile launches, which they were doing overnight, their missile launchers are estimated in the hundreds. Without missile launchers, the 2,000 or so ballistic missiles can't be launched. The burn rate for the Iranians in firing those missiles, the ballistic missiles, is high, with about 500 being fired in the first few days at Israel and at the Gulf states. The Iranians have decentralized their decision-making. Small IRGC missile units were prepared for disruptions to their command and control. In fact, the U.S. took out the IRGC headquarters in Tehran with Tomahawk missiles in the initial hours of the conflict. The Iranian president has now decentralized decision-making to regional governors. That we learned this morning. Gulf allies, again, are quickly burning through their missile defense interceptors and are requesting urgent resupply for their Patriot and THAAD missile interceptors needed to shoot down these incoming Iranian drones and missiles. Actually, the THAAD and Patriots aren't used for the drones, but just for the missiles. The problem with the Shahed drones is they are not easily defended by these missile batteries, anti-missile batteries. In fact, you would not waste these expensive interceptors for the THAAD and Patriot on these drones, which are slow and low-flying and deadly autonomous munitions about the size of an SUV car. The Ukrainians perhaps have the most experience with shooting down these drones because Iran provided its Shahed drones and technology to Russia at the start of the Ukraine conflict. The Ukrainians have had to innovate and figure out how to defend against these deadly drones, often using fighter jets and helicopters to take them down. The death toll, back to earlier this week, the death toll now from the Iranian attack on U.S. forces that left 6 dead has not risen. We're told 18 U.S. troops remain seriously injured from that strike on their tactical operations center on Sunday. Dana.
All right, Jennifer Griffin, thank you for that update.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
It's already over. Oh, fuck. Fuck, I'm tired.
All right, Mr. President, Congresswoman Nancy Mace from South Carolina, thank you for being here with us for hours today. I know it's been a long day, and I know that we're going to wrap up soon for you. Did you know one of the witnesses who testified in the Epstein cases that Epstein said, you quote, like them young? Why would Epstein say that about you?
Are you asking his opinion? You're asking him to think about why Mr. Epstein would say something about him?
Why would Epstein say that about
So she's asking you to try to be in Mr. Epstein's mind and guess at what Mr. Epstein would have thought about.
Clinton likes them young, referring to girls.
That shit got silent as fuck so quick.
That's not true.
What's not true?
That I have any interest in underage.
I didn't say underage, I said young.
But it's still not true.
Is an intern young?
Yes.
Okay.
At my age, anybody younger than I am.
Did you know Jeffrey Epstein instructed a witness to deny you were ever on his island?
He didn't have to, since I was never there.
Did you ever travel to Zorro Ranch?
Is that the one in New Mexico?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Have you ever flown on anyone else's private jet 26 times or more for overseas trips?
26 times or more.
I have flown as many miles on other jets, but never with as many stops.
How many other people's planes have you used, like Epstein 26 times or miles, etc.?
I don't know. I did with Steve Bing, who's now deceased, and probably with 4 or 5 others.
Okay. So maybe about a half dozen billionaires total. So how many dinners did you have with Ghislaine Maxwell or Jeffrey Epstein in attendance?
She's asking to the best of your recollection.
I have no idea.
Okay, did you ever discuss sexual misconduct allegations made against you with Epstein or Maxwell?
Never.
Did Epstein or Maxwell ever offer to help manage or silence women who made sexual misconduct allegations against you?
No.
Did Epstein or Maxwell ever offer financial support directly or indirectly to legal defense funds related to impeachment proceedings or civil actions against you?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you think a young girl massaging a president is unusual?
So are you asking his opinion?
Wow.
Well, he was massaged by a young woman. I'm asking if he thinks it's unusual that a president, sitting president of the United States, leader of the free world,
So I'm sorry, are you speaking to, are you talking to the instance of the back massage that occurred while he was not president? I'm just trying to understand. You said a president of the United States.
Former president.
Thank you. Just trying to make sure we're correcting the time
Are you
frame.
filibustering?
No, I don't need to. I'm actually trying to make sure that as you.
Pretty clear. He said
you said he was a sitting president.
Excuse me, could we just please go one at a time? Thank you.
You said a sitting president. I want you to be clear so that when he answers
Former
you,
sitting
the
president. How
record
do
is
you
clear.
want to do it? Is it unusual?
I have no idea if it's unusual.
Objection calls for speculation.
I figured. Did you ever think that all these women around Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell was odd, unusual, weird, or creepy?
There weren't all that many around when I was there.
How many would you say is not all that many?
I think on this big plane that was working long hours, having 2 to 4 people on there, I thought was, as far as I knew, they were all helping.
Flight attendants in tank tops and jeans, right?
No.
Do you believe you were a victim of a Jeffrey Epstein intel operation? Do you think that you might have been caught up in some of what he was maybe potentially doing?
Excuse me, Congressman, which question are you asking?
I'm asking
Intel
if the
operation?
First of all, I don't.
Some type of intel operation. I'm just curious because it's been speculated on today and yesterday
understand.
that he may have been an intel asset. Do you think, perhaps knowing what we know now, the proclivity of it all, that he may have been targeting you as part of an intel operation?
I doubt it.
Okay. In 2019, you stated after he was arrested, I guess this would be the second time, you stated you knew nothing of Epstein's, quote, terrible crimes since you only met, quote, briefly on only, quote, 2 occasions. Was this statement false?
Excuse me, Congressman,
That's
could you
not
put in
an accurate statement. Can you
Yes, in 2019, as reported by the media.
Which media?
This says this is the.
Can you share a copy of it, please?
Okay, Daily Beast. It says
Guys, 87
the title
people
of this
here.
is Bill
Let's
Clinton failed
smack
to mention
the
his
like
intimate
button.
1995 dinner with Epstein.
We had people unhit the like button. That is bad karma.
Well, we'd like the statement. I mean, put out
I
a
don't know
statement
anything about that.
in 2019.
Only
Full
good
statement.
And it will be marked Exhibit 22.
So to be clear, the basis of your question is a news article with respect to the Daily Beast as to a dinner. Is that accurate?
Nope, it's a question in the first paragraph, which reads, hours after Jeffrey Epstein was arraigned Monday on several sex trafficking charges, former President Bill Clinton publicly downplayed his relationship with the pedophile financier, saying he knew nothing of his terrible crimes since they only met briefly on 2 occasions.
And that's in the Daily Beast.
Correct,
Is that
which
not
is
correct?
in your hand right now.
Great, that's what I just said. Thank you.
Well, what would
What's
you
your
like to
question?
know?
So my question is, you stated you'd only met Jeffrey Epstein in 2019. You stated you only met him on 2 occasions. Was this statement false when you made
To
it?
be clear, this is a news reporting that is saying that that's what he
Did you
said.
make this statement in 2019?
Congressman, would you put in the statement that he made? This is a news report.
Okay.
It's double hearsay.
Did you make this statement in 2019 as reported by the media?
So you're asking whether or not he made a statement to the Daily Beast?
Nope, it says, quote, it's quoting him or his office, etc. Are you denying you made this statement?
It's quoting a sentence. If you put in the entire statement, that's all we ask. To be fair, give him the statement, not somebody's report on it. I have no idea what the Daily Beast take is.
There was a statement that was released that was broader than this, and they relied on only a portion of it. They relied on only a portion of his full
And
statement.
that's the portion I'm focusing on.
Well,
he said
then-
he only was with Jeffrey
So
Epstein on
it's
2
actually a
occasions.
misrepresentation of his entire statement.
Well, can you let your client answer the question?
Well, can you ask it in a way that would make it clear that what you were
I'm being
actually
very
asking
clear. His statement said
is
he
the
met with
broader
Jeffrey
question
Epstein.
of what did he say?
He said he briefly met with him only
No,
on 2
the
occasions.
Daily Beast selected that piece
So
out.
are you denying that the president made this statement?
What I'm saying is that there is an entire statement, that's the statement on which the president spoke to.
Would you like to provide it to this committee?
we're happy to provide that committee. That's
Okay,
been
I would like
publicly
to ask
reported.
the president this question. Was that a false statement that you made in 2019 that you only met with Jeffrey Epstein briefly on 2 occasions?
Object to the basis of this question.
Wait.
This is, you're asking him about a news article, not the
It's
statement he
quoting
made.
him. It's quoting the president of the United States.
Quoting
Are
a
you
sentence.
denying? Are you denying the president made this statement?
I'm telling
Are you denying he
No,
made
I'm
this statement?
telling
I
you-
want to know.
No, I'm telling you that
Are
the
you
president
making a
made a
false
full
statement
statement. You are selecting a piece of it. Let's put in the
My
entire
source-
statement he made.
I wasn't in federal office in 2019. I was not a part of this committee. I was a state house rep from Goose Creek, South Carolina, and I'm quoting open sources that I have. To the best of my knowledge, I'm not rich with a bunch of attorneys, okay? I'm doing the best that I can to get the information I can, and I'm asking if the president was telling a lie in 2019 when he stated to the public he'd only met with Jeffrey Epstein on 2 occasions.
He
He
did
didn't
not say
state
that
to the
only
public.
in
You're
the statement,
misrepresenting.
Congresswoman Mays. Let me be clear. Not asking about your right to ask him any question, but don't do it on the basis of a news article. The news article is quoting his statement.
So is the news
It's quite-
article lying? Is the news
It's not
article
lying.
false?
It's false if you take it to mean what you say, which the statement did not do.
Do you understand English?
I
Seriously.
think I do.
I don't
I'm not from
think you
South
do.
Carolina, but I think I do.
Did you make a statement, Mr. President, in 2019 that you only met with Jeffrey Epstein twice? I'm asking a question a different way.
I have no idea, but I think that when I answer that, I don't believe I remembered anything about meeting him in 1995.
So when making a statement about Jeffrey Epstein in 2019, would you have checked with your staff
even
on
breathe on.
maybe White House logs about the 17 times he visited, dinners you had with him, fundraising that you did with him, fundraising dinners he was on, you were on his flights 26 times. Would you have checked with your staff before making such a statement, or would you just?
Congressman Mays, what statement are you talking about? Are you talking about the entire statement that he made in 2019?
Ms. Mays, can I just ask you for the Ms. Mays, can I ask you for the record?
Excuse me.
Ms. Mays, can I ask you for the record? Can you read the article into the record, please?
I'm not going to read the article into the record.
Well, Ms. Mays, you are indicating that this article misrepresents a piece.
You
Could
have
you
not
read the
asked
article
anybody
into
to
the
read an
record?
article into the record. I'm not going to do that. You've
Well,
not
this
done
is the
that yet.
basis
I'm not
on which
going
you
to.
rely.
You're not in charge of me. I am quoting
I'm
from
not
this
seeking
article.
to be in charge of you, believe me, that is something I would not at all
Don't even try.
seek to be, so I want to be respectful. But I am asking, if you're asking him to speak to this, can you please put the entire article in the record?
The entire article is in the record as an exhibit. What exhibit number is this?
22.
22.
And yet,
Counselor,
It's already in the
question
record,
has been
Counselor.
clarified to reflect only the small portion of the larger statement, to whatever extent the witness is able to answer to his recollection of that portion of the statement and any preparation that occurred to make that statement.
so in other words, what you have just articulated, that the question's been clarified by Ms. Mace or by you, that what is intended is to actually only be speaking to the selected piece out of the entire statement that was released by the president's office. Is that what you're clarifying?
That's what I'm focused on, yes.
Okay. So if you read this, you really want to know is if I was at a dinner
No, I don't. My question was
that
about your
Ron
statement.
Perlman
No, sir.
gave.
No, sir. I'm not asking about that dinner. I'm asking about the statement at the beginning of the article. I would like to ask another question.
Man,
Your
market is trying to
statement
go
in
2/3,
2019
3/3
about only
bearish.
meeting with Jeffrey Epstein on 2 occasions
And
briefly.
life is trying to
That is
test
not
me
correct.
and make me
object to
fall
that
asleep right now.
characterization. That is not what the statement said.
Okay, so the third
You're reading the
paragraph
Daily
down.
Beast article.
So to be
which
clear,
is a leftist rag, by the way. And on the third paragraph down, it says, in his Monday statement, Clinton said he had only, quote, one meeting with Epstein in his Harlem office in 2002, and around the same time made one brief visit to Epstein's New York apartment with a staff member and his security detail. Those are the two
That
meetings
is
that
in
were
addition to this.
referenced.
so the Daily Beast, Bill Clinton failed to mention his intimate dinner,
statement
1995
described
dinner
trips.
with Epstein. That's by Pilar Melendez on the 11th of July, 2019.
All right, Mr.
What?
President, your statement saying you only met with Epstein briefly twice, was that part of an effort to cover up your close relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, correct?
Object to the form of the question. It misstates the record.
She's asking if you were trying to mislead the public.
Oh, no.
Okay, how many times did Ghislaine Maxwell visit your home in Chappaqua?
I have no idea.
Who invited her?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how. She may have been.
Mr. President, that's it.
Okay.
Hillary had political events there.
Okay, so is it in your, is it to your knowledge was she at your home in Chappaqua likely because your wife had her over for Senate events? That's what you testified earlier today, correct?
That's not what he testified, but please ask the question as to what he would actually, thank you, I appreciate that.
I do not know, but if you are implying the reverse, I will volunteer something. She was never at my house in Chappaqua for any personal reasons.
680.8.
I didn't say anything for anything
No,
personal.
you didn't, but you have a great tone in your voice, and you're very good at it.
Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment.
It is a compliment.
Thank you. And I did not go to Yale Law School or any law school for that matter. So yesterday your wife testified that Ghislaine Maxwell was never at her home. And I believe you stated earlier today you thought if she was over there it would be for Senate events. So was your wife falsely testifying yesterday?
Mischaracterizes.
So he doesn't have the benefit of his wife's testimony yesterday? And so unless you all are going to provide the transcript, or you're going to actually provide that information, he's not in a position where he could address
I
that.
believe all I said was that I didn't know.
Okay.
That she had done.
You postured that maybe it was for her Senate. I'm going to have one last question, Mr. Chairman, and then you'll take over. I believe you stated today on around, I know it's been a number of years, on around 2008, you ended, or before that, ended any communication with Jeffrey Epstein, correct? Around
correct.
the time he got arrested or right beforehand. And he was arrested for child sexual prostitution or hiring girls for sex or one girl for sex, correct? Roughly, child sexual exploitation. If you were aware in 2008 that Jeffrey Epstein was having sex with kids, and you knew of his close association with Ghislaine Maxwell, why would you still associate with Ghislaine Maxwell, who you dub essentially like your Doug Band? She was the body man to Epstein, Doug Band was the body man to you, and why would you allow Ghislaine Maxwell to associate with your daughter up until, I don't know, 2004, 2015? You knew he was a bad guy. Why would you allow your daughter
Excuse me, what's the period in which you're saying he would have known that Jeffrey Epstein was a
after
bad guy?
2008? So up until Ghislaine Maxwell was involved with CGI until what, 2015? And we confirmed today that he had a dinner with Ghislaine Maxwell in LA in 2014. So he's still hanging out with a close associate, the closest associate to convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein.
But, excuse me.
And I guess my question is why?
Yes, the question, excuse me, is the question why Ghislaine Maxwell came to the wedding? Is that the question?
No, I didn't even bring up the wedding.
Okay,
Why are you obfuscating? Why are you putting words in my mouth? You're smarter than that.
No, let me
Thank
finish. I think, first of all, when the wedding occurred, she was with Ted White, and she was for several more years. We did not know when Epstein was arrested that she was still involved with him. I think that clears a lot of this up. We didn't know. And I don't want all of you to we're all getting in a lather. There's a logical explanation. We didn't know. And
Time flies, huh?
I'm sorry.
It's already 2:40.
She did and what she allowed her life to become. And now she's living with it.
And I have one final short question. I promise I'm done. I was severely and heavily duped by an individual in my life about 2.5 years ago. It's very publicly well known. You graduated from Georgetown and Yale, correct?
Yeah.
How do you think Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein duped so many powerful and smart people, fully connected, powerful people all around the world?
I really don't know. But I don't know. I've thought about it a lot. And if you can figure it out, I'd like to know, but.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Yeah.
Point of privilege?
I would like to say, since you made a great deal out of all this Ivy League stuff, I am also the last president ever to live in a place without indoor plumbing.
There's a full statement which we'll be happy to provide for the record that it might be that Representative Mace is unaware of, but the full statement says President Clinton knows nothing about the terrible crimes Jeffrey Epstein pleaded guilty to, Florida, some years ago, or those with which he's recently been charged. In 2002 and 2003, President Clinton took a total of 4 trips on Jeffrey Epstein's airplane. 1 to Europe, 1 to Asia, 2 to Africa, which included stops in connection with the work of the Clinton Foundation, staff and supporters. Secret Service detail traveled with him on his trips. He had 1 meeting with Epstein in his Harlem office, 2002. Around the same time, he made a brief visit to New York. That was the full statement. Ms. Mace was selecting portions out of the statement or relying on an article which only shows certain portions of the full statement.
Let's go. Miss Luna from Florida.
Video end? Wow. I'm getting a phone call. The fuck? Ah. Ay, ay, ay.
The U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia was hit in an Iranian drone attack. Brett Velakovich joins me now. Brett, this is a more successful drone attack from Iran than we were expecting, right? We weren't expecting their drones to be so good.
Well, I think what we didn't expect was just how callous and evil they are. I was just thinking that even as the U.S. hits strategic infrastructure in Iran with precision, Tehran can only respond with random missile and drone barrages across the region with no clear objective, including attacks targeting innocent people and causing damage to major tourist destinations, which proves exactly why, Stuart, the United States cannot allow a regime armed with ballistic missiles and proxies to operate unchecked. If they're responding like this, with drone strikes and missiles, how do you think they're going to respond with nuclear weapons? And to be honest, to me, 2 drones landing in Saudi with no one present doesn't feel like a real orchestrated attack. It feels more like a tantrum from terrorists who just lost their supreme leader and half their command structure.
These
Because
scam callers
I don't
always
know
get
who's
my
left.
phone number.
Epic Fury has gutted their missile stocks, drowned their navy, turned their so-called elite IRGC into a headless, humiliated mess. And yeah, look, they're lashing out at soft spots in Saudi, Bahrain, Kuwait, anywhere they think they can scare us, because they know the hammer's about to come down harder. Well, are their drones any good? There must be. Have they gotten through the protective circle or whatever it is around? And by the way, America has just closed its embassy in Saudi Arabia. Look, they have some of the best drones out there. They use low-cost drones that, frankly, they've been perfecting for years based on the war in Ukraine and other locations. They've been able to operate these drones at scale, but at the same time, we have defenses out there that are able to stop that. But, you know, we really need to respond to this either way from a deterrence standpoint. If these attacks are not met with decisive consequences, you invite more of them. And you know better than anyone, Stuart, markets operate on predictability. If adversaries believe U.S. facilities are fair game without costs, that injects chronic instability into the Gulf, and instability is inflationary. So when our diplomatic facilities come under attack, we have to respond so that the world understands we're not going to put up with it.
Iran's now dead Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was under heavy surveillance. The CIA was tracking him using hacked traffic camera video, and they've been doing this for years before he was killed. Now, Ali Larijani, he's the new leader in Iran, and he is likely the next major target. Does this guy have any hope of surviving without surrendering, Brett?
Well, I wouldn't want to be in charge over there, I'll tell you that. If reports are accurate that there were years of intelligence gathering, even hacked traffic cameras, that tells you this wasn't impulsive like the other side of the aisle, by the way, wants us to believe. This was patient, methodical, intelligence-driven targeting. Imagine the humiliation of the Ayatollah rolling through Tehran, waving like a king, while Mossad and the CIA were watching literally from every street corner. This wasn't a rushed revenge. This was calculated, brilliant dominance that exposed the regime for their paper-thin dictatorship it is. And it tells me that we've got real capability. Our U.S. intelligence apparatus remains deeply capable and capable of long-term planning, and we're going to continue to strike them at the heart. And again, they're completely decapitated. They are in chaos at the top of that regime right now.
The Israelis, I believe, maybe it was the Americans, I'm not sure, I think it was the Israelis, were pounding the leadership compound in Tehran,
can you talk about
which
the VIX,
Khamenei used
please?
to use as where he based his operation.
We've been talking about
We
the VIX for the
presume
last 2 weeks.
Larijani is in there, but we don't know whether they got him yet. Any intelligence on that?
Well, we know that our forces are looking at it from all kinds of different angles. The fact that we're at war with the Israelis, one of the top organizations that have the Mossad and intelligence apparatus that's unlike anything, we've got really good information in there. And, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see another leader taken out very, very soon.
We never know. All right, Brett Velikovich, thanks for being with us this morning. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Brett Velikovich.
Okay, so you see the map here beneath me, the video here behind me. Day 4 of a war that President Trump says could go on for weeks. In and around Iran, tensions only grow more intense by the moment. 6 U.S. service members have now lost their lives in the Pentagon's Operation Epic Fury. We're also learning U.S. forces hit one of Iran's underground nuclear facilities. U.S. and Israeli missiles also hit several targets in the capital city of Tehran today. So first the explosion, and then you see somebody moves to cover. Iran returning fire, hitting the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. At this hour, the embassy is closed. People are urged to stay away. In fact, embassies in Beirut and Kuwait also ordered to shut down today. Now, for those reasons, the U.S. State Department has a message to Americans who are living in 14 Middle Eastern countries, and here it is. Get out for your own safety. In fact, in a social media post, the State Department listed phone numbers to give Americans ways to evacuate. President Trump took questions from reporters today for the first time since the war began. He was asked about the chaos that travelers in the Middle East are facing. Listen.
It happened all very quickly. We thought, and I thought maybe more so than most, I could ask Marco, but I thought we were going to have a situation where we were going to be attacked. They were getting ready to attack Israel. They were getting ready to attack others. You're seeing that right now. And a lot of those missiles that are hitting in, those are stationary. Those were aimed there for a long period of time at these other countries. So I think I was right about that. We attacked first.
All right, so let's go live now to Washington and CBS News White House reporter Aaron Navarro. So, Aaron, the president says Iran was going to attack first, but what evidence is he providing on that point?
Reid, no specific or concrete evidence has been provided by President Trump today, at least from that Oval Office appearance. But President Trump did say that he, quote, felt strongly that Iran was going to attack first, given how negotiations between the U.S. and Iran have been going, at least those indirect negotiations between the U.S. and Iran to reach a nuclear deal. We know that for weeks now, the countries have been talking on some basis to get to that deal. And President Trump today said at one point, if anything, he might have forced Israel's hand and not the other way around, but that the countries were prepared regardless for strikes. Now, this does run counter to what Secretary of State Marco Rubio said on Capitol Hill yesterday, where he said that the Trump administration, the White House, was aware that Israel was about to attack Iran, had known plans about that, and due to expected retaliation from Iran on U.S. bases in the region, the U.S. had to strike preemptively. We also know, though, that President Trump last December, during a meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Mar-a-Lago, said that he would support Israeli strikes on Iran's ballistic missile program. So clearly, coordination between the U.S. and Israel on a strike predates the negotiations where Trump said he had a hunch that Iran was going to strike.
Of course, the next big and very important question is, after this military campaign, who's going to lead in Iran? And the president made some comment signaling what he thinks, at least. What did you hear there?
Yeah, I think it was really notable when he was asked about Reza Pahlavi, and the president seemed to pour some cold water on him taking over and saying in the White House that he thinks someone in the country already should be the next leader. Take a listen to what President Trump told reporters earlier this afternoon.
I guess the worst case would be we do this and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen. We don't want that to happen. That would probably be the worst. You go through this and then in 5 years you realize you put somebody in who is no better. So we'd like to see somebody in there that's going to bring it back for the people. And we'll see what happens with the people. You know, they have their chance. And we've said don't do it yet. If you're going to go out and protest, don't do it yet. It's very dangerous out there. A lot of bombs are being dropped. But I would say that would be about the worst.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, you know, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also.
Reza Pahlavi, is he an option at all in your mind?
I guess he is. Some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that. It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be more appropriate.
Now, the strikes killing so many, up to 50 leaders of the regime, has provided a challenge for the administration as they look to who could potentially rule the country next. Though the administration, President Trump, has made clear that they want someone, quote, a bit more moderate and not as radical as the former supreme leader.
All right, Aaron Navarro live in Washington. And, you know, just a moment ago, we were planning on going to Charlie D'Agata, our CBS News correspondent in Tel Aviv. He's one of several of our correspondents fanned out there in the region. And just a moment ago, what we heard, you can see the live picture here, but we...
Might as well mute my mic and sleep for 2 minutes and the candle might move.
Evacuating an enormous amount of Americans out of various countries in the region right now, and it doesn't appear that they have the resources and the ability to do that. How concerned are you about that?
I'm very concerned. It was entirely predictable that in launching a broad spectrum war against Iran, they would strike American targets. And it is American diplomats, families, civilians, as well as service members who we knew were going to be in harm's way as Iran launches wave after wave of ballistic missiles and against American interests and facilities in the region.
Oh, there's here!
That there wasn't enough planning done. There certainly wasn't enough consultation with Congress or the American people. I'm praying and hoping that Americans can get out of harm's way, but as this war expands, I am concerned that we're going to see more attacks against Americans and American interests in the Middle East and around the world.
Israel said that they can't facilitate with this. Are there resources for Americans trying to get out of this region? Do you know?
I literally was on the phone with a friend who runs a school and has 30 students in Dubai. They were in Dubai this week, just on a learning abroad experience, and imagine amount of anxiety of their parents and their families. It is one of the busiest airports, I think the busiest airport in the world. Given that drones have been repeatedly striking Dubai, Abu Dhabi, the amount of air volume has gone way down. If you're in a situation like that, what do? You call the U.S. Embassy. If the staff of the U.S. Embassy are in the midst of being removed from the region, you won't get the immediate support that you hope for and you need, whether you're a concerned parent here in the United States or an American trying to evacuate. This is a very difficult situation. There are resources. We should be surging them from other parts of the world to provide support for anxious and concerned Americans, but it's going to be very difficult to get people out of harm's way. This is just one more part of the entirely predictable challenges that President Trump should have consulted with Congress and the American people.
All right, I'm out on SPY.
On this,
Tiny ass fucking.
I have a lot of questions.
Scalp. I didn't even
What's our
post the
goal?
alert room.
What's the scope? What are the costs?
Too
When
SPY.
Secretary Hegseth yesterday declined to say there will be no U.S. troops on the ground, that raises a big question. And both President Trump and Secretary Hegseth said we'll be in this war as long as it takes. As long as it takes to do what? To secure the overthrow of the regime, to completely eliminate all remnants of any nuclear enrichment program, to sink their entire navy, to destroy all their ballistic missiles in the last 24 hours.
LOD test the video and to close you
will.
will.
So,
LOD test this hoe and to close you will.
He hasn't matched it with limited and defined purposes. That's one of the reasons I'll be voting for the War Powers resolution that says you need to wind this up and bring these folks back and lower the conflict in the Middle East.
Do you expect a supplemental appropriations request to come based off of just
As the senior Democrat on defense appropriations, yes,
Oh,
but we
nah,
have
so
not seen
far.
supplemental appropriations requests for the several other military actions taken in the last year. I'll remind you, President Trump in his first year struck more other countries than any president in living memory. Most Americans forget that he launched a missile strike on Nigeria on Christmas Day, that he's launched military strikes on a half dozen
Merry
other
Christmas.
countries. This will be a very expensive war. The most important cost is the cost of the Americans who've been killed already
Merry Christmas,
and those who are severely
motherfuckers.
injured. But there's also going to be a
do bad
cost to the
shit.
American taxpayer and to our international security standing and our national defense.
Can I ask one more question? How concerned are you about munitions reserves and the idea that those could be depleted very quickly with a war like this?
Absolutely. Magazine depth is one of the core issues that we addressed in this year's appropriations process. We gave the administration several $1 billion more to acquire some of the most exquisite
Market is
American
bearish.
interceptors, such as for the Patriot system.
From
and
the
we
top.
allow for multi-year contracting. But frankly, before
All right, bounce
launching the
trying
war
as
of
soon as
this
I said that.
potential scope and length, there should have been more thought given to the consequences, because we need those interceptors for a Taiwan contingency,
trying as soon as I
ongoing
said
war
that.
against Ukraine, and for the Middle East, and for our homeland defense. So I am concerned about that. That's one of the pressures that's going to, I think, limit the total duration and scope of this war. Actually, more urgently, our Middle East allies are concerned about their reserves of interceptors. I spoke to the ambassadors from Jordan, Qatar, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia over the weekend. At the moment, they are all confident that they have enough interceptors to defend the civilian targets that Iran is increasingly striking in the region, but they may run out before the United States runs out, if that makes sense.
Thank you so much.
Last.
Yo,
I'm about to
dude,
go
what
into
is
the
this
hearing
God
for
candle?
Secretary Noem. Thousands of capable national security and counterterrorism professionals have been moved and reassigned for domestic immigration enforcement. I think we're going to have to re-examine that priority. There are press accounts that the FBI director recently fired a whole unit that was focused on countering Iranian terrorism simply because they played some role in investigating President Trump's retaining of highly classified documents at Mar-a-Lago. There's a whole series of missteps like this that I think put us at greater risk.
The Republicans are trying to tie the war with Iran to the DHS funding fight. Do you see them connected at all? Does that kind of rush this process to try to get the deal done?
There have been constructive negotiations between the White House and Senate Democrats on how to set clear and reasonable standards for ICE conduct that's similar to what state and local law enforcement follows all over the country. I think that's a completely reasonable request from Democrats. We are going to be pushing for funding for the rest of DHS later today, but bluntly, we shouldn't say, oh, we give up on any accountability for ICE's conduct and any change in training and policy because we have an urgent national security situation. There is robust funding available for a national security non-partisan.
Senator Coons, when do you think the homeland was safer, under the Biden-Harris era or under the Trump administration?
Obviously, I think President Trump has launched a reckless war that didn't have the clear support of the American people, where he didn't make the case or consult with us enough. Look, every president, when he sends America's fighting forces into harm's way, I believe has an obligation to the nation, to their families, to all of us, and particularly to Congress, to make the case. I don't think he's clearly defined our goals, the scope, the cost, and the duration. So we won't know when we've achieved our goals if we don't clearly have them. Thank you all very much.
Thanks, So, useless interview. Cool.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. The U.S. is
face the prospect of hundreds of thousands more drones potentially being sent to us, to our allies, in attack by Iran. There are questions about whether, in fact, this is the right approach, or we should be using a different technology to fight them. What do you think?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. I think you hit the nail on the head in that there is a real issue here in terms of the sustainability of cost, particularly if you're going to use exquisite systems to intercept these relatively low-cost Shahed drones. You know, I think the United States is probably trying to not use things like its Patriot interceptors for this and holding those in reserve only when it's absolutely necessary. It's probably trying to rely on some other methods, but they're still fairly costly. Like we've seen F-16s, for example, or F-15s flying in the air and using anti-air missiles against these. We're now seeing Apaches that are also being used in this role. Traditionally, they hunt tanks, but now they're hunting Shahed drones. But we don't really have a lot of low-cost, sustainable options at the moment.
Well, so when we consider that, then, Kelly, when expensive as these things may be, when we consider the quantity we have of them and where they are, do we have adequate capacity in the Middle East right now, or are we going to have to be pulling these assets from other theaters?
Oh, well, I think when we combine both the missile threat, because there's still the ballistic missile threat and the drone threat, you know, there's sort of a race going on right now between the ability of the United States and Israel, and now it seems Qatar, to be able to find, locate, and destroy the infrastructure for its Iranian missiles and the launchers, the drone facilities, to try to destroy that. So they can't get as much in the air and take off the pressure on the interceptors. But if you look at the basic math, particularly against the war, before the war, it certainly favored Iran and just sheer numbers. You know, the question becomes, how effective is it being at degrading those capabilities? But the reality is, even what we've done so far, we've actually gone in significantly into our own stockpiles of these interceptors. And the important thing to really understand is that you can use these interceptors and buy down short-term risk today by using more of the inventory, but you can't remake these overnight. You can't replace them overnight. You're not probably going to even be able to replace them this year. We're talking about years to be able to replace these interceptors.
Well, then I'd love for you to help us interpret the president's post on Truth Social. Decode this for us, Kelly Grieco. He writes the U.S. munitions stockpiles have at the medium and upper medium grade. You can qualify that for us. Never been higher or better. He writes, as was stated to me today, we have a virtually unlimited supply of these weapons. Wars can be fought forever and very successfully using just these supplies. Is that true?
Well, I am not sure what he means exactly by medium grade. I have two different thoughts in response. One is that it is true that when you're talking about shorter range things on offense, particularly if we're able to not rely as much on long range munitions and we're able to get closer to targets on Iran, you can rely on shorter range things. We have that in larger numbers. So on the offensive strikes, we can sustain this for quite a while. The air defense, missile defense issue becomes much more challenging. There are just certain realities around those stockpiles that we can't really escape.
Kelly, obviously, when we're watching the markets today, we are seeing major upward pressure on commodities, oil and natural gas prices surging as we consider whether or not the Strait of Hormuz is going to be safely navigable for tankers in order to get that product and crude out of the region. Is it possible for the U.S. or Israeli forces to do what proved very difficult to do with the Houthis in the Red Sea and make sure that the strait is secure for transit with the resources we have, and knowing we also actively are trying to play defense with the drones and everything else that Iran is sending out right now?
Yeah, I mean, this is a very tall order for the reasons that you highlighted, that we've, did this earlier with the Houthis, and the Houthis have, also been threatening that they're going to resume their strikes as well. The question is that it's not even one threat at this point. Then, one of the challenges here is you're going to have to start making some acute decisions, because if you want to protect commerce in the Strait of Hormuz, then those same, missile defense ships are not going to be able to, say, provide some level of coverage for, the carrier strike group itself, or to help protect some of the ports of Gulf states. And so it's these kinds of trade-offs that are just that are cute, and we can't escape them. That's just the reality.
We understand that Iran was estimated to have about 2,000 ballistic missiles after last year's conflict with Israel. Based on what's taken place over the last 4 days, drones aside, Kelly, what do we think that might leave behind?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little hard to estimate because there's a lot we don't know. But I did see that a couple days ago, the Israelis announced that they thought they had destroyed about half the launchers. They were believed to have about 200 launchers before the war, and so they may be down to about 100. That's still significant. I haven't heard as much about the stockpiles of the missiles themselves. My sense would be that we'll know over time. I think particularly the next couple of days, as we start to see to what degree they're able to sustain these salvos. If we start seeing a drop off, then we can have a higher degree of confidence that we've actually managed to destroy some of this capability. But it is challenging. We're talking about trying to find things that are on trucks that can blend in. These are widely dispersed, and the Iranians were smart enough to realize that they shouldn't rely on a centralized command and control in Tehran for leading its forces. And so local commanders have been authorized to conduct these strikes. It makes it harder. It makes it much more resilient as a target.
Bruh.
Welcome back. The drama between the Pentagon and our AI companies is highlighting the broader risk for the U.S. that China's.
Good afternoon, everyone. You all know that yesterday the Senate voted to vote cloture on the motion to proceed to the road to housing bill. Big vote, 84-6. This is a piece of legislation that the President has talked about a good amount, talked about it in his State of the Union address. And this legislation has a number of important provisions. It reduces and cuts red tape, increases housing supply, makes some important reforms like the President suggested the other night, which is to place restrictions on the ownership, institutional investor ownership of single-family houses. And so it's a great job by Chairman Scott and his team. This is a bicameral, bipartisan bill that includes a number of important Senate priorities. A number of our senators have had input into this bill, and it's a piece of legislation that strikes at the very heart of the issue of affordability, particularly with younger Americans who are very concerned about their ability to experience the American dream and own a home. This legislation will make that more possible. On another issue, we are now 18 days into a second Democrat shutdown, and unfortunately it's Department of Homeland Security. Couldn't be worse timing. This is an agency that has obviously huge responsibilities and funds a number of important functions in our government, including our TSA agents who make it safe to fly. And so I'm hopeful that the Democrats will come to the conclusion that this is a really bad idea, particularly right now. As you all know, we live in a dangerous world, and that's abundantly clear. And there are 120,000 DHS employees who don't know right now whether or not they're going to get paid here in the very near future. And so I would hope that the Democrats would work with us. There's been a tremendous amount of outreach on behalf of the administration. The White House has worked to try and come up with provisions in this legislation that would help attract Democrat support. The Democrats at some point have to take yes for an answer. And so I just think it's really important, and 18 days into this now, second Democrat government shutdown, that because it is the Department of Homeland Security, which is responsible for defending and protecting the homeland, that the Democrats work with the White House and try and negotiate a deal that would allow that agency to be reopened again, for all the reasons I just mentioned. I'm going to hand it off now to Chairman Scott. As I said, he did a great job negotiating the Road to Housing bill, and I'll give him an opportunity to speak to that, and then we'll take your questions. Chairman.
Thank you. Promises made, promises kept. President Trump made a very important campaign promise on the campaign trail, and we are delivering. Both the House and the Senate passing historic housing legislation. The 21st Century Road to Housing Act really does meet the need. It focuses on local jurisdictions, number one. It removes red tape and unnecessary burdensome processes from the federal government, number two. And number three, it creates and will expand housing supply while focusing on affordability. So important. As a kid who grew up in poverty, my mother became a first-time home buyer at the age of 38. Today in America, that age is 40. How do we bring those prices down? How do we make it easier for your average person to experience their version of the American dream through home ownership? I think it starts by making sure that Washington understands solutions start at home. And so what you'll find in this legislation is we start
Chinese food
in
today.
local jurisdictions.
I'm gonna get
And we
orange
start
chicken.
by making sure that both the House, the
Fucking
Senate,
hungry as hell.
Republicans and Democrats do not see this issue as red versus blue, House versus Senate. We see this as taking care of Americans who desperately want to experience the American dream. We made that possible through legislation that passed the House 399-1, passed through the Senate unanimously. Now we find ourselves taking 20 to 21 provisions out of the House bill, out of 25, and 36 out of our 40, creating in harmony legislation that moves housing forward for the average American. And it's really good news.
Would you think the Congress would need to authorize any military action against Iran beyond the 60-day or 90-day window?
No. I think the president has the authority that he needs to conduct the activities, the operations that are currently underway there. As you know, there's a lot of controversy around, questions around the War Powers Act, but I think the president is acting in the best interest of the nation and our national security interests by ensuring that he's protecting Americans and American bases and installations in that region, as well as those of our allies.
The president has not ruled out boots on the ground. He has said that this could go on for a long period of time. 6 American service members have already been killed. Where is Congress? When does Congress weigh in?
Well, Congress obviously, as you know, has the power of the purse. The president has broad authorities under Article 2 of the Constitution when it comes to defending America's national security interests. And the authority that he is using is very similar to that used by President Obama in Libya, going back prior to that, previous administrations. So, obviously, I don't think the president probably is going to take options off the table. You don't want to telegraph to your enemies what you will or will not do. But I think that they are achieving great success with what they've done so far. And it's targeted, of course, at naval and air assets in that region that the Iranians currently possess, ballistic missiles that could do great damage to Americans.
Stop speculating about
and
me.
to our
You
allies
guys
in
do
the
not
region.
know me.
And so I think once that
One
has been
fucking
achieved,
day.
once those
I
objectives
don't give
have
a
been
fuck.
achieved, there are a lot of questions about what happens next. And I think, frankly, that's going to be largely.
You think I give
up
a
to
shit if I'm
Iranian
up
people.
one fucking day?
But this will eliminate.
How the fuck is the year to date?
Threat
How
that
the
is
fuck is
posed
the 1 month?
that could kill,
How the fuck is the
countless
3
numbers
months?
of Americans.
How the
There is no
fuck is
country in the world
all-time
that has more
highs?
American blood on its hands than Iran.
Right, man.
So I think the president was perfectly within his rights
To distract the
to
people
take
are.
the steps that he took. I think it was a necessary step in order to protect America.
I've been up, literally in the last 60 days, I've been up fucking 40, I've been up like 50 something days. I give a fuck. As long as my direction in life is up, folks. God is there.
Right, and
God
I
is
think
good.
that one of the things that we did last summer, and one of the reasons we
Does it
thought
really
it was
fucking
important
matter?
to provide additional resources to the defense.
You really want to know the number?
Because
Shit,
for
I'll tell
many
you right
years
now.
during the
Fuck.
Biden administrations, defense spending wasn't even keeping up with the rate of inflation, and so we forward funded some things. But obviously, we'll be paying attention. And General Kane, we're going to hear from him later today, and that question about
More than you.
munitions, I'm sure, will be asked. But as I've said
More than
earlier,
$1,000.
I think it's important to remember too that not only do we have, I think the resources necessary to conduct the operations that are underway right now, but also a lot of our allies in the region also have capabilities that are coming to bear now. And I think the Iranians, by sort of lashing out in every direction, have really sort of united a lot of our Arab allies in the region, and I think you're going to see more of that. The Europeans are starting to engage a little bit. I think people realize and recognize the threat that Iran represents, not just to that region, but to the entire world, and particularly if they continue to develop a nuclear capability. So it starts there, ballistic missiles, naval assets, an important shipping lane. There are lots of objectives that I think are going to be met, and hopefully will be met in a time frame that doesn't require some of the things that you are suggesting or asking questions about.
Senator, the Democrats are calling it unconstitutional that Congress was not briefed beforehand. Why, in your opinion, is that?
Ain't nobody rattling no one's cage. It's just people are so fucking distracted. Like, I don't give a shit.
By the argument that Trump is now using that it was a preemptive strike.
Well, I think it was clearly a preemptive strike, and I think there was an imminent threat there. It's been conveyed, I think as most of you know, at least to the degree that they can share it, through the intelligence community that American
What is
assets
true is, though, in life, people just want fucking good times. They just want to be happy and they want to be good, but like, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, people think I'm a tissue, and good luck with thinking life is a one-step highway, one time, good shit every day.
I mean, the
'Cause,
idea
I
that
think
the
it's a fucking every
administration,
fucking
any
day,
operation is
step
going
by
to
step.
until
Fucking grind by
535
grind.
members of
Motherfucking
Congress
drill by drill.
who never leave
Fucking
about
death
anything,
or the highway. But
what
honestly,
exactly
people
they're going
just
to do.
fucking.
But they did inform
I
us.
don't know.
They met with us
I've
last
ran into
week.
fucking 40,
The
50
Gang of
people
Eight
that fucking
heard
fake
what was
love
being
me.
contemplated.
They're like, good morning,
was
good morning
called,
only, and then they
notified
think
the
I'm a
day
used
that the,
tissue. And then the
actual
moment I
operations
came
got
out saying I'm
underway.
gonna do what I do,
And, we had
they're
a
like,
meeting
oh,
again
fuck this kid.
yesterday
Oh,
where
young
we
ass kid,
updated
I'm
on
leaving.
progress so far.
Like, bro,
And we're gonna
I
have
think I
another
give a
meeting this
shit, man.
afternoon at 3:30 with,
People are so
the
fucking
entire
goddamn
Senate,
distracted,
both,
and I have no
Democrats
fucks.
and Republicans,
I don't have the
where they're
fucking
gonna lay
energy
out
to
and
fucking
answer
be
questions
distracted. Like, I don't
about,
have the energy to
the
fucking,
ongoing operations. So
distract
I
them for them.
think
Like,
that
I don't
there
give a
have been,
fucking ass.
I mean, I think the administration,
Just people just want to
frankly,
care about what they want to care about.
has,
That's cool. Know what I'm
very
saying?
much
People see what I
kept
do and
us
they're
in the
like,
loop,
oh,
as
this
far as I'm
this
concerned.
dude,
And I'm not
oh,
just saying
Parma Bear,
that's
so
not
I
just me.
can't
That's
do good.
Democrats
Oh,
and
dude,
Republicans,
oh, because
House
I'm
and
a
Senate.
baller and I'm a oh. Look at the fucking environment. Look at the goddamn market environment for the last fucking month or two. Like, bro, I don't give a shit. No, it does not matter what people fucking say. People talk. That's the issue, right? Easy to fucking say, very hard to do. This is the last 1 month. Very easy very easy to say. Very fucking hard to do things. But I mean, God did. All I can say is, it's been like this. But get the fuck out of here with the bullshit. I'm talking about people that were fucking doing that shit from day one. And they know exactly what the fuck it is, but literally, dude. Nasty. You think life is that fucking easy? Ay, ay, ay. Think life is that easy? Shit. Only if. Now who's gonna carry the boats? God did. I'll carry the boats.
Attention over to crypto, which can't break back above 70,000. It's given it multiple tries recently. Mike Willis, co-founder and CEO of Cyber Hornet ETFs, is with me. You may remember Bitcoin was at 127,000 not that long ago. And there are folks who still love it, still believe in it, but they're also looking to Ethereum and XRP and other ways to look at crypto. So let's talk about what's going on with crypto. Particularly as we have a war in the Middle East. Your thoughts?
It's just
Mike?
the attitude is just fucking so
Yeah,
lazy.
thank you, Nicole. I think it's
Oh,
always
I've
a
been
good time
here.
to buy a
Oh,
scarce
let me
digital
join the
asset.
WhatsApp
So
group.
from our
Oh,
standpoint,
my life's gonna be
long-term
different now.
positioning,
Oh,
these
let
are
me
buying
immediately try to join the alert room because I'm a new person. Oh, like, bro, you think you're the first person? Like, I literally, I'm saying this shit every fucking day. The majority are lazy as shit. We are human beings, right? If that's the case, I make fun of lazy, I make fun of the majority, then don't be a majority in front of my group, in front of me. I don't have to do all this shit. What the fuck we talking about?
opportunities. Bitcoin and a
Like
lot
the
of the
fuck
top
we
10
talking about?
cryptos are off anywhere from 40% to 60% from their
I
highs.
think this shit is easy.
And definitely
God
buying
damn,
opportunity.
lazy as
I think
hell.
technicals point to a further dip, but the fundamentals continue to strengthen, so we like it here.
So I think about something like Ethereum. Tell me about that.
Yeah, Ethereum is
It's because
one
of
of the
people online making
largest
bullshit, fucking
platforms,
making it
protocols
seem like this shit is
for
fucking easy, no work,
decentralized
scam bullshit,
financial
and people are like, oh yeah,
applications.
life's
So
good, and when things are
it
good, it's good. And
distinguishes
they don't give a
itself
fuck.
as one of
I give a shit
the
about
top
candles though. Since day
5
one.
crypto companies in the market. So we like it because it along with
been like this,
Bitcoin,
son.
it has a name
It's been like this,
presence.
son.
Solana's more focused on ICOs. XRP is more focused on replacing the SWIFT banking wiring system. And so they all have the crypto top 10, which we focus in on, all have their little niches on how they play a role in the decentralized financial superstructure we see us transitioning over to. So again, Ethereum is off hard from its highs, and we think it's a buying opportunity.
So tell me about Ethereum and the blockchain. I mean, not every AI company is going to survive, but this is how communication happens. So it's sort of like you're sure to get the winners because they'll be the ones using the blockchain, right?
Yeah, so you want to go with the protocols that are most widely known. And so Bitcoin is the cryptocurrency of choice. It's emerged as the champion of the cryptocurrency side of things. Ethereum emerged as the protocol, access to all of the financial decentralized applications that initially came onto the market, because layer 2 for Bitcoin didn't exist. So Ethereum benefited from that, and they're the most widely known and adopted cryptocurrency other than Bitcoin in the market. And because Bitcoin's already run up to 100,000, a lot of people, their position is, hey, look, I'd much rather buy a crypto that's a couple $1,000s.
Life is rough, folks. Trust that, right? Life is rough. Most of the people don't want to put in any fucking effort in life and want to get the most in life. That's just how it is. That's how it's been, because we are natural human beings. Look, right? I have to beg for views. I have to beg for likes, I mean, from 150 people. 40 people never even hit the likes every day, yet they come back here and there, yet they come back here and there. Man, I beg for them to not come back. Right? I'm not talking about new people that find the channel. I'm talking about people that channel hop here and there, that channel server or whatever it is, find a different channel when things don't work out. But I beg for them to find some truth in themselves so that I don't have to do this and tell them this. But the fact is, everybody knows everybody online, and it seems like, some people can't find the confidence in themselves to be like, hey, I need to go look at this and this and this, because they just want to go look at this and 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 this. That's cool. It's just, it's kind of sickening to use someone as a tissue when the person is wanting and sending so many beneficial mental, emotional videos that would actually be helpful if the person actually cares and listens to it and really listens to the message. But to look for the easy way out in life, I don't know who the fuck is gonna help you with that, because there's no one else but the self with that one. Helping yourself find a route in life, because, yeah, some fucked shit I'm seeing all over the place. All over the place.
Run up, and I think that's another draw to Ethereum. But Ethereum has
I only have confidence
the
in
largest
myself.
number of followers.
Why? Because I
put
so much time and effort and work into it, actually.
So that's the draw there.
Sometimes it doesn't work. But shit, that's why I learn. Part of the reason why I try to sit there and try to learn. I mean, I really don't think a lot of people try to sit there and fucking even think about anything. They just want to be like all green or red, and then all good or red, or call or bull, or call or put, all bullish, all bearish. Oh, this guy's stupid because I'm bearish. Oh, bullish. Oh, dude, it's none of that.
I think you're going to see
it's
that
actually,
as a trend
they're
on
not
Wall
really
Street.
thinking.
That's the further strengthening of the fundamentals.
Living how it is.
Of these scarce digital assets that are brand new to the market, really brand new to Wall Street, been around for over a decade outside of Wall Street. But I think that the technicals are still showing that we could see Bitcoin dip down into the 50s or below 50, I should say. But the fundamentals continue to strengthen as these institutions adopt these 1 to 5% allocations. And really, we see on a weekly basis announcements made by these different institutions that Bitcoin is now available and crypto is now a part of the asset allocation. So 1 to 3%, very normal. 4 to 5%, a little on the aggressive side.
I want to hear a little more about the Cyber Hornet ETFs, crypto and stock exposure. Tell us more.
Yeah, so our goal is to
I'm being like this because of this one person that used to say good morning on the WhatsApp group only one time every morning, and then he literally left the moment I said I'm doing my alert or something like that. That's why I'm like this, because yeah, I had a lot of anticipation and a lot of hope for the way this person was trying to pretend like he's active and all that, right? But at the end of the day, wasn't talking on YouTube at all, and was just in the WhatsApp group because he thought the main chat or whatever is just oh, my life is good now, forever. Because I used to do what I used to do in the alert room. But hey, that is fucking rough. I wonder how it's been for the last 2, 3 weeks because the market for the last 2-3 weeks have been unforgiving for those on the wrong side of this
Financial
fucking
advisors
biatch.
don't want their clients calling them every time their portfolio jumps up or down, and nobody wants the stress of that. But from our viewpoint, we still think Bitcoin's going to be at $1 million in 10 years. So these are dips. These are necessary dips of a new technology. We're still early, and so we're trying to get our shareholders in now, our investors in early. And the way we think they can get exposed to the long-term performance of this asset class is if we can lower their volatility by using the S&P 500 to buffer that volatility. So we use 75% S&P 500, 25% crypto. And we think that's a blend that can, there's enough of an exposure there to when crypto does do what we think it will do, they're going to benefit from that. And on the other hand, if something happens on the negative side to crypto, it's not going to be disaster for their portfolios.
Understood. I mean, when we think about having the stock exposure, what kind of stock exposure do you think is important? Because you said how we were 1 to 4% for crypto in a portfolio. What about the stock exposure?
Yeah, we don't even have a bond exposure. So really all we focus in on are stocks and crypto. So in our world, we think the S&P 500 should dominate client portfolios. It's very difficult to beat. There's a reason Warren Buffett's $1 million standing bet. He's never lost over a 10-year period. And so we think investors should have over 50% equities in their portfolio, and depending on
to smoke a cig for 3 minutes, folks. I took a nap for like 20 minutes. I was laying down in my bed watching all the videos with you guys too. I feel like I'm awake.
5% to 25%.
I really feel like I'm awake now.
We've also, you mentioned
I have
how
sleep
Ethereum
problems,
was the
honestly.
number 2 to Bitcoin, and I
It's
think
crazy. I go to sleep at 12, 11, 1, and I wake up at 6.
That has become sort of a household conversation, has it not? What kind of exposure do we need to have to that?
Yeah, I happen to love stable coins. You have to, when you're in the digital side of the world,
all right, last poll of the day.
You have to have a place to go when
this
you're
is
not
Power Hour
inside the
310.
crypto.
Market is about
when you have these
and
US
higher or lower
dollar-denominated
from here,
stable
based
coins
on your
that,
personal opinion,
appear
based
to be
on cycles,
poised
and
to pay
based
an
on
interest
candles
rate, which
alone.
would be
We are
very
at the
interesting.
CPI candle
I
bottom.
think banks would
we are
definitely
at the bottom
have
of
a
the
problem with
PPI
that.
candle
I think
right now.
we're seeing that lobby right now in Congress. So stablecoins, though, in general, provide that liquidity for.
All I'm saying is Alfonso knows who exactly the fuck I'm talking about, bro, because this is someone that I DM'd specifically. I was like, yo, big fucking disappointment. I hope you're not like this shit too. But I swear to God, bro, you think I'm kidding? You think I'm kidding, or am I just being fucking brutally real here? Like, what the fuck did anything change when I said what I said?
Have become very
Nothing.
popular. I think they'll continue to flourish.
Except people's fucking, negative, what their motives came out. You know what I'm saying? Their internal motives came out is what I was trying to say.
Especially if they start offering
That's what I
incentives like
fucking
interest
noticed. I was like, am I really being unreasonable and rude here, or were there just people that were trying to use me as a little used tissue?
I think you're going to see a real boom there, and banks are going to have to start doing something to compete.
And look, you've had the Genius Act and the Clarity Act, and folks really like that. That are involved with crypto. I know that the head of Coinbase was saying exactly that. That stock is coming up off its lows, off its 52-week lows, which is nice, but still a laggard year to date. Mike Willis, thank you. Cyber Hornets ETF. Nice to see you. Really
thank you, Nico.
Thank you.
Like the fuck we talking about?
Set of research and a CNBC contributor could be down, obviously, a lot more. Straits of Hormuz maybe in play at this point. In past incidents like this, and every single time it's happened, we've always said, well, in past incidents, it never lasts that long, and decisions that are made about whether staying in or getting out of a market, normally standing pat has been the right move.
That's right. I mean, nobody likes to see headlines and the images of explosions and war. And so we know risk premium jumps. That's why the VIX jumps. But it's not really going to change the fundamentals of the U.S. So in the past, markets kind of sell off into the buildup, and then they tend to do better once the battle begins. And I think this is going to be similar.
We got to watch across the board, obviously, gold and the yield curve, but oil, obviously, oil. It won't affect us in the economy at this point, but I guess there's a scenario where down the road it could, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of experts are going to worry that this could, encompass a larger conflict, something that would be, World War III or something.
Right.
But in the absence of that, I think the worst of the sell-off is going to happen this week. And, I would expect actually March to be an up month for the stock market.
What about the price of oil, which has been such a huge benefit, lower prices of oil to the economy, to the consumer? I realize that we are self-sufficient, but a lot of other countries aren't. If you look at China, if you look at India, Japan, is there a point that it gets more expensive, and if it gets more expensive for China, that is then exported to the rest of the world?
Yeah, I mean, oil's going to create a price shock because oil, it ends up so much in the economic supply chain.
Even what we produce here is going for 72 now, so it doesn't matter with it. We got plenty of it, but oil companies are obviously going to reap some benefits, but consumers, this will filter through in a time when we're still inflation phobic, I think.
That's right. In the past, oil shocks are actually more at risk of maybe tipping a weak economy into recession.
And that's not where we are.
Yeah, and so I think instead of thinking the Fed would be hawkish, I think the Fed might be dovish on a spike in oil.
This market is not doing things that you didn't think it might do at the beginning of the year. And it had nothing to do with what the developments of the past week. I mean, block. That makes people think AI is, maybe we're underestimating, unless this is the same guy that had 3 times as many at Dorsey, 3 times as many employees at Twitter as was necessary to run that outfit. So I don't know whether you paint a broad stroke about AI with what happened there, or whether this is a one-off. I tend to think we better get used to this, no?
Yeah, I mean, I know many companies that are rolling out AI workers. Even at Fundstrat, we are deploying these agents and, treating them as if they're employees. But I think we're still unsure whether or not this will ultimately create more jobs or not.
And AI is killing will kill a lot of companies. And AI itself, the killer is, you could say, had such a run that it is at least richly valued.
Yeah. And, at least in the case of the software stocks broadly, the entire complex kind of has fallen back to where they were last April. To me, that's clearly an overreaction. So I think it makes sense that you'd start to see some of the groups that got hit hard mean revert, including the Mag 7.
So I think someone else made that point, that maybe the leaders in building out AI, maybe they stay where they are and stabilize, but maybe you get a rebound from some of the oversold things.
Yeah.
So you think we're getting to the point now where the initial weakness you saw in the markets, we're making a bottom at some point? What'd you say will be up for March?
Yeah, I think March is going to likely be an up month. I know it doesn't feel like that because of the way the end of February felt. But
comes in like a bear, goes out like a bull?
Yeah, it probably comes in with the better weather. But, the things like software, the Mag 7, and the crypto all had early weakness. They're all probably in the final stages or have already bottomed. And I think that helps lead us up to an up April.
Have you woken up in the middle of the night and looked at where Ethereum is and said, I can't go back to sleep?
No.
You're not worried yet?
No, because, Ethereum, there's the fundamentals, like what's happening. So much is being built on Ethereum now. I mean, almost every major announcement of a tokenized fund is being built on Ethereum.
Does that translate to supply and demand dynamics that make the price go up, though? Or can you just keep building out all these networks at 1900?
I mean, that would be like someone saying all this activity is happening in the United States, but the economy shouldn't boom, Yeah. So if it's all taking place on Ethereum, then price follows. But we are in a crypto winter, so price doesn't matter. Capital is looking at gold and silver and ways of, hard assets. But that isn't always going to be the case.
Oh, Tom. Oh, Tom.
He's live in Tel Aviv. He's got more on the breaking news right now. Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good afternoon. We're following these reports out of Dubai that indicate an Iranian drone hit the U.S. consulate in Dubai. We understand that the building and many of these surrounding buildings had been fully or at least partially evacuated. And again, these are just initial reports coming in. Fox's Jennifer Griffin also confirming
VC
that
Ninja said,
"Oh,
that
in this area."
guy never
As we look
bearish
at this
Tom Lee.
story and the Gulf countries under threat, just in the past 24 hours, this is the second hit on a U.S. consulate or embassy in the Gulf. Remember, overnight in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, 2 Iranian drones hit the compound. But that compound, again, also was evacuated beforehand.
2-3 days ago,
As this is taking place, it raises real questions about air defense systems around these areas. And I reviewed a couple videos online that are circulating. And
every dog's got to eat it. Every dog's got to have its day.
A very similar sound to the same
Right.
Shahed drones
Market
that the Iranians sold to the Russians in Ukraine. You could often see them in Ukraine when they would fly quite low, and it sounds almost like a loud lawnmower buzzing through the sky, and then ultimately there's an explosion. And again, a lot of different videos circulating from this area of Dubai showing that the area of the U.S. consulate in Dubai is on fire. There's black smoke rising from this part of the city. And so again, the threat from Iranian drones, and we talked about this last hour, the short-range threat will be much more difficult to reduce for the Israelis and the Americans after they go after these Iranian positions.
Trey, when you take a look at where the United States consulate in Dubai is, it's right down near the old city. The British have a consulate down there as well. A couple of years ago, I was in Dubai and went through that whole area. I mean, that is an area deep in the heart of Dubai. And again, it's the old city, so that is a very prestigious location. For the Iranians to send a drone into that area, I mean, that's very brazen, and that's got to provoke a response from the Emirates.
Absolutely. And there were some satellite images circulating earlier this week that showed when the Iranians started to attack the UAE, the plumes of black smoke rising from cities like Dubai, right next to the Palm Island, this man-made island chain, were so large they were picked up on satellite images. And again, it gives you a sense, anyone who's ever been to Dubai, this is a very advanced city, modern infrastructure, very tall hotels and buildings. And the fact that these Iranian drones are now soaring through the skies of Dubai and Abu Dhabi and other areas within the Gulf, it indicates that the Iranians are going after A, civilian infrastructure, but B, infrastructure that's never seen war since it's been built. I mean, the Israelis are used to sheltering in place. They're used to this fire toward population centers. These Gulf cities and countries are not.
Trey Yingst joining us with the breaking news out of Tel Aviv.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Breaking news on Iran, if you are just tuning in. Putting this back up on your screen here, as Israeli forces struck an Iranian Supreme Council gathering today as the group was meeting to choose a successor to the late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. That's according to a senior Israeli official to Fox News. And we're also hearing from Fox News' Trey Yingst reporting this update this morning, saying the move, quote, speaks to the Israeli intelligence about this war.
It's all up to Asia tonight. What happens with the market? The Nikkei, the Kospi.
Of the leadership was gathering to
you might want to think the market might bounce, the market might reject it, but I mean, it's all up to Asia tonight.
Of Iran's most senior leaders in the
As an Asian, I could say it is all up to the Asians. As a Korean, I could say it's all up to the Koreans.
Of the supreme leader after
Japanese
almost 37 years in power is
oh my God, this is global news, folks. We have no fucking, we have no control.
Succession process began to take shape the morning after Khamenei's killing in an airstrike campaign by the United States and Israel. As outlined in its constitution, Iran on Sunday formed a council to assume leadership duties to govern the country. And though the leadership council
the craziest part is, right, there was so much volume yesterday, more volume came today.
The new supreme leader under
That's the most fucking craziest part. Yesterday, it's not showing, but I mean, on the one-day chart on SPY, it shows insane volume yesterday.
Supreme Council gathering on Tuesday, as the group was meeting to choose a successor to the late Ayatollah. We'll continue to follow this here for you on live now from Fox.
Monday, the second, right? Look at this shit. I swear to Bob, there's hella fucking. I don't fucking know. Let's fucking figure it out, man. Fuck. Shit.
Threat to U.S. Central Command has wiped out all of Iran's naval vessels and crushed Tehran's threat to global shipping lanes. Jennifer Griffin reports that, and she joins us now from Washington, D.C. Jennifer, what's the next target?
Well, Stuart, it's hard to say, but it is important to point out that Iran still has some small IRGC Navy boats that can plant mines in the Strait of Hormuz if they sense that the regime really is on the verge of collapse. We've not seen evidence of that yet, but they still have a dangerous mining capability. Well-placed military and diplomatic sources in the region tell me Saudi Arabia is, quote, very close to allowing its Air Force to strike targets inside Iran after facing unprecedented missile and drone attacks on its civilians, including incoming missiles today targeting Daman, its fifth largest city. Quote, the next 24 hours is going to be intense, I'm told. A line has been crossed, a well-placed official in the Gulf tells me. What is truly extraordinary about this development is that it would not have been possible if Israel had not been brought in under U.S. Central Command at the end of the first Trump administration. Carrying out airstrikes takes tremendous deconfliction and coordination. Israel used to be attached to European Command due to sensitivities with the Arab states that did not recognize Israel. That changed with the Abraham Accords. No U.S. personnel were killed or injured when the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh was struck last night by at least 2 Iranian Shahed drones. The embassy was largely empty at the time. There is a division of labor right now in terms of targeting. Israel is targeting Iranian leadership, like that meeting of top religious scholars today in Qom, where Iran's remaining top religious leaders were meeting to decide the successor to the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. The U.S., for its part, is focusing on Iran's vast ballistic missile stockpiles and launchers, and, of course, sinking the Russian Navy. The president said the U.S. has sunk all 11 of Iran's large naval vessels. The Iranian president today has decentralized decision-making to regional governors. These satellite images from Vantortech and analysis from David Albright of the Institute of Science show recent airstrikes targeting the access points to the underground Natanz enrichment plant. 3 buildings are visibly destroyed. Of course, Natanz was targeted last summer by the U.S. By those U.S. B-2 bombers. The IAEA confirmed the strikes on Natanz entrances. The U.S. military was not involved in these strikes, I'm told. Remember, Iran still has over 900 pounds of highly enriched uranium, enough for about 10 bombs, that was unaccounted for after last summer's strikes. Russia has announced that it is shutting down operations at the nuclear reactor they run for the Iranians at Bushehr.
There are more than 600 Russian nuclear engineers working at Bushehr. They are concerned the reactor could be a target. Gulf allies are quickly burning through their missile defense interceptors and are requesting urgent resupply for the Patriot and THAAD missile interceptors needed to shoot down incoming Iranian missiles. They are asking the U.S. to help them replenish their stockpiles of these missile interceptors, which are also badly needed in Europe and Ukraine, too.
There's a lot going on. Jennifer Griffin all over it. Thanks very much indeed, Jennifer. Secretary of State Marco Rubio suggests we've only just begun hitting Iran. Watch this.
Right now, we're not postured for ground forces, but obviously the president has those options. He's never going to rule out anything. But right now, our focus is on the destruction of their
Market
ballistic
having
missile
such a
launchers.
hard time
Again, I'm not going to give away
above,
the details of our
even if it
tactical
goes
efforts,
higher.
but the hardest
Every
hits
day.
are yet
Yesterday
to come
too, and today
in the
too.
U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now. The world will be a safer place when we're done.
Retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg returns to our program. It's been a long time, sir, and we're glad to have you back. What does Rubio mean when he says the hardest hits are still to come? What does that mean?
Yeah, Stuart, thanks for having me. Good to be back with you. Look, it just means probably an increase in sorties, meaning the amount of aircraft, the amount of missiles that you fire at them. They've got a target list. They've gone down the target list rather systemically. They just take one out at a time, and they've sunk their entire Navy, their surface combatant ships as well, which really does, when you, especially on your program, it really does protect the Straits of Hormuz from international traffic and freedom of navigation when you're getting that oil moved from Karg Island through the Straits to wherever it's going to go, primarily China. You know, China gets 20% of its oil from Iran right now. So when you take out Venezuela and Iran both, it really does affect them as well. But primarily it's the attack into targets they've got just to increase the sortie load. And I think they'll do that. And I think they're way ahead of schedule. It seems to me they are.
So cute.
That's because they've not been basically stopped by the Iranians or anybody. They've actually had a free flow of aircraft, which is a real credit to the Israelis and the Americans as well, for knocking out their air defense. And it's now just, it's a target-rich and target-free environment. And they're going after each one and every one of them.
Now, so President Trump had just told that Politico, Iran is, quote, running out of launchers. That sounds like very important stuff to me, because if they're running out of launchers, they're running out of ability to launch rockets against their neighbors. It's a big deal, right?
Yeah, it really is. When you think about what they're doing, they're firing the missiles, and it just gives great credit to our ability to detect and destroy those launchers, the missiles, the nuclear sites, you name it. You've got to be incredibly impressed about this attack going on that the U.S. has put together. And when you look at the size
I don't even know if I'm
Iran
allowed to
alone,
listen to music on the
not a
live stream,
small
but fuck
country.
it.
You know, it's basically 2.5 times the size of Texas. The only state that's bigger is Alaska. So they've done an incredibly good job of sequencing those sorties and attacking the targets they want to. And I'm not saying you're going to run out of targets, but they are really going down to levels that I think are unheard of in a short period of time. So real credit to them.
Our own Trey Yates is reporting that the Israelis struck the meeting of the Iranian Supreme Council, where officials were gathering to choose a new supreme leader. They struck while they were counting the votes, apparently. I say this is a deliberate decapitation of their leadership. And it's not going to stop. What say you?
Bittersweet realization.
Yeah,
it is the emotional impact of finally knowing the answers to life's uncertainty, time paradox, the longing to tell your past self that things work out while realizing that you currently cannot tell your past current self. Origin, inspired by the French word "honor," to pick knots out of a thread, and denouement, the final resolution of a story.
The leadership that's out there
so
just makes it harder
pick
for
the
them
knots out of
to
a thread of
fate.
fate.
It's
a new
form
of
I would say that right now the leadership is in trouble.
It's just
it
seems
is
like
often
it's a new
described
form of
as a feeling of finally
the opposition before you even start moving your planes and your tanks and your army.
And so beautiful.
Well, look, it takes real guts. I mean, I give this credit to President Trump. What I mean by that is that when you go after the leadership of a country and decapitation, that means you're really going after the heart and soul of the organization. And in the past, our presidents haven't been willing to do that. President Trump is willing to do that because he knows but it falls second, third, and it really does hurt your command and control because you get to a level that they have no idea what's going on, and it's all random. So you're now effectively reducing their ability to command and control, and they just can't fight back anymore. And it's going faster than they think it was going to go, and it's really pretty impressive.
That's good stuff. General, always a pleasure. Thank you very much for coming back to us. We hope to see you again real soon.
Sure.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
So there is no reason to define the volatility. The volatility is here. Understand that. I don't think we have enough clarity. I don't think we have enough confidence in the clarity to expect on a day like yesterday, where it looked as though you had the all clear and the market's going to break out to the upside, to believe that can unfold. I think the same thing is true this morning. I don't think you have enough clarity to believe that there's a significant deterioration that's unfolding. So what do you do in that type of environment? You try to find opportunities where you can create alpha. I said yesterday, CF Industries, that is a name, that's a equity that I purchased yesterday. That's where I believe you can create some alpha because of this situation. You maintain exposure to the refiners, diesel prices. They are soaring today. If you believe there is a supply disruption as it relates to oil in the Middle East, look up north, Canada. You have Suncor, you have Canadian Natural Resources. Have some exposure to the financial exchanges. We have CME, we have ICE and JOT. CBOE is a name that I am looking at currently. I think that is where you have to think about the alpha opportunity. And lastly, the Mag 7. I told you last week I didn't think you would buy Microsoft. I will change that right now. We own it in JOT. I think there's resiliency in the Mag 7. I'm seeing it reflected in Microsoft and Apple and Meta.
Notice that also, that Microsoft move into the green. Malcolm, over to you. According to Barclays today, as we see, many different parts of this market moving, the geopolitical risk index surging to its second highest level on record, only behind the events of 9/11. BTIG's Jonathan Krinsky with a note today that says, when missiles fly, it's time to buy. Typically, sharp moves on geopolitics are not durable, he suggests. What are your own views?
To that end, I think this is the kind of market where opportunities are created. It's not a time to be buying the entire market across the board. We haven't seen this level of dispersion within the S&P 500 in quite some time. I myself, along with other folks, have been sitting at this desk for over a year saying that a buyer's market is coming. This is the buyer's market. So Barclays had another piece out earlier today pointing out the fact that about 2.5% is the trading range on the S&P so far this year, but the average company in the index has moved 7 times that amount. So if you look at a company like a Microsoft, you mentioned a Palantir, for example, they're down about 15% so far year to date, but you've got like Devon Energy, for example, or Diamondback that are up more than that amount the other direction. And so the dispersion between materials and energy, which are leading the S&P so far this year, compared to financials and tech, which led last year, couldn't be better. And so I think this is an opportunity to be buying your favorite stocks and not necessarily trying to just grab everything as a basket.
So, Rob, many of the strategists out there today aren't giving up their positive views of the market. Katie Huberty over at Morgan Stanley suggests that recent geopolitical events unlikely to change their bullish view on equities over the next 6 to 12 months. UBS saying as well, we expect only minimal or a brief disruption to global energy supplies. Obviously our eyes are on the Strait of Hormuz. What is happening there? They say, quote, we therefore stick to our base case that U.S. equities will produce good gains this year. Do you agree?
I think at the end of the year we should see that, but when you look at midterm election years, the inter-year drawdowns are close to 20%. And normally you can say, well, what's going to cause that? Here we've got an example of things happening exogenously. So I do think the market is still poised for an upward trajectory, but while we go through, to Malcolm's point, I think you're going to find good stocks along the way. We're adding to Disney at these levels at 15 times earnings. I think high-quality companies that are going to be on for sale, that's where you really need to focus on.
Let's bring in Andrew Slimman. He's Senior Portfolio Manager at Morgan Stanley Investment Management. And Peter Bookvar is Chief Investment Officer at One Point BFG Wealth Partners. Welcome to both of you. Peter, how important would you say the ripple effects from the ongoing situation in software and private credit are relative to now this oil price spike that we have to deal with?
Well, you take private credit generally, and the credits are lower quality.
so much more sensitive to the economy around them. The interesting thing about private credit is that, according to Fitch last week, their biggest default rates are actually in healthcare providers and consumer products. Software was number 3. So this is wider than just a software thing. And if the global economy gets negatively impacted because of the sustainability of higher oil prices, which I'm not necessarily thinking that's going to be the case, but if it is, well, then again, you're dealing with lower quality credits that are with less quality balance sheets that are going to be much more susceptible to an economic downturn.
Right. I mean, look at some of the issues with, you know, the KKR fund. That was a lot of 2020, 2021 loans. And we know the biggest issue before the software problem hit was higher interest rates. On that front, Peter, do you expect that on the margin we're going to have higher or lower interest rates as a result of what's going on with energy prices?
Well, it's an interesting response that the global bond markets, and I emphasize global because we've seen a rise around the world in sovereign yields because of the worries about higher inflation driven by energy costs. If you look at the Fed funds futures this morning, last Friday we were pricing in 100% chance of 2 cuts and 40% chance of a third. Now we're down to just 1 cut with about a 65% chance of a second. So the bond market is quickly adjusting to and saying, hey, with this jump in oil prices, whether it's sustainable or not, there's no way the Fed can be cutting interest rates going into this, which is important because if this leads to something more economically and oil prices and other commodity prices stay elevated, the Fed's going to have much less ability to address it via rate cuts.
Andrew, this reminds me a little bit of the 2000s cycle where there was this whole debate about whether interest rates were too low or should go higher because you had oil prices and energy prices moving up while at the same time the housing bubble was building. So I don't know if you would say that that episode is instructive at all for what we could be going through now, and whether you think inflation or basically a consumer shock are the bigger possible sort of issues here to deal with because of what we're seeing with oil and gas prices.
I don't think you're going to have a consumer shock, Kelly, because we also have tax refunds that are starting to hit. So maybe more of those tax refunds will go towards
I would not be surprised if the market goes a little bit lower tonight.
That is an offset. So I'm not
been doing that shit every fucking goddamn night.
What I do think is happening is there was such a consensus that the dollar was going to weaken this year that, you know, it doesn't surprise me we're having a strengthening of the dollar. And with that, you know, on a relative basis, you're seeing more money come back into kind of the very large U.S. stocks.
What, Andrew, does that make you want to do positioning-wise? Does stronger dollar mean, you know, let's look at what was working the past couple months. It was international stocks, commodities. Does the stronger dollar upset that apple cart?
Yeah, I think it does. And I think what is intriguing is if you look at, you know, really every quarter last year, these companies reported, U.S. companies reported great numbers. But money, you know, kind of went elsewhere, and the result was the S&P was only up by the magnitude of earnings growth really last year. And now you have companies that reported fourth quarter, and they were great again, and their stocks are down. So I think this is an opportunity to really look for companies that continually raise estimates, and the stocks are weak, and there's a lot of U.S. companies. I do agree, though, with, you know, some of the comments about software. Look, we're early in how that industry is going to be turned upside down. I'm not sure I would necessarily bottom fish in that area.
I was just about to ask. So if you had to pick between tech and energy, where would you go, or would you go somewhere else altogether?
I wouldn't. I'm not a big believer. I'm a believer you own enough energy to not get hurt in these types of instances. But over time, it's a commodity, and so I think this is the opportunity as the market is selling off other areas to really look for that dislocation between fundamentals and stock prices. So I would not chase energy. And I do notice today, you know, oil is up a lot, but the stocks are, you know, not up a lot. I wonder whether, you know, that's kind of showing some tiredness already in that area.
Peter, what would you say?
Well, even with this rally in energy stocks over the past month, and it's been one of my favorite groups that we own coming into the year, it's only about 3% of the S&P 500. So while tomorrow the Strait of Hormuz can open up again and oil prices are going to fall right back down again, I still think that there's a fundamental bull case for the price of oil. And when the price of oil was in the 60s, I was arguing that it's one of the cheapest assets in the world. So I still like oil stocks. We're long them. And but I also think that the non-AI trade, which has clearly been a trend, is going to continue. So I think focusing on other boring things like consumer staple stocks, which we're long, is also a strategy, and that the overall AI tech trade is exhausting itself, and investors need to look at other places for returns.
Yeah.
Let's turn our attention to tech because we know the SaaS apocalypse. But if you look at the IGV today, and it's been a tough day on Wall Street, you still have some down arrows, it's actually higher. John Freeman, co-founder and senior analyst at Ravenswood Partners, and Scott Kessler, TMT sector analyst at ThirdBridge, are both with me. John, what do you make of the bounce back that we're seeing in software? A little bit of a gain here. I know it's been beaten down. You remember what Mark Benioff from Salesforce was saying, look, I've seen SaaS apocalypse before, and sort of playing it down.
Yeah, so I think there are going to be opportunities if you're a relatively short-term trader, because the valuations are, from a historical perspective, so far down from their historical averages. And so I do think there's probably some opportunities. But if you're a long-term investor, I think enterprise software is really tough now, and you have to be very careful because when I get confused in software, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I go back to what the developers are saying. What's the developer community doing? And the developer community, I've never seen them more agitated and excited about the coding agents that I've, in my career. And it's because of these coding agents that have gotten so much better just in the last few months that you can now develop software applications, very, very rapidly, automatically. And so it kind of begs the question that, maybe the complexity of code, which has been such a, barrier to entry for years, has now kind of faded. And now the moat, if you could look through to the future, you can see these moats declining. And, maybe we have a situation where enterprises develop their own software, on the margin more. And so anyway, that's the basis, I think, for the bear case on enterprise software long term based on AI. And I think I do think there's some credence there.
Look, Workday, Oracle, Salesforce, Palantir, we're showing some of those right now. Scott, what say you?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think all the top 10 holdings in the IGV that you highlighted are up pretty substantially. Look, that index at one point year to date was down, I think, close to 25%. And I think it's fair to say that we shouldn't necessarily be painting the entire kind of software industry with one broad brush. I acknowledge what John is saying. Obviously, new technology, new ways of developing software are coming to market, and there's no question that there are going to be disruptions, even displacements. But if you're a super large and successful enterprise software company and you have long-term kind of enterprise relationships, you're providing kind of critical platforms and functionality, I think it's going to be very difficult, even over the next couple of years perhaps, for customers to decide, hey, we're going to go with some AI solution or build this ourselves. Over the much longer term, sure. I mean, all of those things are definitely possible. I think for now, if we're talking about SaaS solutions that SMBs are using for specific purposes that aren't mission critical, yeah, I see some risk there for sure, and that's based on what people are telling me.
I'm about to go enjoy my life
when I
after
think
today.
of a company like a ServiceNow, do I think their business is going to be blown up over the next couple of quarters or couple of years because of AI? The answer is no. And one of the reasons also is because these companies are not shying away from their own investments in AI. I think ServiceNow over the last 4 years has invested $10 billion in R&D. These companies aren't standing still either.
And as Anthropic's been put aside a bit here, you know that with Pete Hegseth over there, we're looking at something like Palantir, which has a lot of great headlines today, and in fact is up 0.75% today. Palantir is back in Wall Street's good graces. Palantir's growth prospects sees headed to $400 over the next 5 years. So analysts over the last 24 hours really have become more positive on this name. John, what names do you like the best that you think are the most competitive?
Every day I climb a hill.
Maybe your favorites?
Right. So it's interesting. Scott mentioned ServiceNow. I think ServiceNow actually is an exception here because they are kind of positioned, I think, more on the right side of change for AI and kind of have gotten behind the ball with it, with their control tower technology, which allows them to manage agents, and just the fact of where they're positioned as across multiple systems of record as part of a workflow, and automating that workflow makes sense to go with ServiceNow. So I actually do think ServiceNow is well positioned. I do think the cloud providers, the hyperscale cloud providers, are all very well positioned for growth. Microsoft, Amazon, as well as Alphabet, and I think semi-cap equipment is still has a lot more to go, particularly ASML and Lam Research, as they take more of the economics of this overall pie as it gets bigger, because they have such a strong chokehold on the overall supply chain. So I think those places are kind of interesting.
Scott, quickly, your favorites.
I mean, I mentioned ServiceNow. I think that's a name that people, there's the, aphorism, throwing out the baby with the bathwater. That strikes me as a name that fundamentally is pretty sound. I'll take the other side of that question, though, Nicole, and say, look, there are some bellwether names that we've heard consistently have some work to do when it comes to AI, whether it's a competitive threat or in terms of their own investments. I would point to Adobe and Salesforce as ones that people do have legitimate concerns about.
So they need some work. Good to see both. John Freeman.
Thanks a lot.
And Scott Kessler, thank you.
It's one chance to do something great. Most people never take the chance, either because they're too scared or they don't recognize it when it spits on their shoes.
Damn.
This is your big chance, and you shouldn't let it go by.
What would have to happen by the end of 2026 for me to look back on 2026 and consider it a success?
Get serious.
Yes.
That's number one. I don't know any substitute for that.
You don't have to tell anybody you're going to the gym. Just go. You don't have to tell anybody you're starting that business. Just start.
Once you learn how to forcing and you enjoy it, it's everything else that you didn't know you were going to have to sacrifice so that you could get back to working.
Life isn't fair at all. At all. So what are you going to do about it? I knew that no one was coming back to help me. No one's going to miracle me to be somebody special. Everybody that called me,
who's going to carry the boats?
My mom.
Who's going to carry the boats?
Me now.
And the logs!
On me.
When a man can't find a deep sense of meaning, they distract themselves with pleasure.
And the logs!
Because the right time ain't ever coming.
Who's going to carry the boats and the logs? Ah, motherfucker. Fucking boats and the fucking logs and every fucking goddamn tree out there, fuck. Who's gonna carry the boats and the logs? Shit.
To lab. Don't let what you can't do in the moment interfere with what you know you can do. This over, and you didn't do as well as you thought. What the do you expect? You're not putting in the work. You have to do more. You gotta stop telling yourself that you're doing enough. In life, it's never enough until you feel this overwhelming feeling of shit, man. I'm outworking the crowd. I'm outworking everybody. I'm doing more. It's not until then, once you get there, that's when you know you've done enough. I became obsessed with being the baddest motherfucker that God ever created.
Baddest motherfucker! Shit! All right, folks. Market close in 5 minutes. Have a good day, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Market close. Market close. Four. Tomorrow's Wednesday.
Freedom Capital is here with us. He's a CNBC contributor. So you're just saying it's going to be an interesting hour into the close. But as a tell for what you think equity, Ed Yardeni is in those saying, look, we're priced for short war. And I think everyone's watching this to see, like, are the markets casting a vote for a shorter, perhaps less messy, conflict.
I believe that to be 100% the case. The news coming out of the Strait of Hormuz now could be defended. The biggest concern was, one, boots on the ground. That's a concern. How long will this war last? And then, two, the disruption in oil. If the strait is closed for an extended period of time, and I would yield to Brian's expertise here, that is going to drive up the price of crude, which is the biggest tax on the U.S. consumer. So if we can get anything to lessen those fears, we're going to get a rally. And this has been a bend but not break market. As a technician, watch that 100-day moving average, 68.30. We're 10 points below that in the S&P 500. We have a heck of a reversal. That last hour of trading, most important hour of the day, it's going to be very telling as to if we can actually get above that 100-day, or does that old support become resistance going into the next few days as this continues on?
Yeah, no,
market close.
You mentioned kind of, look, I think the truth is we're all gaming this out hour by hour with new
Adios,
information.
amigos.
If this report or this idea that the strait's going to be defended is denied and things look worse tomorrow in the oil price, you have to say the oil price looks a little bit like a coil, like it's been coiling for a move. And maybe this is it, and maybe it's over now.